C. Wright Mills. The Marxists. Contents. 1. Ideals and ideologies, in which it is explained why neither liberalism nor social science provide adequate grounds for the examination of Marxism. 4. Criteria to use in examining any political philosophy are suggested. What often happens to a political philosophy when a success and when a failure is considered, and it is explained that Marxism and liberalism have each become ideology, but also that each bears the secular and humanistic tradition of Western civilization. Conservatism is characterized and dismissed. The inadequacies of liberalism to meet the problems of modern society are noted. 9. 2. A celebration of Marx, in which the ideological message and the intellectual power of Marxism is indicated. Karl Marx's place in intellectual history and his relevance to present-day social reflection are stated. 30. 3. The classic thinkers, in which the intellectual scope and variety of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels are illustrated by selected readings. Ranging from the young Marx as critical philosopher to the image-maker of a communist future. 41. 4. Inventory of ideas, in which the leading ideas of Marx are systematically stated, his model of society, theory of history, as well as specific conceptions and expectations, are set forth without criticism. 81. 5. Rules for critics, in which some correct and some irrelevant grounds of criticism are sorted out, and the terms of criticism to be used in this book are stated. 96. 6. Critical observations, in which the major theories of Marx are examined critically and in light of relevant trends of contemporary societies. Errors, ambiguities, and inadequacies of the intellectual structure are suggested. 105. 7. Roads to Socialism, in which the major phases of Marxism are each briefly characterized, politically and intellectually: the classic thinkers, the social democrats, the Bolshevik pivot, the Stalinist consolidation, critics of Stalinism, Soviet Marxism, and the new revisionists. Marxism outside the bloc and the overall lines of Marxist development are briefly summed up. 132. 8. The Social Democrats, in which Karl Kautsky, Edward Bernstein, and Rosa Luxemburg, representing the leading tendencies in the most important party of the Second International, discuss revolution and reform. 159. 9. The Bolshevik pivot, in which Lenin is writing about an imperialist world, the party, the state, and the cooperation of workers with peasants. Leon Trotsky is developing the theory of the permanent revolution. How Lenin and Trotsky coincide in the Bolshevism of October 1917 is explained. 203. 10. The Stalinist consolidation, in which Joseph Stalin is in 1924 defining what he is going to mean by Leninism and, near the end of his life, making a brief comment on base and superstructure and on the inevitability of war. 290. 11. Critics of Stalinism, in which Rosa Luxemburg is giving an early warning. Trotsky is developing his theory of the nature of Stalinist society. Rudolf Hilferding is writing on state capitalism. Franz Borkenau is characterizing the communist parties of the Third International, and Isaac Deutscher is reviewing The God That Failed. 306. 12. Soviet Marxism and the New Revisionists, in which after the death of Stalin Nikita Khrushchev is making a speech against Stalin, but not yet against Stalinism. Mao Zedong is discussing contradictions and other matters. Palmiro Togliatti is answering 9 questions about Stalinism, and we listen in on the Aid Plenum of the Polish Party. 364. 13. Marxism outside the bloc, in which the Yugoslav road is being surveyed by Edvard Kardelj. GDH Kohl is again considering the appropriate attitudes of socialists toward communists, and other post-Stalin questions, and Eco Beto Che Guevara is reflecting upon ideology, revolution, and related matters. 416. 14. New Beginnings, in which the annoying variety of Marxism yesterday and today is indicated. The historical contours of the Marxists are briefly presented. Some new beginnings inside and outside the Soviet bloc are suggested, and some questions about the future posed. 468. Guide to Selections. 4. 1 Ideals and Ideologies. This book is a primer on Marxisms, written mainly for those who do not really know these philosophies, and who do not pretend to know them. It is also written for those who are already familiar with Marxism but who believe that Marxism as a whole has been gobbled up by the communists and accordingly is not for them, for those who hold to the notion that after all it is merely ideology, and that, nowadays especially, ideology is at an end or ought to be. It is also for those who are bored with politics and political philosophy, who have withdrawn to or never emerged from a strictly private life. If this book does no more than push such people a bit closer to the experience of being full citizens, it will have fulfilled its central purpose. 1. In reconsidering several varieties of Marxism in terms appropriate to our own immediate times, I plan in the following pages to make a systematic inventory of what I take to be the essential ideas of classic Marxism and then to criticize them. I shall follow this with some brief historical profiles of its main lines of development and uses. Rather than interrupt this presentation by lengthy quotations, I have arranged a selection of the most important Marxist writings as independent chapters. In my criticisms I shall of course draw upon relevant work now available in those social sciences with which I am familiar. In order to keep this book to manageable length, I have not dealt here in any explicit and systematic way with interpretations and criticisms of Marxism provided by other commentators. But I have tried to take other interpretations and criticisms into account, and I hope that I have remained aware of the most important of them. 10. Throughout I have tried to be objective, but I do not claim to be detached. No political philosopher can be detached, he can only pretend to be. And I do write this book in some part as a political philosopher, which only means, as one who is seeking, with his readers, political orientation. Accordingly, I shall try to be explicit about my own political and moral judgments. As we read the Marxists, a political comparison is in the minds of most of us, whether we are aware of it or not. The standards we generally tend to use are the standards we think of as democratic or liberal or those of the free world. We must state, and examine, these standards in order to examine Marxism effectively. We must examine both political liberalism, the major alternative in political philosophy and in world reality, and the source of our values, assumptions, and theories, and social science whose terms provide conventional grounds for criticism of Marxism. My comments on liberalism will necessarily be brief, for my main concern in this book is with Marxism. But I hope to write in such ways that the assumptions of the liberal reader will rise to the surface, making him freer to clarify his political position. Many of those who reject Marxist ways of thinking about human affairs are actually rejecting the classic traditions of their own disciplines. The social science in the name of which Marxism is ignored or rejected is more often than not a social science having little or no concern with the pivotal events and the historic acceleration characteristic of our immediate times. It is a social science of the narrow focus, the trivial detail, the abstracted almighty unimportant fact. A few differences between Marx's style of work and some leading types of contemporary social science will suffice to suggest their character. When Marxists speak of bourgeois social science, these are the sorts of things they mean. The social scientists study the details of small scale ideals and ideologies. 11 Milieux. Marx studied such details too, but always within the structure of a total society. The social scientists, knowing little history, study at most short-run trends. Marx, using historical materials with superb mastery, takes as his unit of study entire epochs. The values of the social scientists generally lead them to accept their society pretty much as it is. The values of Marx lead him to condemn his society root, stock, and branch. The social scientists see society's problems as matters only of disorganization. Marx sees problems as inherent contradictions in the existing structure. The social scientists see their society as continuing in an evolutionary way without qualitative breaks in its structure. Marx sees in the future of this society a qualitative break, a new form of society. In fact, a new epoch is going to come about by means of revolution. However, there is today no Marxist social science of any intellectual consequence. There is just social science. Without the work of Marx and other Marxists, it would not be what it is today. With their work alone, it would not be nearly as good as it happens to be. No one who does not come to grips with the ideas of Marxism can be an adequate social scientist. No one who believes that Marxism contains the last word can be one either. Is there any doubt about this after Max Weber, Thorstein Veblen, Karl Mannheim, to mention only three? We do now have ways better than Marx's alone of studying and understanding man, society, and history, but the work of these three is quite unimaginable without his work. In the United States, the intellectual influences of Marxism are often hidden. Many of those whose very categories of thought are influenced by Marx are often unaware of the source of their own methods and conceptions. Many Western social scientists would do more significant work if they paid closer attention to Marxism as a major source of their disciplines. In the Soviet Union, on the other hand, many scholars are often ignorant of developments elsewhere that have come out of the conceptions and theories of Marx. Social scientists and reflective men are likely to be historically provincial and thus intellectually crippled by remaining or being forced to remain unaware of later developments in classic sociology. Someday, perhaps, from either side, students of man, history, and society will come to consider in more object. 12. Tiv weighs the enormously fruitful questions inherited from Marx and other Marxists. In the meantime, although men of the Soviet world are often not able to do this, we should not be deterred by any nation's political posture from trying to become aware of everything that has made us what we are. Like many others just now, I am uneasily aware of the inadequacies of our inherited political philosophies. Both Marxism and liberalism bear the trademarks of a period of human history that is ending. Both are marred by inadequate attention to leading facts and problems with which the world scene now presents us. It is not the purpose of this book to work out a political philosophy adequate to the world era which we now enter. But it is my hope that it will serve my readers, and myself, as an introduction to nothing less than just such an effort. 2. Political philosophies are intellectual and moral creations. They contain high ideals, easy slogans, dubious facts, crude propaganda, sophisticated theories. Their adherents select some facts and ignore others, urge the acceptance of ideals, the inevitability of events, argue with this theory and debunk that one. Since in all political philosophies such a miscellany of elements is usually very much jumbled up, our first task is to sort them out. To do so, each of the following 4 points of view may be useful. First of all, a political philosophy is itself a social reality. It is an ideology in terms of which certain institutions and practices are justified and others attacked. It provides the phrases in which demands are raised, criticisms made, exhortations delivered, proclamations formulated and, at times, policies determined. Second, it is an ethic, an articulation of ideals which on various levels of generality and sophistication is used in judging men, events, and movements, and as goals and guidelines for aspirations and policies. Third, a political philosophy designates agencies of action, of the means of reform, revolution, or conservation. It contains strategies and programs that embody both ends and means. It designates, in short, the historical levers by which ideals are to be won or maintained after they have been won. 13. Fourth, it contains theories of man, society, and history, or at least assumptions about how society is made up and how it works, about what is held to be its most important elements and how these elements are typically related, its major points of conflict and how these conflicts are resolved. It suggests the methods of study appropriate to its theories. From these theories and with these methods, expectations are derived. A political philosophy tells us how to find out where we stand and where we may be going. It gives us some answers to these questions. It prepares us for the possible futures. To examine any political philosophy, then, we must examine it as an ideology, a statement of ideals, a designation of agency or agencies, and as a set of social theories. In this chapter, I shall pay attention mainly to ideologies and ideals. The points I shall try to make are these. As ideology, liberalism and Marxism have both been made vulgar and banal, each supplies clichés for the defense of a great power state and for the abuse of the other bloc and all its works. As statements of ideals, both carry the secular humanism of Western civilization. These ideals are the only ideals available that are at once part of a comprehensive political philosophy and proclaimed by both the leaders and the led of the most powerful nation-states of the world. In their classic versions, liberalism and Marxism embody the assurances and hopes, the ambiguities and fears of the modern age. Taken in all their varieties, they now constitute our major, even our only, political alternatives. Yet they are more than political philosophies, they are political realities of the first order, the proclaimed creeds of the two most powerful states in world history. Looking upon the USA and the USSR, the rest of the world sees them in terms of these creeds. In these terms, the underdeveloped world thinks of them as alternative models for their own development. From the standpoint of modern times, the differences between the classic versions of these political philosophies are often less important than what they have in common. Above all, they are animated by common ideals, the major secular ideals that have been developed during the course of Western civilization. Both Marxism and liberalism embody the ideals of Greece and Rome and Jerusalem, the 14. Humanism of the Renaissance, the rationalism of the 18th century Enlightenment. That is why to examine liberalism or Marxism is to examine the politics of this humanist tradition. To find either or both ambiguous is to find this tradition ambiguous. Liberalism and Marxism have also each provided grand views of the nature of the social world, designated the agencies of historic change, and suggested programs for achieving these goals. For many decades now, within each advanced nation, they have confronted each other, differing about what their experts consider to be facts, and differing about the means they think necessary to reach their proclaimed goals. But these goals have not changed very much. First they were the goals of the English, the American, the French revolutions, then they were the goals, reformulated to be sure, of the Russian Revolution. Quickly they were again reformulated in reaction, both liberal and Marxist, to the consolidation of this revolution. 3. The moral and political dilemmas of the Marxists, and especially of the communists among them, overlap heavily the dilemmas of any liberal. Both share in the ideals of the big tradition, neither realizes them fully. And these ideals, as well as certain theoretical assumptions, are carried further and more consistently, are taken more seriously by several of the best Marxists than by any liberal I know of. It is the crisis of this humanist tradition itself, I believe, that is at the bottom of our crisis in political orientation. One of the most direct ways to confront that crisis in all its aspects is to examine the ideas of Karl Marx and the fate of these ideas. What is most valuable in classic liberalism is most cogently and most fruitfully incorporated in classic Marxism. Much of the failure to confront Marxism in all its variety, is in fact a way of not taking seriously the ideals of liberalism itself, for despite the distortions and vulgarizations of Marx's ideas, and despite his own errors, ambiguities, and inadequacies, Karl Marx remains the thinker who has articulated most clearly and most perilously the basic ideals which liberalism shares. Hence, to confront Marx and Marxism is to confront this moral tradition. There is of course no one liberalism and no one Marxism. The work of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels has been the chief ideological gadfly of liberalism, of social democracy, and later, of Bolshevik and Stalinist versions of the original doctrine. It has provided a major ideological basis for the criticism of liberal politics, capitalist economics, and of Soviet politics and economics. In the advanced capitalist countries of the 19th and early 20th centuries, a great and often confused amalgamation of liberalism and Marxism developed into a kind of ideological common denominator. In the process, both were modified and attenuated. Marxism was revised, incorporating liberal elements, liberalism was adjusted to its critics and to changing realities, incorporating Marxist elements. These modifications and mutual borrowings make up much of the history of recent and contemporary political philosophy and political history. Within capitalist societies during the past 100 years, one of the non-revolutionary forms of Marxism, social democracy, has been the major opposition movement in most of the advanced capitalist world. In attenuated forms, it has virtually replaced liberalism as opposition and critic from within. In these societies today, the infirmity of political assurance and the collapse of political hope are very much a part of the crisis of the liberal outlook and of the liberal mood. In many parts of the Soviet world, the same is true, although to a lesser degree and in a different way, of the Marxist outlook and mood. Liberalism and Marxism have become so central to events, to their making and to their suffering, that it is not too much to say that their crises are symptoms of the decline of what is still, rather curiously, called the modern epoch. Perhaps, too, this decline signals the onset of a new epoch in human history. That new epoch, whatever else it may be, is truly a world epoch. The uses and the meanings of these contemporary creeds are now worldwide. Since the Russian Revolution and the consolidation of the Soviet bloc, the encounter of liberalism with Marxism has become a world encounter of nation-states. In political fact, the communist variety of Marxism, seated in the Soviet bloc, is 16. Now the leading form of Marxism. In political fact, the North American variety of liberalism, seated in the United States, is now the leading form of liberalism. Given the powerful means of history-making now at their disposal, these two states and the blocs they form are the most fateful organizations of public and private life that men now know, or indeed have ever known. That is why when we examine the political creeds they proclaim, explaining, comparing, criticizing them, we are not merely talking about ideas, whatever that phrase may mean. We are talking about decisive features of our recent past, our present, and our immediate future. We are also talking about the kinds of men and women who do and who will inhabit the earth. Only through the prism of one or another variety of these political philosophies can we now try seriously to know what is happening in the world and to orient ourselves to it. But, it may be asked, what about conservatism? Well, what about it? Or, rather, where is it? First, wherever conservatism prevails as the ascendant ideology of a state in power, as in Franco's Spain, Verwoerd's South Africa, Salazar's Portugal, or the Trujillo's Dominican Republic, it rests more upon police power than upon ideological consent. For well-known reasons, the days of such regimes are numbered in the underdeveloped world. Second, in advanced capitalist societies, the ideological and intellectual functions performed by 19th-century conservatism are now usually performed by liberalism. In fact, there is no halfway coherent conservatism that is not a variety of liberalism, a restatement of Edmund Burke, or mere eccentricity. In the United States, at any rate, conservatism offers only a retrogressive utopia to circles best described as cranky, if not crackpot. Insofar as it is not that, conservatism is a defensive gesture of businessmen and politicians who would defend the status quo but who are without ideas with which to do so. As the Wall Street Journal has noted, conservatism is hardly more than an instinctive belief that today's society is built on several thousands of years and that in those years men have found things they should fasten to. On that basis. 17. We are all conservatives, and to be such is meaningless. 4. To those who are truly possessed by a political philosophy, what is happening in the world in which they live seems altogether clear. An issue arises, or an issue is raised, the correct and proper view leaps readily to mind. By means of their philosophy, they are persuasively oriented. The positions they hold are easy to communicate. On various levels of sophistication, the ideological message seems obvious and compelling. The ideals in which they believe seem closely connected with the agencies of action they have chosen. And both ideal and agency fit into their theories of society and into what they imagine is going on within society. This blissful condition seems rarely available in our time. In creeds that are mixed with history and held by tens of millions of people, Each of the four elements of any political philosophy, ideology, ideal, agency, theory, are often curiously transformed and curiously related to each other, to their adherents and to the run of historical fact. With success, the ideology usually becomes in due course vulgarized. There is vulgar liberalism and there is vulgar Marxism. But vulgar or sophisticated, the ideological features seem to be the most variously useful and the most omnivorous element of any political philosophy. Many know only this one element along with such features of ideal, agency, theory as it may loosely incorporate. Ideology, as the public face of a political philosophy, very often becomes simply myth or folklore. Very often too, even a minimum of ideology withers away. All that is left is an empty and irrelevant rhetoric. Such ideological message as may once have prevailed is no longer persuasive. Indeed, it even becomes difficult to state clearly. Then it is often said of the political philosophy, after 18. All, it is more a general outlook or a sensibility than any dogmatic guideline. Above all, with success, the ideals, especially the more insurgent ones, tend to become incorporated into the ideology of justification, and, in practical fact, to be identified with the agencies of action. To maintain these agencies becomes the going ideal, other ideals become mere rhetoric, campaign or revolutionary. As ideals, they are not connected with any agencies by which they might be realized. Yet even as rhetoric, they may be rigidly controlled, tied into the ideological consolidation. Often the theories are difficult to sort out from the other elements, for they tend to become merely assumptions used in discussions of the urgent goals, the necessary means, and the rhetoric of justification or of attack. As they are confused with these other elements, the theories grow fuzzy. Transformed into mere assumptions, they tend to become merely ideological, and often along with ideals to become part of the ideological double talk so characteristic of our time. As theories, they become highly formal. It is not easy to see their relevance to the ideals proclaimed, the ideologies believed in, the agencies of historic action. For these ideals, ideologies, agencies are not located by the theories within an existing society and in the movement of its history. At different phases and in different societies all these things have happened to varieties of liberal and of Marxist political philosophy. But we must also ask, what happens when the adherents of a political philosophy are bypassed by history? When they become powerless grouplets, yet still cling to their philosophy. The philosophy itself then tends to become concerned almost solely with ideals. It becomes a moral outlook, and not much else. This has happened, for example, among many ex-radical groups of fiercely anti-Soviet persuasion who cling to socialism. With distaste, they retreat from all ideology, they are uninterested in larger theory, and they neither possess nor even try to designate agencies of action. They become interested in the pragmatic and the piecemeal. Facts may be acknowledged, but only in a scattered way. They are not connected with each other or with larger theories and certainly not with definite programs. Something like this I think it obvious. 19. Is what has happened in our generation in many liberal and socialist circles of the NATO countries. Other things have happened, too. In all ideological camps, the most politically useful of all grammatical moods is the optative. What one hopes for is spoken of as though it were actually so. Among powerless groups, this mood is often expressed with extensive use of the most tricky word in the vocabulary of politics. That word, of course, is we. Among the powerful, too, this mood appears, very often in what may be called the ideological incorporation of ideal and theories. So the position of the political philosopher seems to be: heads you win, tails I lose. With success, horrid things happen to a political philosophy, and with failure they happen too. This is of course the tension of political philosophy. It means that as a task at once intellectual and moral, political philosophy never ends. At least it cannot end so long as men seek political orientation. But of course most men do not, they merely accept the going folklore, liberal or Marxist, as the accident of their geographic residence may determine. 5. Both liberalism and Marxism have been insurgent creeds. In their several varieties they have been the rhetoric of movements, parties, and classes on the road to power. And in due course, each has become a conservative creed, the ideology and the rhetoric of consolidated political and economic systems. With their insurgent creed, liberals have denounced as a social system, feudalism and its remnants. They have denounced all forms of political absolutism. Marxists too have denounced feudalism and pre-industrial absolutism, but they have gone further, coming down hard against liberal capitalism as a type of economy which they have held to be the keystone of capitalist societies as a whole. As an ideology, and on a worldwide scale, liberalism now becomes conservative. In its terms, liberals justify capitalist democracy, seated primarily in the richer nations of Western Europe and North America, and in Japan and Australia. In their Stalinist variety, Marxists 20. Have officially justified the Soviet Union and the states in various ways affiliated with it. As a political utopia, liberalism has been historically specific to the rising middle classes of advancing capitalist societies, Marxism, the proclaimed creed of working class movements and parties. But in each case, as power is achieved, these political philosophies become official ideologies, become in differing ways engulfed by nationalism. In terms of each, the world encounter of the superstates is defined, and from either side, fought out. In the Soviet Union, Marxism has become ideologically consolidated and subject to official control. In the United States, liberalism has become less an ideology than an empty rhetoric. As a rhetoric, liberalism is commonly used by everyone who talks in public for every divergent and contradictory purpose. One spokesman can remain liberal and be for, another can remain liberal and be against, a vast range of contradictory political propositions. The businessman and the labor leader, the Democrat and the Republican, the general and the foot soldier, the subsidized farmer and the subsidized watchmaker all speak in the terms of the liberal rhetoric, defending their interests and making their demands. This means that liberalism as publicly used is without coherent content, that its goals have been made so formal and abstract as to provide no clear moral standards, that in its terms genuine conflicts of interest and ideal can no longer be stated clearly. Used by virtually all interests, classes, parties, it lacks political, moral, and intellectual clarity. This very lack of clarity is exploited by all interests. In this situation, as has often been noted, professional liberals, politicians and intellectuals make a fetish of indecision, which they call open-mindedness, of the absence of moral criteria, which they call tolerance, and of the formality and hence political irrelevance of the criteria, which they call speaking broadly. The crisis of liberalism and in turn, of political reflection in the United States is due to liberalism's very success in becoming the official language for all public statement and debate, the political language of all mass communication. To this fact must be added the use of liberalism, since the New Deal period, as an administrative rationale. In close contact with power, liberalism has become more administrative and less political. It has become practical, flexible, realistic, pragmatic as liberals assert, and not at all utopian. All of which means, I think, that as an ideology, as a rhetoric, liberalism has often become irrelevant to political positions having moral content. In the Soviet bloc, elements from Marxism have become essential ingredients of an official creed subject to official interpretation, and the official guideline for all cultural and political life. In this form, Marxism as ideology is the coin of all public transactions, the basic premise of an elaborate cultural and political apparatus that is oriented to the presumed interests of the one-party state. Since Marxism enjoys an ideological monopoly, intellectual freedom is limited by official interpretations of it. From an image of the future, elaborated in 19th-century capitalist society, Marxism has been transformed into the ideology of the Soviet bloc. Ideological uniformity and doctrinaire realignment have accompanied every phase and every turn of Soviet political and economic development, Domestic and foreign. There have been many such twists and turns, each of them duly proclaimed in the name of Marxism. Politics and doctrine are closely linked, political directions often shift. It is not surprising that the doctrine itself has become banalized and, in the process, emptied of much of its moral force and intellectual cogency. It has often become a morally curious and intellectually empty ideology in which the communist on the make must be expert, truly a red tape of an ideology which he must tie and tie again, if he would act at all. Moreover, such use of Soviet Marxism has been accompanied by its use as the one basic doctrine of the entire Soviet cultural apparatus, which has had to swing into line with each shift in policy. In the course of such zigzags, cultural workmen have been brutally eliminated. The political and status purge of intellectuals, artists, and scientists as during Stalin's era has thus accompanied the tight joining of culture and politics, both controlled by officials of party and of state. Now these two folklores, the ideology of vulgar Marxism and the rhetoric of abstracted liberalism, confront each other, each offering the world's publics various images. 22. Of the Soviet Union and of the United States, each providing the contrasting vocabularies, often in the same words, with which leaders and led talk about their own societies and about those of the enemy. Inside each country and around the world as well, a vast and elaborate machinery of propaganda is kept busy night and day grinding out these folklores, adapting them to every turn of events and to events imagined, to threat and counter-threat, to policies and to lack of policies. In the folklore of liberalism, America is a free country in which men at large truly govern their own affairs. Soviet Russia is an absolute tyranny, monolithic and totalitarian, in which men are forcibly held down and there is neither freedom nor joy, and it is aggressive, too, out to conquer the world for its unchristian creed. In the folklore of communism, the USSR is the great step forward of humanity in the 20th century. The USA is a reactionary laggard in which the injustices of capitalism are matched only by the hypocrisies of formal democracy. It is run by warmongers, out to use military, and any other means available, ruthlessly to expand and consolidate their imperialistic domination. In this realm of folklore, the ideas of Karl Marx and of his intellectual followers are indeed in a sorry condition. In Soviet societies, the work of Marx joined with that of Lenin is always celebrated and often vulgarized. Indeed, Marxism-Leninism has become an official rhetoric with which the authority of a one-party state has been defended, its expedient brutalities obscured, its achievements proclaimed. In capitalist societies, the ideas of Marx are ignored or worse, ignorantly identified with mere communist ideology. Thus, here too, the work of Marx, and of his followers, has become Marxism-Leninism, an official target of confused and ignorant abuse, rather than an object of serious study. 6. But all this is folklore. From both sides. All this is only one aspect, the ideological, of liberalism and of Marxism. To be sure, even the folklore of each side contains glimpses of truth and definitions of reality, but the point is that 23. Back of each, there are sets of ideas that must be taken seriously if we are to understand even the uses of the folklores, not to mention the condition and the possible fate of the world today. Back of each of these ideologies there is much of the world's heritage of political ideas and moral ideals. I must make one point clear: when in this book I use the term West or Western civilization, I include Russia in it historically and today. I do not use the term Western or the West in contrast to the Communist bloc or Communism. 5. The territory of the Soviet Union of course sprawls into Asia, but its major historical developments have been in the European parts of the country. Culturally, Russia has been in rather close contact with European societies, although historically it has lagged behind them. Marxism itself, moreover, is as much a part of European culture as is Italian Renaissance architecture. Marx and Engels were Europeans, and the leaders of the Russian Revolution were not exactly Oriental peasants. Many of them were top-notch intellectuals who spent much of their lives in West European capitals. Finally, the Russians and most other leading nationalities in the Soviet Union, such as the Ukrainians, think of themselves as Europeans. Moreover, Asiatics Indonesians, for example, usually think of Russia as among the Western countries. Russia, concludes the geographer J.P. Cole, can be included with the maritime empire builders of Western Europe as a carrier of European conquest and culture to the non-European world. 6. As far as ideals are concerned, classic liberalism and classic Marxism practically exhaust the political heritage of Western civilization. Liberals have repeatedly asserted a secular humanism, stressing the priceless value of the individual personality and the right of each individual to be dealt with in accordance with rational and understandable laws, to which all power is to be subjected. They have seen man as the measure of all things. Policies and events are good or bad, in terms of their effects upon men. Institutions and societies are to be judged in terms of what they mean to and for the individual human being. Liberals have assumed that men should control their own fates. They have assumed that there are rational ways to acquire knowledge, and that the substantive reason of the individual, used freely, provides the way out. It is in terms of these values that their concern with consent to authority and their general opposition to violence should be understood. The root principle of liberalism is not merely freedom in general, but the specific, personal freedom of the individual, even the self-imposed obligation, to make no unconditional commitments to any organization. All loyalties to movements or organizations, parties, or states, are, for the liberal, conditional upon his own principles and conscience. 7. The works of Marx, and of many other Marxists, clearly and consistently embody the secular humanism of the West, systematically, as deep and pervasive moral assumptions. As in the case of liberalism, one difficulty of showing that this is so lies in the uses and misuses of Marxism as practiced. Another difficulty, peculiar to Marxism, has to do with certain mannerisms and convictions of Marx himself. Living in the Victorian age, hating Kant and spurning hypocrisy, Marx developed an image of himself as a hard-headed and realistic intellectual. He disliked the proclamation of grand ideals. He connected his ideals very closely with his analysis of the society that he felt was denying them, and with the agencies within that society, which he expected to realize them. But the test of his moral position lies in what he wrote and in the assumptions that underlie every line of it. 1. Marx is a secular moralist, an atheist who thinks all religion an intellectual fraud and a political trap, another means of exploitation, psychic as well as material. Religion, as he conceives it, keeps men from coming to true self-consciousness of themselves, of their positions in society, and of their true interests as men. The ideals of a radical humanism in which man replaces God himself, accompanied by an Old Testament passion for human justice, these are among the mainsprings of Marx's career as a thinker and the moral grounds for his denunciation of what he saw as the degrading, crippling effects of capitalism. 2. Marx is a rationalist thinker. To demand that men should abandon illusions about their condition is to demand that a condition that needs illusions should itself be abandoned. It cannot reasonably be denied that Karl Marx tried his best to practice this motto throughout his life's work. His belief in human reason, and in freedom as one of its conditions and consequences, these are the sources of his moral energy, the pivot of his thought, the key to his optimism, the basis of his expectation that the class of man in which the human being has lost himself should be abolished, and that men should come to experience themselves as truly human beings. 3. Marx is thoroughly and consistently humanist. A positive image of man, of what man might come to be, lies under every line of his analysis of what he held to be an inhuman society. His conception of alienation alone, his analysis of the meaning of work under capitalism, is enough to reveal his humanism. If it is not, then we need only consider his analysis of the pervasive and corrupting effects of cash as the supreme value of capitalist society. In Marx's view, is it because proletarian men are so abstracted from humanity, so thoroughly alienated from their real natures, that they will struggle to emancipate themselves and, with themselves, all mankind? Marx is radical in the literal, the humanist, meaning of that term. Indeed, up to this day, who else has gone so far in this respect? He would eliminate all occupational stereotypes. 26. Ideally, each man is to pursue not any one occupation, he is to engage himself in a variety of activities. Now a crippled fragment, man should become the fully developed individual, to which the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. 894. Marx believed in human freedom, both in and of itself and as a condition for the use of man's reason. Thus he condemns a censored press in terms that parallel the condemnation by John Stuart Mill: it leads to hypocrisy, the greatest of vices. The government hears only its own voice, surrenders to the illusion that it hears the voice of the people. The people on its side falls either into political superstition or else into indifference, and so turns completely away from the life of the state. Again and again, he speaks of and for the free activity of men. His ideal for the political community is one in which true democracy prevails and the state itself disappears, as well as all classes. His ideal is the realm of freedom, a conception by which he accepts and carries further the image of the classical polis. Slave as well as master are true men in all their personal human dignity. 8. Foremost among the continuing tasks of Marx was the disclosure of the concrete conditions under which this freedom would be a genuine human reality. From the liberal intellectual climate of his day, Marx assimilated these ideals, but with a difference. The moral basis of his criticism of liberal society are the ideals proclaimed by that society itself, taken seriously and made concrete. He accepts the ideals of liberty and equality inherited from the 18th century Enlightenment. From the ascendant bourgeoisie of his day, he takes over the rationalist, optimistic idea of progress itself, and reseats it in the lower depths of liberal society. In brief, there is no positive ideal held by Marx that is not an altogether worthy contribution to the humanist tradition. That tradition, in turn, embodies the legacy of classical, Judaic, and Christian images of man's estate. Considered morally, Karl Marx's principles are clearly among the animating principles of Western civilization. I have not wished to imply that we may dismiss either liberalism or Marxism merely because each has been made into banal rhetoric and vulgar ideology. The power of ideals displayed by liberalism and Marxism, drawn from their common Western tradition, is too great. The very fact of their wide use limits the choices, and to some extent guides the decisions, of those in authority. For men are influenced in their use of the powers they possess by the rhetoric they feel they must employ, by the ideological coin in which they transact affairs with one another. The leaders as well as the led, even the hired myth-makers and hack apologists, are influenced by their own rhetoric of justification, by the ideological consolidation that prevails. In fact, from one limited point of view, the extent to which this is so is the extent to which ideas and ideals may influence the course of history. Surely Marxism has done just that. Beginning with quite marginal and seemingly insignificant groups of scholarly insurgents in the 19th century capitals of Europe, a kind of man we do not know so well today, these ideas have come to be the guidelines for trade unions, parties, mass movements, nations, great blocks of states. In the heads of political intellectuals and revolutionary politicians, and of masses in the street later, too, of bureaucrats and statesmen of every rank, the ideas of Marx and the slogans made up from them have guided actions of the greatest consequence. In terms of them, total societies and the ways of life of millions of people have been basically transformed. Today, these ideas inform the official creed of what were once among the most backward countries of Europe and Asia, but which are now the ascendant powers of the Euro-Asiatic continent. At the same time, these ideas of Marx are also the source of the most bitter opposition to those powers which justify themselves in the name of Marx. 7. In this book I am concerned with Marxism, but nonetheless I feel the need to make a brief comment on liberalism. 28. As agency and as theory, since in this chapter I have dealt mainly with ideals and ideology. 10. As an articulation of ideals, liberalism remains compelling, but on each of the other three aspects of political philosophy, as ideology, as designation of historical agencies, and as a set of theories about man, society, and history, its relevance is now largely historical only. That liberalism has become the common denominator of political and moral rhetoric in America testifies to the compelling character of liberal ideals. But it also testifies to the fact that these ideals have been increasingly divorced from any historical agencies by which they might be realized. Of course, it is easier to agree upon abstract and general ends than upon the relevance and the necessity of specific means to such proclaimed ends. That is one reason liberalism is now more of a rhetoric than anything else. It is doubtful that liberalism is in a position to designate the conditions under which the ideals it proclaims might be realized. It has been detached from any tenable theory of society and from any effective means of action. Accordingly, however engaging as a set of ideals, even these ideals in their abstracted and formal condition are no longer useful as guidelines to judgments about what is going on in the world, or as guidelines for those who would by the will of men consciously modify the course of historical events. As a set of theories, or better, of assumptions about man, society, history, liberalism today is at a dead end. The optative mood has so thoroughly taken over that liberals often appear out of touch with the going realities. That is one reason it is so difficult to sort out distinctively liberal theories as such. Often failing to recognize facts that cry out to be recognized, liberalism is irrelevant to much that is happening in much of the world. Liberal ways of looking at these facts too often become mannerisms by which liberals avoid considering the structural conditions of social life and the need to change them. In fact, liberals have no convincing view of the structure of society as a whole other than the now vague notion of it as some kind of a big balance. They have no firm sense of the history of our times and of their nations or of their generation's place within that history. Liberalism has been the firm ideology of one class inside one epoch, the urban and entrepreneurial middle class. On a worldwide scale, that class is now often simply not available and their epoch has now largely passed. If the moral force of liberalism is still abstractly stimulating, its sociological content is weak, its political means of action are unpromising, unconvincing, unimaginative. It has no theory of man in society, no theory of man as the maker of history. It has no political program adequate to the moral ideals it professes. 20th century liberals have stressed ideals much more than theory and agency. But that is not all, they have stressed going agencies and institutions in such ways as to transform them into the foremost ideals of liberalism. As a compelling, or even a useful, ideology, liberalism belongs to the heroic epoch of the middle classes of the already industrialized nations of capitalism. Nowadays, as ideology and as rhetoric, it is much more useful as a defense of the status quo in the rich minority of nations, and of these nations before the rest of the world, than as a creed for deliberate historical change. To the world's range of enormous problems, liberalism responds with its verbal fetish of freedom plus a shifting series of opportunistic reactions. The world is hungry, the liberal cries, let us make it free. The world is tired of war, the liberal cries, let us arm for peace. The peoples of the world are without land, the liberal cries, let us beg the landed oligarchs to parcel some of it out. In sum, the most grievous charge today against liberalism and its conservative varieties is that they are so utterly provincial, and thus so irrelevant to the major problems that must now be confronted in so many areas of the world. To a celebration of Marx. During his lifetime, what Karl Marx wrote was not widely read. But his ideas and moral temper, his vocabulary, even his stray notions, have since come to influence the course of world history. Whatever else Marxism may be, it provides the foremost intellectual drama of our time, intellectual because its doctrine is used politically. For the same reason it is the foremost political drama. In Marxism, ideas confront politics, intellectuals, politicians, passions, conceptions, the coldest analysis, the hottest moral condemnation all meet. They meet immediately, dramatically, and make history. The intellectual value of classic Marxism, and of Marxism more generally, is not merely historical. It has a direct intellectual relevance today. Marx's work contains comprehensive statements about the elements and the structure of society to which attention must be paid entirely apart from politics or ideology. We cannot understand the history of any nation of consequence without considering Marx's ideas and what has happened to them. So important are they on a world scale that even of nations in which they have played little or no role, we must ask, why not? And to ask and to answer such questions are among the most fruitful and revealing of endeavors. To come to grips with Marxism, whether that of the young Marx or of yesterday's Moscow slogan, forces us to confront every public issue of the modern world, every great problem of social studies, every moral trouble encountered by men of sensibility today. Moreover, when we try to observe and to think within the Marxist point of view, we are bound to see these issues, problems, and troubles as inherently connected. We are forced to adopt an overall view of the world, and of ourselves in relation to it. 1. In the present quarter of the 20th century, the Soviet bloc embraces a variety of peoples which rival the British Empire at its height. But these peoples are developing at a faster historic tempo and in more thoroughgoing ways than those of the British Empire ever did. In every world region, intellectuals and politicians have for 100 years thought and acted, and are now thinking and acting, in the name of Marx. Among the fabulous characters who participate in these circles, movements, parties, states there are, fanatics, but also cautious scholars, opportunists, but also altogether reliable men, men of loose life and rigorous reason, but also men of strict conformity and loose orthodox thought, pedantic bores, but also first-rate intellectuals and consummate politicians. There are leaders of unimaginable boldness, but also followers made silent and inactive by cowardice and threats. What do these men have in common? Certainly not any class position. This has varied greatly, despite a common self-identification with working classes. Certainly not universal intelligence. Many have fifth-rate minds. They have in common allegiance to a set of changing ideas. For some men this allegiance has been and is an expedient cloak in the struggle for power, career, and privilege. But the Marxists also include men and women who have taken these ideas so seriously that their external biographies as well as their inner lives have been shaped by them. Even the most opportunistic has been forced by his colleagues to consider expediencies in terms of principle. The unity of theory and practice is a Marxist phrase which dictates to all its theorists and practitioners. Thus, regardless of motive and use, ideas have mattered to the Marxists and, in one way or another, these ideas are derived from what Karl Marx wrote. What is at the heart of what he wrote? Why have his ideas had and why do they have such a deep and wide 32. Appeal to men and women of such different backgrounds? Although they appeal little to most people who live in advanced capitalist nations and who more likely than not have never been hungry or chronically ill by virtue of neglect and poverty, most of mankind is still subject to such conditions of life and death. To them, as is frequently asserted, Marxism is basically a politics of hunger. To them, that is what Marxism is all about. This ideological message underlies Marxism as a political and intellectual force, yesterday and today. In Marxism, ideal and agency, theory and ideology can be very closely connected, even confused, and the first three, ideal, agency, theory, can readily be converted into the ideological message of Marxism. You do not have to be poor any longer. Everywhere men have always lived as exploiters and exploited. As long as the means of producing goods were not sufficient to provide for all, perhaps this evil condition was inevitable. It is no longer inevitable. You do not have to be poor. You are poor not because of anything you have done or anything you have failed to do, not because of original sin or the will of God or because of bad luck. You are poor because of economic and political conditions. These conditions are called capitalism. At first, capitalism was a great progressive force in man's history. Under it men built enormous facilities for the production of all the things they need. You are poor and you are exploited and you are going to be exploited as long as capitalism prevails. For capitalism has ceased to be a progressive force, it has become an obstacle to progress, to your progress. It enters into every feature of human life, private and public, and all of them it corrupts. Capitalism is the system that exploits you. You do not have to be poor. The conditions that make you poor can be changed. They are going to be changed. Inside capitalism itself are the seeds of its own destruction. What will happen, whether you are yet aware of it or not, is that you are going to make a revolution. Those who rule over you and keep you poor will be overthrown. That is the next step forward in human progress. You are going to take that step. By the revolution you can abolish capitalism, root, stock, and branch. By the revolution you can eliminate. 33. Once and for all the exploitation of man by man, you can enter into a socialist society in which mankind conquers nature. And no man any longer will know poverty and exploitation. It is rather difficult not to go on, so compelling is the message. And so it should be. Never mind now about the facts, the theories, the predictions, the hopes and ideals expressed in this message are firmly a part of Western civilization. Little wonder that clergymen regularly complain that the communists have stolen our stuff. 2. Indeed, Marxism as ideology is less a message than a gospel, which in the literal sense means glad tidings. To understand this gospel, one must understand whom it attracts. The big answer to that question today is, it attracts many intelligent and alert people in the impoverished countries. Most of the world's population live in such hungry countries, and these countries are now very much in commotion. There is no longer any unchanging East, no primitively static Africa, no Latin America sitting in stupor in the sun. Their peoples are clamoring for the fruits of industrialization, and with good historical reason many reject the capitalist way of achieving them. Several varieties of Marxism are among the models of industrialization available to them. The Bolshevik Revolution offers a compelling model of development and modernization. Therein lies its present historical significance, at least if one believes that the leading long-run problem in world politics is what model the underdeveloped nations and territories will choose, economically, culturally, and politically. Marxism speaks to, as well as for, these people, and in doing so, competes with liberalism. The work of Marx taken as a whole is a savage, sustained indictment of one alleged injustice, that the profit, the comfort, the luxury of one man is paid for by the loss, the misery, the denial of another. If in societies founded in his name, as well as in capitalist societies of a sort he never knew, many have come to believe Marx mistaken about the form and the mechanism of this injustice, still for tens of millions of others, the indictment stands. Even it has to be reworked, extended, revised, even thoroughly remade, nonetheless it seems to many people an enormous truth. There is one characteristic of Marxism which I have already noted: in it ideal and agency are closely combined, even confused. Rather than proclaim ideals in abstraction, Marx argued that they are going to be realized because of the necessary development of capitalist society, the development of the struggles of the proletariat, climaxed by the proletarian revolution. This argument will be examined in later chapters. Here we need only note that this insistence on determination, as an intellectual strategy, provides much of the moral force and cogency of the ideological message. 2. The ideas of Marx and of other Marxists are now an official part of the Sino-Soviet political world. But let us not forget that they are also an unofficial part of the world of any honest scholarship. It is the intellectual scope and brilliance of its theoretical content, as well as the political force of its ideological message, that has indeed made of Marx's ideas a specter that at once haunts and attracts the non-Marxist world. The history of social thought since the mid-19th century cannot be understood without understanding the ideas of Marx. Without question, Marx belongs to the classic tradition in sociological thinking. In fact, it is difficult to name any other one thinker who within that tradition is as influential and as pivotal as he. He contributed the very categories dealt with by virtually all significant social thinkers of our immediate past. As is frequently remarked and often forgotten, the development of social inquiry and of political philosophy over the last century has in many ways been a more or less continuous dialogue with Marx. Often this sociological dialogue has been hidden, even unrecognized, by the several generations of thinkers involved in it. Unrecognized or not, it has been a major thread in the historical development of the social thought of our times. This is not to say that the last 100 years of sociological thinking has been politically Marxist. Of course not. Max Weber, the foremost academic elaborator of Marx, was a classic liberal. Much of the work of Thorstein 35. Veblen may be considered an astute reworking of Marx for the academic American public of his day and for the New Deal of the 1930s. Veblen's politics are masked by ironic distaste for the pronouncement of ideals, but probably he was at heart an anarchist and syndicalist. Karl Mannheim, with his sociology of knowledge, did more than anyone else to elaborate the theory of ideology, transforming Marx's unfinished insights into a sophisticated and indispensable method of inquiry. From his beginning as a revolutionary in Hungary, Mannheim, in Frankfurt, and later in London, trekked politically to the position of a left liberal who remained an unreconstructed opponent of Marxism. Every generation that is intellectually at work extracts from the ideas that it inherits those it needs, and so it is with the ideas of Marx. Everyone free to accept and reject will make his own selection. What needs to be said is quite simple: Karl Marx was the social and political thinker of the 19th century. Within the classic tradition of sociology, he provides us with the most basic single framework for political and cultural reflection. Marx was not the sole source of this framework, and he did not complete a system that now stands closed and finished. He did not solve all of our problems, many of them he did not even know about. Yet to study his work today and then come back to our own concerns is to increase our chances of confronting them with useful ideas and solutions. Certainly to master the body of Marx's work, explicitly accepting or rejecting or modifying what we find in it, is to experience in our own intellectual development the central themes of social and political thinking developed in the last 100 years. 3. Marx conceived of a truly comprehensive social science. Indeed, his work attempts to be social science all by itself. No social phenomenon is exempt from the theoretical reach of the model he constructed, and many things not usually considered objects of social science, even today, are embraced by his conceptions and theories. That is the first contemporary relevance of the legacy Marx has left, his encyclopedic scope, the reach of his attempted explanations. It ought, I believe, to be an especially attractive chal. 36. Lensch, given the state into which much social study, especially in the United States, has lately fallen. Marx is not inhibited by the boundary lines of academic disciplines or specialties. In his work, what are now called political science, social psychology, economics, sociology, and anthropology are all used. They are used in such a way as to form a master view of the structure of a society in all its realms, the mechanics of the history of that society, and the roles of individuals in all their psychological nuances. Moreover, in Marxism the elements of capitalist society form a working model of society, they are not left to interact in some loose and vague way. Rightly or wrongly, they are constructed, within the model, in close and specific interconnections with one another, and causal weights are assigned to each of them. These imputed connections and weights are of course the specific theories of Marx. Taken together, these theories make up his most general social theory, the theory of historical change and the place of revolution within it. This structural view of a total society results from a classic sociological technique of thinking. With its aid Marx translated the abstract conceptions of contemporary political economy into the concrete terms of the social relations of men. Thus he related economic conceptions to sociological ones to form a model of modern bourgeois society. He then used this working model to develop a number of theories about what was happening within it and what was going to happen to it. 8. This is a very important point, this analytic distinction between model and theory. A model is a more or less systematic inventory of the elements to which we must pay attention if we are to understand something. It is not true or false, it is useful and adequate to varying degrees. A theory, in contrast, is a statement which can be proved true or false, about the causal weight and the relations of the elements of a model. Only in terms of this distinction can we understand why Marx's work is truly great, and also why it contains so much that is erroneous, ambiguous, or inadequate. His model is what is great, that is what is alive in Marxism. He provides a classic machinery for thinking about man, society, and history. That is the reason there have been so many quite different revivals of Marxism. Marx is often wrong, in part because he died in 1883, in part because he did not use his own machinery as carefully as we now can, and in part because some of the machinery itself needs to be refined and even redesigned. After all, obsolescence is part of history, as such it is part of the history of Marxism. Neither the truth nor the falsity of Marx's theories confirm the adequacy of his model. It can be used for the construction of many theories, it can be used for correcting errors in theories made with its aid. It is itself open to modifications, in ways that make it more useful as an analytic tool and empirically closer to the run of facts. 4. Marx took the view, and practiced it, that history is the shank of all well-conducted studies of man and society. In his working model of 19th-century capitalism, in which he designates the characteristics of each institutional and psychological feature, he states the historical function that he thinks each fulfills. He uses this model not merely as an anatomy of civil society but in an active historical way to indicate the changing relations of the elements and forces of which the model is composed. His work thus contains a model, not only of a total social structure, but also of that structure in historical motion. He is not concerned with the knife-edge present nor with the static model as such. He is concerned with trends having the span of a historically specific epoch, that of the industrial capitalism of his time. He projects trends he believes to be secular, and so decisive, according to his model of social structure and his theory of history. Thus he presents an image of the probable future. This principle of historical specificity is, first, a rule for social inquiry and reflection. It is, second, a method for criticizing polemically other theories and conceptions, and, third, it is a theory of the nature of social life and of history. 1. As a rule of inquiry, it directs us to formulate regularities and trends we find in terms of a specific epoch, and it cautions us not to generalize beyond the confines of this epoch. We do not study the general conditions of all social life, we study the specific historical form assumed. 38. By them in present-day bourgeois society, for from this principle it follows that we may not project quantitative changes of the present into a future epoch, nor retrospectively interpret past epochs in the terms of the present one. We must think epocally. Each epoch is a new type of society, it creates new types of men and women, and neither the society nor the men can be understood in terms of the old epoch. All we can do is study the present epoch in an attempt to discern within it those tendencies leading into the next epoch. 2. As a method for criticizing conceptions, the principle of historical specificity leads us to see that conceptions and categories are not eternal, but are relative to the epoch which they concern. They are historically specific, thus, property is one thing in a society of small entrepreneurs, it is another thing in a society dominated by big corporations. Similarly, freedom, rent, work, population, family, culture, carry different meanings according to the epoch with reference to which they are used. Perhaps the fundamental charge against bourgeois thinkers made by Marx is the unhistorical character of their very categories of thought. 3. As a theory of the nature of society and of history, the principle of historical specificity holds that the history of mankind may be, indeed must be, divided into epochs, each defined by the structural form it assumes. All we can mean by laws are the structural mechanics of change characteristic of one epoch or another. Within an epoch there are evolutionary changes, between one epoch and another, revolution. In world history, human society thus evolves from one revolution to another, each revolution marking off a new epoch. And each epoch must be examined as an independent historical formation, in terms of categories suitable to it. 5. Marx's view of the nature of human nature, his image of man as he is and of how he might be, is worked out with close reference to given types of society and specific epochs of history. His views of human nature are fragmentary, it seems to me, but most of his assumptions about the nature of man are in line with the most adequate as 39. Assumptions of contemporary social psychology. He emphasized that very little about society and history can be explained by reference to the innate limits or capacities of human nature as such. Human nature, according to Marx, is not an unchanging, inevitable anchor point for any existing or possible institution. It is very much involved with the nature of specific societies as well as with strata within societies. The principle of historical specificity includes the nature of human nature. Thus of Jeremy Bentham, Marx writes, with the driest naivete, he takes the modern shopkeeper, especially the English shopkeeper, as the normal man. Whatever is useful to this queer normal man, and to his world, is absolutely useful. This yard measure he applies to past, present, and future. 5. Elsewhere and going further, Marx asserts, this antagonism between modern industry and science, on the one side, modern misery and corruption on the other side, this antagonism between the forces of production and the social conditions of our epoch, is a tangible, overwhelming, and undeniable fact. Some parties may wish to get rid also of modern conflicts. We know that the new form of social production, to achieve the good life, needs only new men. 6. Man has an almost infinite potential. In his assumptions and reflections, Marx carried forward the 18th century tradition, in which man's human nature was considered in terms of a moral philosophy. In human nature, freedom and reason coincide, and both will flower in ways not before known when, under communism, man conquers nature and all the means for sustenance and for human growth are available to everyone. Just as Adam Smith's theory of moral sentiments reminds us of George Herbert Mead's social behaviorism, so Marx's 1844 manuscripts and other earlier works remind us of the most contemporary social psychology. The conception of what social inquiry properly consists of, its aims and its methods, alone makes the work of Marx relevant as a framework for contemporary social inquiry. If a working philosophy is one that helps men to work, then the Marxism of Karl Marx is very much a working philosophy. By the use of his guidelines, especially the principle of historical specificity, we shall try to indicate how relevant classic Marxism itself is to a critique of Marxism today. In short, how open to revision within his own system the ideas of Marx really are. 3. The classic thinkers. The work of Marx as he left it when he died in 1883 is not very neat, and nowhere does he summarize his ideas in a complete and systematic way. Moreover, much of what Marx wrote was written as polemics against the ideas of other men, many of them having today only slight historical interest. As with most complicated thinkers, there is no one Marx. The various presentations of his work which we can construct from his books, pamphlets, articles, letters written at different times in his own development, depend upon our point of interest, and we may not take any one of them to be the real Marx. It is interesting to compare what thinkers from later generations, schools, and parties have selected and stressed from the writings of Marx and Engels. A valuable book could easily be written about it. There is Marx the Agitator and accordingly compilations of the ideological message, Marx the Economist and so reprintings and condensations of Capital, and Marx the Historian, more often neglected, perhaps, than any other. Of late, Marx the philosopher of history, the political sociologist, and the young Marx as humanist and moralist, have been stressed. There is indeed no one Marx, every student must earn his own Marx. Yet if the reader asks for the essentials of his ideas in a few sentences, no one has done it any better than Marx himself. Here is what we may call his summary, from the famous preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy. In my next chapter, various terms which Marx uses here will be explained. Karl Marx, The Materialist Conception of History 1. I was led by my studies to the conclusion that legal 42. Relations as well as forms of state could neither be understood by themselves, nor explained by the so-called general progress of the human mind, but that they are rooted in the material conditions of life, which are summed up by Hegel after the fashion of the English and French of the 18th century under the name civic society. The anatomy of that civic society is to be sought in political economy. The general conclusion at which I arrived and which, once reached, continued to serve as the leading thread in my studies, may be briefly summed up as follows. In the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they had been at work before. From forms of development of the forces of production these relations turn into their fetters. Then comes the period of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations the distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must 43. Rather be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social forces of production and the relations of production. No social order ever disappears before all the productive forces, for which there is room in it, have been developed, and new higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. Therefore, mankind always takes up only such problems as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, we will always find that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions necessary for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. In broad outlines we can designate the Asiatic, the ancient, the feudal, and the modern bourgeois methods of production as so many epochs in the progress of the economic formation of society. The bourgeois relations of production are the last antagonistic form of the social process of production, antagonistic not in the sense of individual antagonism, but of one arising from conditions surrounding the life of individuals in society. At the same time the productive forces developing in the womb of bourgeois society create the material conditions for the solution of that antagonism. This social formation constitutes, therefore, the closing chapter of the prehistoric stage of human society. Karl Marx, The Method of Scientific Socialism. After a quotation from the preface to my Critique of Political Economy, where I discuss the materialistic basis of my method, the writer goes on, the one thing which is of moment to Marx is to find the law of the phenomena with whose investigation he is concerned, and not only is that law of moment to him, which governs these phenomena, in so far as they have a definite form and mutual connection within a given historical period. Of still greater moment to him is the law of their variation, of their development, i.e., of their transition from one form into another, from one series of connections into a different one. This law once discovered, he investigates in detail the 44 effects in which it manifests itself in social life. Consequently, Marx only troubles himself about one thing, to show, by rigid scientific investigation, the necessity of successive determinate orders of social conditions, and to establish, as impartially as possible, the facts that serve him for fundamental starting points. For this it is quite enough, if he proves, at the same time, both the necessity of the present order of things, and the necessity of another order into which the first must inevitably pass over, and this all the same, whether men believe or do not believe it, whether they are conscious or unconscious of it. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history, governed by laws not only independent of human will, consciousness, and intelligence, but rather, on the contrary, determining that will, consciousness, and intelligence. If in the history of civilization the conscious element plays a part so subordinate, then it is self-evident that a critical inquiry whose subject matter is civilization, can, less than anything else, have for its basis any form of, or any result of, consciousness. That is to say, that not the idea, but the material phenomenon alone can serve as its starting point. Such an inquiry will confine itself to the confrontation and the comparison of a fact, not with ideas, but with another fact. For this inquiry, the one thing of moment is, that both facts be investigated as accurately as possible, and that they actually form, each with respect to the other, different momenta of an evolution, but most important of all is the rigid analysis of the series of successions, of the sequences and concatenations in which the different stages of such an evolution present themselves. But it will be said, the general laws of economic life are one and the same, no matter whether they are applied to the present or the past. This Marx directly denies. According to him, such abstract laws do not exist. On the contrary, in his opinion every historical period has laws of its own. As soon as society has outlived a given period of development, and is passing over from one given stage to another, it begins to be subject also to other laws. In a word, economic life offers us a phenomenon analogous to the history of evolution in other branches of biology. The old economists misunderstood the nature of economic laws when they likened them to the laws of physics and chemistry. A more thorough analysis of phenomena shows that social or 45. Gainisms differ among themselves as fundamentally as plants or animals. Nay, one and the same phenomenon falls under quite different laws in consequence of the different structure of those organisms as a whole, of the variations of their individual organs, of the different conditions in which those organs function, and c. Marx, example denies that the law of population is the same at all times and in all places. He asserts, on the contrary, that every stage of development has its own law of population. With the varying degree of development of productive power, social conditions and the laws governing them vary too. Whilst Marx sets himself the task of following and explaining from this point of view the economic system established by the sway of capital, he is only formulating, in a strictly scientific manner, the aim that every accurate investigation into economic life must have. The scientific value of such an inquiry lies in the disclosing of the special laws that regulate the origin, existence, development, and death of a given social organism and its replacement by another and higher one. And it is this value that, in point of fact, Marx's book has. Whilst the writer pictures what he takes to be actually my method, in this striking and generous way, what else is he picturing but the dialectic method? Of course the method of presentation must differ in form from that of inquiry. The latter has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development, to trace out their inner connection. Only after this work is done, can the actual movement be adequately described. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is ideally reflected as in a mirror, then it may appear as if we had before us a mere a priori construction. My dialectic method is not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. To Hegel, the life process of the human brain, i.e., the process of thinking, which, under the name of the idea, he even transforms into an independent subject, is the demiurgos of the real world, and the real world is only the external, phenomenal form of the idea. With me, on the contrary, the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. Karl Marx, Manifesto of the Communist Party 8. A spectre haunts Europe, the spectre of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance in order to lay the spectre, Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police. Where is the opposition party which has not been stigmatized as communist by those who wield power? Where is the opposition party which has not hurled back this scandalous charge of communism in the teeth of its adversaries, whether progressive or reactionary? Two things may be deduced from this. 1. Communism is already acknowledged by all the European powers to be itself a power. 2. It is time for the communists to make open proclamation of their outlook, their aims, their trends, and to confront the old wives' tale of a communist spectre with a manifesto of their own party. To this end, communists of various nationalities have foregathered in London and have drafted the following manifesto, which will be published in English, French, German, Italian, Flemish, and Danish. 1. Bourgeois and proletarians. The history of all human society, past and present, has been the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, baron and serf, guild burgess and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed stood in sharp opposition each to the other. They carried on perpetual warfare, sometimes masked, sometimes open and acknowledged, a warfare that invariably ended, either in a revolutionary change in the whole structure of society, or else in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complete subdivision of society into different ranks, a manifold gradation of social positions. In ancient Rome, we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves. In the Middle Ages, we have feudal lords, vassals, guild burgesses, journeymen, serfs, and within each of these classes there existed, in almost every instance, further gradations. Modern bourgeois society, rising out of the ruins of feudal society, did not make an end of class antagonisms. It merely set up new classes in place of the old, new conditions of oppression, new embodiments of struggle. Our own age, the bourgeois age, is distinguished by this, that it has simplified class antagonisms. More and more, society is splitting into two great hostile camps, into two great and directly contract opposed classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat. From the serfs of the Middle Ages sprang the burgesses of the first towns, and from these burgesses sprang the first elements of the bourgeoisie. The discovery of America and the circumnavigation of Africa opened up new fields to the rising bourgeoisie. The East Indian and the Chinese markets, the colonization of America, trade with the colonies, the multiplication of the means of exchange and of commodities in general, gave an unprecedented impetus to commerce, navigation, and manufacturing industry, thus fostering the growth of the revolutionary element in decaying feudal society. Hitherto industrial production had been carried on by the guilds that had grown up in feudal society, but this method could not cope with the increasing demands of the new markets. Manufacture replaced guild production. The guildsmen were elbowed out of the way by the industrial middle class, the division of labor between the various guilds or corporations was superseded by the division of labor in the individual workshop. The expansion of the markets continued, for demand was perpetually increasing. Even manufacture was no longer able to cope with it. Then steam and machinery revolutionized industrial production. Manufacture was replaced by modern large-scale industry, the place of the industrial middle class was taken by the industrial millionaires, the chiefs of fully equipped industrial armies, the modern bourgeoisie. Large-scale industry established the world market, for which the discovery of America had paved the way. The result of the development of the world market was an immeasurable growth of commerce, navigation, and land communication. These changes reacted in their turn upon industry, and in proportion as industry, commerce, navy. 48. Gashing and railways expanded, so did the bourgeoisie develop, increasing its capitalized resources and forcing into the background all the classes that lingered on as relics from the Middle Ages. Thus we see that the modern bourgeoisie is itself the product of a long course of development, of a series of revolutions in the methods of production and the means of communication. Each step in the development of the bourgeoisie was accompanied by a corresponding political advance. An oppressed class under the dominion of the feudal lords, it became an armed and self-governing association in the commune, here an independent urban republic, there the taxable third estate under the monarchy. In the days of manufacture, the bourgeoisie was the counterpoise of the nobility in the semi-feudal or in the absolute monarchy and was the cornerstone of the great monarchies in general to fight its way upward, in the end, after the rise of large-scale industry and the establishment of the world market, to exclusive political hegemony in the modern representative state. The modern state authority is nothing more than a committee for the administration of the consolidated affairs of the bourgeois class as a whole. The bourgeoisie has played an extremely revolutionary role upon the stage of history. Wherever the bourgeoisie has risen to power, it has destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, and idyllic relationships. It has ruthlessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound men to their natural superiors. It has left no other bond betwixt man and man but crude self-interest and unfeeling cash payment. It has drowned pious zeal, chivalrous enthusiasm, and humdrum sentimentalism in the chill waters of selfish calculation. It has degraded personal dignity to the level of exchange value, and in place of countless dearly bought chartered freedoms, it has set up one solitary unscrupulous freedom of trade. In a word, it has replaced exploitation veiled in religious and political illusions by exploitation that is open, unashamed, direct, and brutal. The bourgeoisie has robbed of their halos various occupations hitherto regarded with awe and veneration. Doctor, lawyer, priest, poet, and scientist have become its wage laborers. The bourgeoisie has torn the veil of sentiment from 49. The family relationship, which has become an affair of money and nothing more. The bourgeoisie has disclosed that the brute force of the Middle Ages found a fitting counterpart in excessive indolence. The bourgeoisie was the first to show us what human activity is capable of achieving. It has executed works more marvelous than the building of Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. It has carried out expeditions surpassing by far the tribal migrations and the crusades. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without incessantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and, consequently, the relations of production, and, therefore, the totality of social relations. Conversely, for all earlier industrial classes, the preservation of the old methods of production was the first condition of existence. That which characterizes the bourgeois epoch in contradistinction to all others is a continuous transformation of production, a perpetual disturbance of social conditions, everlasting insecurity and movement. All stable and stereotyped relations, with their attendant train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away, and the newly formed becomes obsolete before it can petrify. All that has been regarded as solid, crumbles into fragments, all that was looked upon as holy, is profaned. At long last, people are compelled to gaze open-eyed at their position in life and their social relations. Urged onward by the need for an ever-expanding market, the bourgeoisie invades every quarter of the globe. It occupies every corner, forms settlements and sets up means of communication here, there, and everywhere. By the exploitation of the world market, the bourgeoisie has given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every land. To the despair of the reactionaries, it has deprived industry of its national foundation. Of the old established national industries, some have already been destroyed and others are day by day undergoing destruction. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction is becoming a matter of life and death for all civilized nations, by industries which no longer depend upon the homeland for their raw materials, but draw these from the remotest spots, and by industries whose products are consumed, not only in the country of Manu 50. Facture, but the wide world over. Instead of the old wants, satisfied by the products of native industry, new wants appear, wants which can only be satisfied by the products of distant lands and unfamiliar climes. The old local and national self-sufficiency and isolation are replaced by a system of universal intercourse, of all-round interdependence of the nations. We see this in intellectual production no less than in material. The intellectual products of each nation are now the common property of all. National exclusiveness and particularism are fast becoming impossible. Out of the manifold national and local literatures, a world literature arises. By rapidly improving the means of production and by enormously facilitating communication, the bourgeoisie drags all the nations, even the most barbarian, into the orbit of civilization. Cheap wares form the heavy artillery with which it batters down Chinese walls and compels the most obstinate of barbarians to overcome their hatred of the foreigner. It forces all the nations, under pain of extinction, to adopt the capitalist method of production. It constrains them to accept what is called civilization, to become bourgeois themselves. In short, it creates a world after its own image. The bourgeoisie has subjected the countryside to the rule of the town. It has brought huge cities into being, vastly increasing the urban population as compared with the rural, and thus removing a large proportion of the inhabitants from the seclusion and ignorance of rural life. Moreover, just as it has made the country dependent on the town, so it has made the barbarian and the semi-barbarian nations dependent upon the civilized nations, the peasant peoples upon the industrial peoples, the East upon the West. More and ever more, the bourgeoisie puts an end to the fractionization of the means of production, of property, and of population. It has agglomerated population, centralized the means of production, and concentrated ownership into the hands of the few. Political centralization has necessarily ensued. Independent or loosely federated provinces, with disparate interests, laws, governments, and customs tariffs, have been consolidated into a single nation, with one government, one code of laws, one national class interest, one fiscal frontier. During its reign of scarce a century, the bourgeoisie 51 has created more powerful, more stupendous forces of production than all preceding generations rolled into one. The subjugation of the forces of nature, the invention of machinery, the application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steamships, railways, electric telegraphs, the clearing of whole continents for cultivation, the making of navigable waterways, huge populations springing up as if by magic out of the earth. What earlier generations had the remotest inkling that such productive powers slumbered within the womb of associated labor? We have seen that the means of production and communication which served as the foundation for the development of the bourgeoisie, had been generated in feudal society. But the time came, at a certain stage in the development of these means of production and communication, when the conditions under which the production and the exchange of goods were carried on in feudal society, when the feudal organization of agriculture and manufacture, when feudal property relations, were no longer adequate for the productive forces as now developed. They hindered production instead of helping it. They had become fetters on production, they had to be broken, they were broken. Their place was taken by free competition, in conjunction with the social and political system appropriate to free competition, the economic and political dominance of the bourgeois class. A similar movement is going on under our very eyes. Bourgeois conditions of production and communication, bourgeois property relations, modern bourgeois society, which has conjured up such mighty means of production and communication. These are like a magician who is no longer able to control the spirits his spells have summoned from the nether world. For decades, the history of industry and commerce has been nothing other than the history of the rebellion of the modern forces of production against the contemporary conditions of production, against the property relations which are essential to the life and the supremacy of the bourgeoisie. Enough to mention the commercial crises which, in their periodic recurrence, become more and more menacing to the existence of bourgeois society. These commercial crises periodically lead to the destruction of a great part, not only of the finished products of industry, but also of the extant forces of production. During the crisis, a social epidemic breaks out, and 52. Epidemic that would have seemed absurdly paradoxical in all earlier phases of the world's history, an epidemic of overproduction. Temporarily, society relapses into barbarism. It is as if a famine, or a universal, devastating war, had suddenly cut off the means of subsistence. Industry and commerce have, to all seeming, been utterly destroyed. Why is this? Because society has too much civilization, too abundant means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. The productive forces at the disposal of the community no longer serve to foster bourgeois property relations. Having grown too powerful for these relations, they are hampered thereby, and when they overcome the obstacle, they spread disorder throughout bourgeois society and endanger the very existence of bourgeois property. The bourgeois system is no longer able to cope with the abundance of the wealth it creates. How does the bourgeoisie overcome these crises? On the one hand, by the compulsory annihilation of a quantity of the productive forces, on the other, by the conquest of new markets and the more thorough exploitation of old ones. With what results? The results are that the way is paved for more widespread and more disastrous crises, and that the capacity for averting such crises is lessened. The weapons with which the bourgeoisie overthrew feudalism are now being turned against the bourgeoisie itself. But the bourgeoisie has not only forged the weapons that will slay it, it has also engendered the men who will use these weapons, the modern workers, the proletarians. In proportion as the bourgeoisie, that is to say capital, has developed, in the same proportion has the proletariat developed the modern working class, the class of those who can only live so long as their work increases capital. These workers, who are forced to sell themselves piecemeal, are a commodity like any other article of commerce, and are consequently exposed to all the vicissitudes of competition and to all the fluctuations of the market. Owing to the ever more extended use of machinery and the division of labor, the work of these proletarians has completely lost its individual character and therewith has forfeited all its charm for the workers. The worker has become a mere appendage to a machine, a person from whom nothing but the simplest, the most monotonous, and the most easily learned manipulations are expected. The 53. Cost of production of a worker therefore amounts to little more than the cost of the means of subsistence he needs for his upkeep and for the propagation of his race. Now, the price of a commodity, labor not excepted, is equal to the cost of producing it. Wages therefore decrease in proportion as the repulsiveness of the labor increases. Nay more, in proportion as the use of machinery and the division of labor increases, so does the burden of labor increase, whether by the prolongation of working hours or by an increase in the amount of work exacted from the wage earner in a given time. Modern industry has transformed the little workshop of the patriarchal master into the huge factory of the industrial capitalist. Masses of workers, crowded together in the factory, are organized in military fashion. As rankers in the industrial army, they are placed under the supervision of a hierarchy of non-commissioned and commissioned officers. They are not merely the slaves of the bourgeois class, of the bourgeois state, they are in daily and hourly thraldom to the machine, to the foreman, and, above all, to the individual bourgeois manufacturer. The more frankly this despotism avows gain to be its object, the more petty, odious, and galling does it become. In proportion as manual labor needs less skill and less strength, that is to say in proportion as modern industry develops, so the work of women and children tends to replace the work of men. Differences of age and sex no longer have any social significance for the working class. All are now mere instruments of labor, whose price varies according to age and sex. When the worker has been paid his wages in hard cash, and for the nonce, has escaped from exploitation by the factory owner, he is promptly set upon by other members of the bourgeoisie, landlord, shopkeeper, pawnbroker, etc. Those who have hitherto belonged to the lower middle class, small manufacturers, small traders, minor recipients of unearned income, handicraftsmen and peasants slip down, one and all, into the proletariat. They suffer this fate, partly because their petty capital is insufficient for the needs of large-scale industry and perishes in competition with the superior means of the great capitalists, and partly because their specialized skill is rendered value. 54. Less owing to the invention of new methods of production. Thus the proletariat is recruited from all classes of the population. The proletariat passes through various stages of evolution, but its struggle against the bourgeoisie dates from its birth. To begin with, the workers fight individually, then the workers in a single factory make common cause, then the workers at one trade combine throughout a whole locality against the particular bourgeois who exploits them. Their attacks are leveled, not only against bourgeois conditions of production, but also against the actual instruments of production. They destroy the imported wares which compete with the products of their own labor, they break up machinery, they set factories ablaze, they strive to regain the lost position of the medieval worker. At this stage the workers form a disunited mass, scattered throughout the country, and severed into fragments by mutual competition. Such aggregation as occurs among them is not, so far, the outcome of their own inclination to unite, but is a consequence of the union of the bourgeoisie, which, for its own political purposes, must set the whole proletariat in motion, and can still do so at times. At this stage, therefore, the proletarians do not fight their own enemies, they attack the enemies of their enemies, the remnants of the absolute monarchy, the landlords, the non-industrial bourgeois, and the petty bourgeois. The whole historical movement is thus concentrated into the hands of the bourgeoisie, and every victory so gained is a bourgeois victory. As industry develops, the proletariat does not merely increase in numbers, it is compacted into larger masses, its strength grows, it is more aware of that strength. Within the proletariat, interests and conditions of life become ever more equalized, for machinery obliterates more and more the distinctions between the various crafts, and forces wages down almost everywhere to the same low level. As a result of increasing competition among the bourgeois themselves, and of the consequent commercial crises, the workers' wages fluctuate more and more. The steadily accelerating improvement in machinery makes their livelihood increasingly precarious. More and more, the collisions between individual workers and individual bourgeois tend to assume the character of collisions between the respective 55 classes. Thereupon the workers begin to form coalitions against the bourgeois, closing their ranks in order to maintain the rate of wages. They found durable associations which will be able to give them support whenever the struggle grows acute. Here and there, this struggle takes the form of riots. From time to time the workers are victorious, though their victory is fleeting. The real fruit of their battles is not the immediate success, but their own continually increasing unification. Unity is furthered by the improvement in the means of communication which is effected by large-scale industry and which brings the workers of different localities into closer contact. Nothing more is needed to centralize the manifold local contests, which are all of the same type, into a national contest, a class struggle. Every class struggle is a political struggle. The medieval burghers, whose means of communication were at best the roughest of roads, took centuries to achieve unity. Thanks to railways, the modern proletariat can join forces within a few years. This organization of the proletarians to form a class and therewith to form a political party, is perpetually being disintegrated by competition among the workers themselves. Yet it is incessantly reformed, becoming stronger, firmer, mightier. Profiting by dissensions among the bourgeoisie, it compels legislative recognition of some of the specifically working class interests. That is how the 10 Hours Bill was secured in England. Dissensions within the old order of society do much to promote the development of the proletariat. The bourgeoisie is ever at odds, at first with the aristocracy, then with those sections of the bourgeoisie whose interests conflict with the progress of industry, and at all times with the bourgeoisie of foreign lands. In these struggles, it is forced to appeal to the proletariat, to claim the help of the workers, and thus to draw them into the political arena. Consequently, the bourgeoisie hands on the elements of education to the proletariat, thus supplying weapons which will be turned against itself. Furthermore, as we have seen, the advance of industry precipitates whole sections of the ruling class into the proletariat, or at least imperils their livelihood. These recruits to the proletariat also bring enlightenment into the ranks. 5b. Finally, when the class war is about to be fought to a finish, disintegration of the ruling class and the old order of society becomes so active, so acute, that a small part of the ruling class breaks away to make common cause with the revolutionary class, the class which holds the future in its hands. Just as in former days part of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, so now part of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat. Especially does this happen in the case of some of the bourgeois ideologists, who have achieved a theoretical understanding of the historical movement as a whole. Among all the classes that confront the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is really revolutionary. Other classes decay and perish with the rise of large-scale industry, but the proletariat is the most characteristic product of that industry. The lower middle class, small manufacturers, small traders, handicraftsmen, peasant proprietors, one and all fight the bourgeoisie in the hope of safeguarding their existence as sections of the middle class. They are, therefore, not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary, for they are trying to make the wheels of history turn backward. If they ever become revolutionary, it is only because they are afraid of slipping down into the ranks of the proletariat. They are not defending their present interests, but their future interests. They are forsaking their own standpoint, in order to adopt that of the proletariat. The slum proletariat, which is formed by the putrefaction of the lowest strata of the old society, is to some extent entangled in the movement of a proletarian revolution. On the whole, however, thanks to their conditions of life, the members of the slum proletariat are far more apt to become the venal tools of the forces of reaction. For the proletariat, nothing is left of the social conditions that prevailed in the old society. The proletarian has no property, his relation to wife and children is utterly different from the family relations of bourgeois life. Modern industrial labor, the modern enslavement by capital, has despoiled him of his national characteristics. Law, morality, and religion have become for him so many. 57. Bourgeois prejudices, behind which bourgeois interests lurk in ambush. The classes that have hitherto won to power have tried to safeguard their newly acquired position by subjecting society at large to the conditions by which they themselves gain their possessions. But the only way in which proletarians can get control of the productive forces of society is by making an end of their own previous method of acquisition, and therewith of all the extant methods of acquisition. Proletarians have nothing of their own to safeguard. It is their business to destroy all pre-existent private proprietary securities and private proprietary safeguards. All earlier movements have been movements of minorities, or movements in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is an independent movement of the overwhelming majority in the interest of that majority. The proletariat, the lowest stratum of extant society, cannot raise itself, cannot stand erect upon its feet, without disrupting the whole superstructure comprising the strata which make up that society. In form, though not in substance, the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie is primarily national. Of course, in any country, the proletariat has first of all to settle accounts with its own bourgeoisie. In this outline sketch of the phases of proletarian development, we have traced the course of the Civil War, have traced that Civil War to the point at which it breaks out into open revolution, the point at which the proletariat, by forcibly overthrowing the bourgeoisie, establishes its own dominion. As we have seen, all human society, past and present, has been based upon the antagonism between oppressing and oppressed classes. But before a class can be oppressed, it must have a modicum of security for its vital conditions, so that within these it can at least carry on its slavish existence. In the days of serfdom, the serf worked his way up to membership of the commune. In like manner, under the yoke of feudal absolutism, the petty burgher became a bourgeois. But the modern worker, instead of rising as industry develops, sinks ever lower in the scale, and even falls into conditions of existence below those proper to his own class. The worker is becoming a pauper, and pauperism is increasing even more rapidly than population and 58. Wealth. This plainly shows that the bourgeoisie is no longer fitted to be the ruling class in society or to impose its own social system as supreme law for society at large. It is unfit to rule because it is incompetent to provide security for its slaves even within the confines of their slavish existence, because it has no option but to let them lapse into a condition in which it has to feed them instead of being fed by them. Society cannot continue to live under bourgeois rule. This means that the life of the bourgeoisie has become incompatible with the life of society. The chief requisite for the existence and the rule of the bourgeoisie is the accumulation of wealth in the hands of private individuals, the formation and increase of capital. The chief requisite for capital is wage labor. Now, wage labor depends exclusively upon competition among the workers. The progress of industry, which the bourgeoisie involuntarily and passively promotes, substitutes for the isolation of the workers by mutual competition their revolutionary unification by association. Thus the development of large-scale industry cuts from under the feet of the bourgeoisie the ground upon which capitalism controls production and appropriates the products of labor. Before all, therefore, the bourgeoisie produces its own grave diggers. Its downfall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. 2. Proletarians and communists. What position do communists occupy in relation to the general body of proletarians? Communists do not form a separate party conflicting with other working class parties. They have no interests apart from those of the working class as a whole. They do not put forward any sectarian principles in accordance with which they wish to mold the proletarian movement. The only ways in which the communists are distinguished from other proletarian parties are these: on the one hand, in the various national struggles of the proletarians, they emphasize and champion the interests of the proletariat as a whole, those proletarian interests that are independent of nationality, and, on the other hand, in the various phases of evolution through which the struggle between 59. the proletariat and the bourgeoisie passes, they always advocate the interests of the movement as a whole. Thus, in actual practice, communists form the most resolute and persistently progressive section of the working class parties of all lands whilst, as far as theory is concerned, being in advance of the general mass of the proletariat, they have come to understand the determinants of the proletarian movement and how to foresee its course and its general results. The communists' immediate aims are identical with those of all other proletarian parties: organization of the proletariat on a class basis, destruction of bourgeois supremacy, conquest of political power by the proletariat. The theories of the communists are not in any way based upon ideas or principles discovered or established by this or that universal reformer. They serve merely to express in general terms the concrete circumstances of an actually existing class struggle, of a historical movement that is going on under our very eyes. The abolition of pre-existent property relations is not a process exclusively characteristic of communism. Throughout the course of history, all property relations have been subject to continuous change, unceasing transformation. For instance, the French Revolution abolished the feudal system of ownership and put the bourgeois system of ownership in its place. The distinctive feature of communism is, not the abolition of property in general, but the abolition of bourgeois property. Modern bourgeois property is, however, the final and most perfect expression of the method of production and appropriation which is based upon class conflicts, upon the spoliation of the many by the few. In this sense, communists can sum up their theory in the pithy phrase, the abolition of private property. We communists have been accused of wishing to abolish the property that has been acquired by personal exertion, the property that is supposed to be the foundation of individual liberty, activity, and independence. Hard-won property, acquired by work, earned property. Are you talking about the petty bourgeois or petty peasant property which was the antecedent of bourgeois property? We do not need to abolish that kind of property, for in 60. Industrial development has abolished it, or is doing so day by day. Perhaps you are referring to modern bourgeois private property? Does wage labor create property for the proletarianized worker? Not at all. It creates capital, and capital is the property which exploits wage labor, the property which can multiply itself provided always that it produces a fresh supply of wage labor for further exploitation. Property in its contemporary form subsists upon the antagonism between capital and wage labor. Let us examine the two terms of this opposition. The capitalist has, not merely a personal, but also a social position in the field of production. Capital is a collective product. It can only be set in motion by the joint activities of many members of society, in the last resort, only by the joint activities of all the members of society. Thus capital is not a personal, but a social force. Consequently, when capital is transformed into collective property, into property that belongs to all the members of society, the change is not effected by a transformation of private property into social property. The only change is in the social character of the property, which loses its class characteristics. Now let us turn to wage labor. The average price of wage labor is the minimum wage. This means the amount of the necessaries of life requisite to keep the worker alive as a worker. Therefore all that the worker can appropriate thanks to his activity suffices merely to support his bare existence and to reproduce his kind. We have no wish to abolish this personal appropriation of the product of labor, which is indispensable for the production of the immediate necessaries of life, an appropriation which does not leave any surplus that can be used as a means for wielding power over another's labor. All that we want to abolish is the deplorable character of this appropriation, of the system under which the worker lives only to increase capital, lives only in so far as his life serves the interest of the ruling class. In bourgeois society, living labor is but a means for increasing the amount of stored labor. In communist society, stored labor is but a means for enlarging, enriching, furthering the existence of the workers. In bourgeois society, therefore, the past rules the present. 61. But in communist society the present rules the past. In bourgeois society, capital is independent and has individuality, whereas the living person is dependent and lacks individuality. Yet the bourgeoisie declares that to make an end of this state of affairs means to make an end of individuality and freedom. That is true enough. Certainly we are concerned to make an end of bourgeois individuality, and bourgeois independence, and bourgeois freedom. Within the framework of the bourgeois system of production, freedom means free trade, free buying and selling. Of course, when trade disappears, free trade will disappear too. Chatter about free trade, like all the rest of the tall talk about freedom, has a meaning only as regards the trade that was not free, as regards the enslaved burgher of the Middle Ages. It has no bearing upon the communist abolition of trade, upon the communist abolition of the bourgeois system of production and of the bourgeoisie itself. You are outraged because we wish to abolish private property. But, in extant society, private property has been abolished for 9/10 of the population, it exists only because these 9/10 have none of it. Thus you reproach us for wanting to abolish a form of property which can only exist on condition that the immense majority of the members of the community have no property at all. In a word, you accuse us of wanting to abolish your property. Well, we do. Your contention is that the individual will cease to exist from the moment when labor can no longer be transformed into capital, money, land rent, from the moment, in short, when it can no longer be transformed into a monopolizable social power, from the moment, that is to say, when individual property can no longer become bourgeois property. You admit, therefore, that when you speak of individuals you are thinking solely of bourgeois, of the owners of bourgeois property. Certainly we wish to abolish individuals of that kind. Communism does not deprive anyone of the power of appropriating social products. It only does away with the power of turning that appropriation to account as a means for the subjugation of another's labor. The objection has been made that the abolition of Pri. 62. VAT property will lead to the cessation of all activity and to the prevalence of universal sloth. If this were true, bourgeois society would long since have perished of indolence, for in that society those who work do not acquire property, and those who acquire property do not work. The whole criticism amounts to nothing more than the tautologous statement that when there is no more capital there will be no more wage labor. All the objections that have been urged against the communist method of producing and distributing material products, have likewise been urged against the communist method of producing and distributing mental products. Just as for the bourgeois the disappearance of class property is tantamount to the disappearance of production, so, for him, the disappearance of class culture is identical with the disappearance of culture as a whole. The culture whose loss he bewails is, for the overwhelming majority, a culture which makes human beings into machines. Please do not argue with us by using your bourgeois notions of liberty, culture, right, etc., as the standards by which to judge the abolition of bourgeois property. Your ideas are themselves the outcome of bourgeois methods of production and of bourgeois property relations, just as your right is only the will of your class writ large as law a will whose trends are determined by the material conditions under which your class lives. Your interests lead you to think that your methods of production, your property relations, are eternal laws of nature and reason, instead of being transient outcomes of the course of production. Earlier ruling classes, now fallen from power, shared this delusion. You understand that it was a delusion as regards the property of classical days, and as regards the property of feudal days, but you cannot see that it is no less a delusion as regards bourgeois property. Abolition of the family. Even the extreme radicals hold up their hands in horror when they speak of this shameful communist proposal. On what is the family, the bourgeois family, based today? On capital, on private gain. In its fully developed form, it exists only for the bourgeoisie, and it has two complements. One of these is the destruction of the family. 63. Life of proletarians, the other is public prostitution. Of course the bourgeois family will disappear with the disappearance of its complements, and the family and its complements will vanish when capital vanishes. Do you reproach us for wanting to stop the exploitation of children by their parents? We plead guilty to the charge. Our determination to replace domestic education by social, implies a disregard of the most sacred of relationships. But the education you provide, is it not socially determined? Is it not determined by the social conditions within whose framework you educate? Is it not determined directly or indirectly by society, acting through the schools, etc.? The influence of society upon education was not an original discovery of communists. They merely proposed to change the character of the process, by withdrawing education from the influence of the ruling class. Bourgeois phrase-making about the family and education, about the intimate relations between parents and children, becomes more and more nauseating in proportion as the development of large-scale industry severs all the family ties of proletarians, and in proportion as proletarian children are transformed into mere articles of commerce and instruments of labor. But you communists want to make women common property, shrieks the bourgeois chorus. The bourgeois regards his wife as nothing but an instrument of production. He is told that the means of production are to be utilized in common. How can he help thinking that this implies the communization of women as well as other things? He never dreams for a moment that our main purpose is to ensure that women shall no longer occupy the position of mere instruments of production. Besides, nothing could be more absurd than the virtuous indignation of our bourgeois as regards the official communization of women which the communists are supposed to advocate. Communists do not need to introduce community of women, it has almost invariably existed. The members of the bourgeoisie, not content with having the wives and daughters of proletarians at their disposal, find one of their chief pleasures in seducing one another's wives. 64. Bourgeois marriage is in actual fact the community of wives. At worst, communists can only be charged with wanting to replace a hypocritical and concealed community of women by an official and frankly acknowledged community. Moreover, it is self-evident that the abolition of the present system of production will lead to the disappearance of that form of the community of women which results therefrom to the disappearance of official and unofficial prostitution. Communists have likewise been accused of wanting to do away with country, with nationality. The workers have no country. No one can take from them what they have not got. Since the proletariat must first of all win political power, must make itself the ruling class, must raise itself to the position of a national class, must establish itself as the nation it is, so far, still national, though by no means in the bourgeois sense of the term. National distinctions and contrasts are already tending to disappear more and more as the bourgeoisie develops, as free trade becomes more general, as the world market grows in size and importance, as manufacturing processes and the resulting conditions of life become more uniform. The rule of the proletariat will efface these distinctions and contrasts even more. United action, among civilized countries at least, is one of the first of the conditions requisite for the emancipation of the workers. In proportion as the exploitation of one individual by another comes to an end, the exploitation of one nation by another will come to an end. The ending of class oppositions within the nations will end the mutual hostilities of the nations. The charges brought against communism upon religious or philosophical grounds, or upon ideological grounds, are not worth detailed consideration. Is much perspicacity needed to understand that when changes occur in people's mode of life, in their social relations or social system, there will also be changes in their ideas and outlooks and conceptions, in a word, that their consciousness will change? What does the history of ideas prove, if not that mental production changes concomitantly with material production? In every epoch, the ruling ideas have been the ideas of the ruling class. 65. It is customary to speak of ideas which revolutionize a whole society. This is only another way of saying that the elements of a new society have formed within the old one, that the breakup of the old ideas has kept pace with the breakup of the old social relations. When the classical world was in its decline, the old religions were conquered by Christianity. When Christian ideas were put to flight by 18th century rationalism, it was at the time when feudal society was fighting for very existence against the bourgeoisie, which was then the revolutionary class. The abstract ideas termed freedom of conscience and religious liberty were but the expression of the supremacy of free competition within the realm of knowledge. The objector will say, it is true that religious, moral, philosophical, political, and legal notions have undergone changes in the course of historical development. Nevertheless, religion, morality, philosophy, political science, and law have persisted. Besides, there are eternal truths, such as liberty, justice, and the like, which are common to all social systems. But communism repudiates eternal truths, repudiates religion and morality instead of refashioning them, and is thus at odds with the whole course of historical evolution. What does this accusation amount to? The history of all human society, past and present, has been the history of class antagonisms, and these have taken different forms in different epochs. Whatever form it may have assumed, the exploitation of one part of society by the other has been a fact common to all past ages. No wonder, then, that the social consciousness of all the ages has moved along lines of thought common to them all, along lines of thought that will necessarily persist until class oppositions have vanished from the face of the earth. The communist revolution is the most radical breach with traditional property relations. Need we be surprised that it should imply a no less radical breach with traditional ideas? Enough of these bourgeois objections to communism. We have already seen that the first step in the workers' revolution is to make the proletariat the ruling class, to establish democracy. 66. The proletariat will use its political supremacy in order, by degrees, to wrest all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all the means of production into the hands of the state, and, as rapidly as possible, to increase the total mass of productive forces. In the first instance, of course, this can only be effected by despotic inroads upon the rights of property and by despotic interference with bourgeois methods of production, that is to say by measures which seem economically inadequate and untenable, but have far-reaching effects, and are necessary as means for revolutionizing the whole system of production. These measures will naturally differ from country to country. In the most advanced countries they will, generally speaking, take the following forms: 1. Expropriation of landed property, and the use of land rents to defray state expenditure. 2. A vigorously graduated income tax. 3. Abolition of the right of inheritance. 4. Confiscation of the property of all émigrés and rebels. 5. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state, by means of a national bank with state capital and an exclusive monopoly. 6. Centralization of the means of transport in the hands of the state. 7. Increase of national factories and means of production, cultivation of uncultivated land, and improvement of cultivated land in accordance with a general plan. 8. Universal and equal obligation to work, organization of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. 9. Agriculture and urban industry to work hand in hand, in such a way as, by degrees, to obliterate the distinction between town and country. 10. Public and free education of all children. Abolition of factory work for children in its present form. Education and material production to be combined. When, in the course of social evolution, class distinctions have disappeared, and when all the work of production has been concentrated into the hands of associated producers, public authority will lose its political character. Strictly speaking, political power is the organized use of force by one class in order to keep another class in sub. 67. Jection. When the proletariat, in the course of its fight against the bourgeoisie, necessarily consolidates itself into a class, by means of a revolution makes itself the ruling class, and as such forcibly sweeps away the old system of production, it therewith sweeps away the system upon which class conflicts depend, makes an end of classes, and thus abolishes its own rule as a class. The old bourgeois society, with its classes and class conflicts, will be replaced by an association in which the free development of each will lead to the free development of all. Karl Marx, The Revolutionary Transformation of Capitalism. 4. What does the primitive accumulation of capital, i.e., its historical genesis, resolve itself into? In so far as it is not immediate transformation of slaves and serfs into wage laborers, and therefore a mere change of form, it only means the expropriation of the immediate producers, i.e., the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. Private property, as the antithesis to social, collective property, exists only where the means of labor and the external conditions of labor belong to private individuals. But according as these private individuals are laborers or not laborers, private property has a different character. The numberless shades, that it at first sight presents, correspond to the intermediate stages lying between these two extremes. The private property of the laborer in his means of production is the foundation of petty industry, whether agricultural, manufacturing or both. Petty industry, again, is an essential condition for the development of social production and of the free individuality of the laborer himself. Of course, this petty mode of production exists also under slavery, serfdom, and other states of dependence. But it flourishes, it lets loose its whole energy, it attains its adequate classical form, only where the laborer is the private owner of his own means of labor set in action by himself, the peasant of the land which he cultivates, the artisan of the tool which he handles as a virtuoso. This mode of production presupposes parceling of the 68. Soil, and scattering of the other means of production. As it excludes the concentration of these means of production, so also it excludes cooperation, division of labor within each separate process of production, the control over, and the productive application of the forces of nature by society, and the free development of the social productive powers. It is compatible only with a system of production, and a society, moving within narrow and more or less primitive bounds. To perpetuate it would be, as Pecker rightly says, to decree universal mediocrity. At a certain stage of development it brings forth the material agencies for its own dissolution. From that moment new forces and new passions spring up in the bosom of society, but the old social organization fetters them and keeps them down. It must be annihilated, it is annihilated. Its annihilation, the transformation of the individualized and scattered means of production into socially concentrated ones, of the pygmy property of the many into the huge property of the few, the expropriation of the great mass of the people from the soil, from the means of subsistence, and from the means of labor. This fearful and painful expropriation of the mass of the people forms the prelude to the history of capital. It comprises a series of forcible methods, of which we have passed in review only those that have been epoch-making as methods of the primitive accumulation of capital. The expropriation of the immediate producers was accomplished with merciless vandalism, and under the stimulus of passions the most infamous, the most sordid, the pettiest, the most meanly odious. Self-earned private property, that is based, so to say, on the fusing together of the isolated, independent laboring individual with the conditions of his labor, is supplanted by capitalistic private property, which rests on exploitation of the nominally free labor of others, i.e., on wages labor. As soon as this process of transformation has sufficiently decomposed the old society from top to bottom, as soon as the laborers are turned into proletarians, their means of labor into capital, as soon as the capitalist mode of production stands on its own feet, then the further socialization of labor and further transformation of the land and other means of production into socially exploited and, therefore, common means of production, as well as the further expropriation of private proprietors, takes a new 69 form. That which is now to be expropriated is no longer the laborer working for himself, but the capitalist exploiting many laborers. This expropriation is accomplished by the action of the immanent laws of capitalistic production itself, by the centralization of capital. One capitalist always kills many. Hand in hand with this centralization, or this expropriation of many capitalists by few, develop, on an ever-extending scale, the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the methodical cultivation of the soil, the transformation of the instruments of labor into instruments of labor only usable in common, the economizing of all means of production by their use as the means of production of combined, socialized labor, the entanglement of all peoples in the net of the world market, and this, the international character of the capitalistic regime. Along with the constantly diminishing number of the magnates of capital, who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation, but with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with, and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. The capitalist mode of appropriation, the result of the capitalist mode of production, produces capitalist private property. This is the first negation of individual private property, as founded on the labor of the proprietor. But capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a law of nature, its own negation. It is the negation of negation. This does not re-establish private property for the producer, but gives him individual property based on the acquisitions of the capitalist era, i.e., on cooperation and the possession in common of the land and of the means of production. The transformation of scattered private property, arising from individual labor, into capitalist private property. 70. Is, naturally, a process, incomparably more protracted, violent, and difficult, than the transformation of capitalistic private property, already practically resting on socialized production, into socialized property. In the former case, we had the expropriation of the mass of the people by a few usurpers, in the latter, we have the expropriation of a few usurpers by the mass of the people. Karl Marx, Theses on Feuerbach-C. 1. The chief defect of all materialism up to now is, that the object, reality, what we apprehend through our senses, is understood only in the form of the object or contemplation, but not as sensuous human activity, as practice, not subjectively. Hence, in opposition to materialism, the active side was developed abstractly by idealism, which of course does not know real sensuous activity as such. Feuerbach wants sensuous objects, really distinguished from the objects of thought, but he does not understand human activity itself as objective activity. He therefore does not comprehend the significance of revolutionary, of practical critical activity. 2. The question whether objective truth is an attribute of human thought is not a theoretical but a practical question. Man must prove the truth, i.e. the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking in practice. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking that is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. 3. The materialistic doctrine concerning the changing of circumstances and education forgets that circumstances are changed by men and that the educator himself must be educated. This doctrine has therefore to divide society into two parts, one of which is superior to society. The coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-changing can only be comprehended and rationally understood as revolutionary practice. 4. Feuerbach starts out from the fact of religious self-estrangement, of the duplication of the world into a religious and a secular one. His work consists in resolving 71. The religious world into its secular basis. But that the secular basis raises itself above itself and establishes for itself an independent realm in the clouds can be explained only through the cleavage and self-contradictions within this secular basis. The latter must therefore in itself be both understood in its contradiction and revolutionized in practice. Therefore, after, example, the earthly family is discovered to be the secret of the heavenly family, one must proceed to destroy the former both in theory and in practice. 5. Feuerbach, not satisfied with abstract thought, wants contemplation, but he does not understand our sensuous nature as practical, human sensuous activity. 6. Feuerbach resolves the essence of religion into the essence of man. But the essence of man is no abstraction inherent in each separate individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of social relations. Feuerbach, who does not enter more deeply into the criticism of this real essence, is therefore forced, a. to abstract from the process of history and to establish the religious temperament as something independent, and to postulate an abstract isolated human individual. b. The essence of man can therefore be understood only as genus, the inward, dumb generality which naturally unites the many individuals. 7. Feuerbach therefore does not see that the religious temperament itself is a social product and that the abstract individual whom he analyzes belongs to a particular form of society. 8. All social life is essentially practical. All the mysteries which urge theory into mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the comprehension of this practice. 9. The highest point to which contemplative materialism can attain, i.e. that materialism which does not comprehend our sensuous nature as practical activity, is the contemplation of separate individuals and of civil society. 10. The standpoint of the old type of materialism is civil society, the standpoint of the new materialism is human society or social humanity. 11. The philosophers have only interpreted the world differently, the point is, to change it. Friedrich Engels, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. 6. Modern socialism is, in its content, primarily the product of the perception on the one hand of the class antagonisms existing in modern society, between possessors and non-possessors, wage workers and capitalists, and on the other hand, of the anarchy ruling in production. In its theoretical form, however, it originally appears as a further and ostensibly more consistent extension of the principles established by the great French philosophers of the 18th century. Like every new theory, it had at first to link itself onto the intellectual material which lay ready to its hand, however deep its roots lay in material economic facts. The great men who in France were clearing the minds of men for the coming revolution themselves acted in an extremely revolutionary fashion. They recognized no external authority of any kind. Religion, conceptions of nature, society, political systems, everything was subjected to the most merciless criticism, everything had to justify its existence at the bar of reason or renounce all claim to existence. The reasoning intellect was applied to everything as the sole measure. It was the time when, as Hegel says, the world was stood upon its head, first, in the sense that the human head and the principles arrived at by its thought claimed to be the basis of all human action and association, and then later on also in the wider sense, that the reality which was in contradiction with these principles was in fact turned upside down from top to bottom. All previous forms of society and government, all the old ideas handed down by tradition were flung into the lumber room as irrational. The world had hitherto allowed itself to be guided solely by prejudices, everything in the past deserved only pity and contempt. Now for the first time appeared the light of day, the kingdom of reason. Henceforth, superstition, injustice, privilege and oppression were to be superseded by eternal truth, eternal justice, equality grounded in nature and the inalienable rights of man. We know today that this kingdom of reason was nothing 73 more than the idealized kingdom of the bourgeoisie, that eternal justice found its realization in bourgeois justice, that equality reduced itself to bourgeois equality before the law, that bourgeois property was proclaimed as one of the essential rights of man, and that the government of reason, the social contract of Rousseau, came into existence and could only come into existence as a bourgeois democratic republic. No more than their predecessors could the great thinkers of the 18th century pass beyond the limits imposed on them by their own epoch. But side by side with the antagonism between the feudal nobility and the bourgeoisie, appearing on the scene as the representative of all the rest of society, was the general antagonism between the exploiters and the exploited, the rich idlers and the toiling poor. And it was precisely this circumstance that enabled the representatives of the bourgeoisie to put themselves forward as the representatives not of a special class but of the whole of suffering humanity. Still more, from its origin the bourgeoisie had been saddled with its antithesis, that capitalists cannot exist without wage workers, and in the same degree as the medieval burgher of the guild developed into the modern bourgeois, so the guild journeyman and the day laborer outside the guilds developed into the proletarian. And although, on the whole, the bourgeoisie in their struggle with the nobility could claim to represent at the same time the interests of the different sections of workers of that period, yet in every great bourgeois movement there were independent outbursts of that class which was the more or less developed forerunner of the modern proletariat. For example, the Thomas-Müntzer tendency in the period of the Reformation and Peasant War in Germany, the Levelers, in the Great English Revolution, in the Great French Revolution, Babeuf. Alongside of these revolutionary armed uprisings of a class which was as yet undeveloped, the corresponding theoretical manifestations made their appearance, in the 16th and 17th centuries utopian portrayals of ideal social conditions, in the 18th century, actual communistic theories. The demand for equality was no longer limited to political rights, but was extended also to the social conditions of individuals. It was not merely class privileges that were to be abolished, but class distinctions themselves. An ascetic communism, scorning all enjoyment of life and linked to Spartan conceptions, was the 74 first form in which the new doctrine made its appearance. Then came the three great utopians, Saint Simon, with whom bourgeois tendencies still had a certain influence, side by side with proletarian, Fourier, and Owen, who, in the country where capitalist production was the most developed, and under the influence of the antagonisms begotten of this, worked out his schemes for the removal of class distinctions systematically and in direct relation to French materialism. It is common to all three of these that they do not come forward as representatives of the interests of the proletariat which in the meantime history has brought into being. Like the philosophers of the Enlightenment, they aim at the emancipation not first of all of a definite class, but of all humanity. Like them, they wish to establish the kingdom of reason and eternal justice, but their kingdom is spheres apart from that of the French philosophers. To them the bourgeois world based on the principles of these philosophers is also irrational and unjust, and therefore finds its way to the rubbish bin just as readily as feudalism and all earlier forms of society. If pure reason and justice have not hitherto ruled the world, this has been due only to the fact that until now men have not rightly understood them. What was lacking was just the individual man of genius, who has now arisen and has recognized the truth. The fact that he has now arisen, that the truth has been recognized precisely at this moment, is not an inevitable event, following of necessity in the chain of historical development, but a mere happy accident. He might just as well have been born 500 years earlier, and would then have saved humanity 500 years of error, strife, and suffering. We saw how the French philosophers of the 18th century, who paved the way for the Revolution, appealed to reason as the sole judge of all that existed. A rational state, a rational society were to be established, everything that ran counter to eternal reason was to be relentlessly set aside. We saw also that in reality this eternal reason was no more than the idealized intellect of the middle class, just at that period developing into the bourgeoisie. When therefore the French Revolution had realized this rational society and this rational state, it became apparent that the new institutions, however rational in comparison with earlier conditions, were by no means absolutely rational. The rational state had suffered shipwreck. Rousseau's Social Con. 75. Tract had found its realization in the Reign of Terror, from which the bourgeoisie, who had lost faith in their own political capacity, had sought refuge first in the corruption of the Directorate, and ultimately in the protection of the Napoleonic despotism. The promised eternal peace had changed to an endless war of conquest. The rational society had fared no better. The antithesis between rich and poor, instead of being resolved in general well-being, had been sharpened by the abolition of the guild and other privileges, which had bridged it over, and of the benevolent institutions of the Church, which had mitigated its effects. The freedom of property from feudal fetters, now become a reality, turned out to be for the small bourgeois and small peasants the freedom of selling this small property, which was being crushed by the overpowering competition of big property and big landed property, precisely to these great lords, and thus, for the small bourgeois and small peasants, became converted into freedom from property. The impetuous growth of industry on a capitalist basis raised the poverty and suffering of the working masses into a vital condition of society's existence. Cash payment became more and more, according to Carlyle's expression, the sole nexus in society. The number of crimes increased from year to year. And if the feudal depravities, formerly shamelessly flaunting in the light of day, though not abolished, were yet temporarily forced into the background, on the other hand the bourgeois vices, until then cherished only in privacy, now bloomed all the more luxuriantly. Trade developed more and more into swindling. The fraternity of the revolutionary motto was realized in the chicanery and envy of the competitive struggle. Corruption took the place of violent oppression, and money replaced the sword as the chief lever of social power. The right of the first knight passed from the feudal lords to the bourgeois manufacturers. Prostitution assumed proportions hitherto unknown. Marriage itself remained, as before, the legally recognized form, the official cloak of prostitution, and was also supplemented by widespread adultery. In a word, compared with the glowing promises of the prophets of the Enlightenment, the social and political institutions established by the victory of reason proved to be bitterly disillusioning caricatures. The only thing still lacking was people to voice this disillusionment, and these came with the turn of the century. In 1802 Saint Simon's Geneva Letters appeared, Fourier's first work. 76. Was published in 1808, although the groundwork of his theory dated from 1799, on the 1st of January, 1800, Robert Owen took over the management of New Lanark. The mode of outlook of the utopians for a long time governed the socialist conceptions of the 19th century and in part still govern them. Until quite recently it received the homage of all French and English socialists, and the earlier German communism, including Weitling, also belongs to it. To all these, socialism is the expression of absolute truth, reason, and justice, and needs only to be discovered to conquer the world by virtue of its own power, as absolute truth is independent of time and space and of the historical development of man. It is a mere accident when and where it is discovered. At the same time, absolute truth, reason, and justice are different for the founder of each different school, and as each one's special kind of absolute truth, reason, and justice is in turn conditioned by his subjective understanding, his conditions of existence, the measure of his knowledge and intellectual training, so the only solution possible in this conflict of absolute truths is that they should grind each other down. And from this nothing could emerge but a kind of eclectic, average socialism, such as in fact dominated the minds of most socialist workers in France and England up to the present time, a mixture, admitting of the most manifold shades, of such of the critical observations, economic doctrines, and delineations of future society made by the various founders of sects as excite the least opposition, a mixture which is the more easily produced the more its individual constituents have the sharp edges of precision rubbed off in the stream of debate, as pebbles are rounded in a brook. In order to make socialism into a science, it had first to be placed upon a real basis. The materialist conception of history starts from the principle that production, and with production the exchange of its products, is the basis of every social order, that in every society which has appeared in history the distribution of the products, and with it the division of society into classes or estates, is determined by what is produced and how it is produced, and how the product is exchanged. According to this conception, the ultimate causes of all social changes and political revolutions are to be sought, not in the minds of men, in their increasing insight into eternal truth and Jews. 77. Tice, but in changes in the mode of production and exchange. They are to be sought not in the philosophy but in the economics of the epoch concerned. The growing realization that existing social institutions are irrational and unjust, that reason has become nonsense and good deeds a scourge, is only a sign that changes have been taking place quietly in the methods of production and forms of exchange, with which the social order, adapted to previous economic conditions, is no longer in accord. This also involves that the means through which the abuses that have been revealed can be got rid of must likewise be present, in more or less developed form, in the altered conditions of production. These means are not to be invented by the mind, but discovered by means of the mind in the existing material facts of production. Where then, on this basis, does modern socialism stand? The existing social order, as is now fairly generally admitted, is the creation of the present ruling class, the bourgeoisie. The mode of production peculiar to the bourgeoisie called, since Marx, the capitalist mode of production was incompatible with the local privileges and the privileges of birth as well as with the reciprocal personal ties of the feudal system. The bourgeoisie shattered the feudal system, and on its ruins established the bourgeois social order, the realm of free competition, freedom of movement, equal rights for commodity owners, and all the other bourgeois glories. The capitalist mode of production could now develop freely. From the time when steam and the new tool-making machinery had begun to transform the former manufacture into large-scale industry, the productive forces evolved under bourgeois direction developed at a pace that was previously unknown and to an unprecedented degree. But just as manufacture, and the handicraft industry which had been further developed under its influence, had previously come into conflict with the feudal fetters of the guilds, so large-scale industry, as it develops more fully, comes into conflict with the barriers within which the capitalist mode of production holds it confined. The new forces of production have already outgrown the bourgeois form of using them, and this conflict between productive forces and mode of production is not a conflict which has arisen in men's heads, as for example the conflict between original sin and divine justice, but it exists in the facts, objectively, outside of us, independently of the will or purpose even of 78. The men who brought it about. Modern socialism is nothing but the reflex in thought of this actual conflict, its ideal reflection in the minds first of the class which is directly suffering under it, the working class. The seizure of the means of production by society puts an end to commodity production, and therewith to the domination of the product over the producer. Anarchy in social production is replaced by conscious organization on a planned basis. The struggle for individual existence comes to an end. And at this point, in a certain sense, man finally cuts himself off from the animal world, leaves the conditions of animal existence behind him and enters conditions which are really human. The conditions of existence forming man's environment, which up to now have dominated man, at this point pass under the dominion and control of man, who now for the first time becomes the real conscious master of nature, because and in so far as he has become master of his own social organization. The laws of his own social activity, which have hitherto confronted him as external, dominating laws of nature, will then be applied by man with complete understanding, and hence will be dominated by man. Men's own social organization, which has hitherto stood in opposition to them as if arbitrarily decreed by nature and history, will then become the voluntary act of men themselves. The objective, external forces which have hitherto dominated history, will then pass under the control of men themselves. It is only from this point that men, with full consciousness, will fashion their own history. It is only from this point that the social causes set in motion by men will have, predominantly and in constantly increasing measure, the effects willed by men. It is humanity's leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. In conclusion, let us briefly sum up our sketch of the course of development. 1. Medieval society: individual production on a small scale. Means of production adapted for individual use, hence primitively clumsy, petty, dwarfed in action. Production for immediate consumption, either of the producer himself or of his feudal lord. Only where an excess of production over his consumption occurs is such excess offered for sale and enters into exchange. Production of commodities, therefore, only in its infancy, but it already contains within itself, in embryo, anarchy in social production. 2. Capitalist revolution: transformation of industry. 79. At first by means of simple cooperation and manufacture. Concentration of the means of production, hitherto scattered, into large workshops. As a consequence, their transformation from individual into social means of production, a transformation which on the whole does not affect the form of exchange. The old forms of appropriation remain in force. The capitalist appears, in his quality of owner of the means of production. He also appropriates the products and turns them into commodities. Production has become a social act, exchange, and with it appropriation remain individual acts, the acts of separate individuals. The social product is appropriated by the individual capitalist. Fundamental contradiction, from which arise all the contradictions in which present-day society moves and which modern industry brings to light. Severance of the producer from the means of production. Condemnation of the worker to wage labor for life. Antagonism of proletariat and bourgeoisie. Growing emphasis and increasing effectiveness of the laws governing commodity production. Unbridled competitive struggle. Contradiction between social organization in the individual factory and social anarchy in production as a whole. On the one hand, perfecting of machinery, owing to competition, made a compulsory commandment for each individual manufacturer, and equivalent to a continually increasing displacement of workers. Industrial reserve army on the other hand, unlimited extension of production, likewise a compulsory law of competition for every manufacturer on both sides, unheard of development of productive forces, excess of supply over demand, overproduction, glutting of the markets, crises every 10 years. Vicious circle, excess here of means of production and products, excess there of workers without employment and means of existence. But these two levers of production and of social well-being are unable to work together, because the capitalist form of production prevents the productive forces from working and the products from circulating, unless they are first turned into capital, which their very superabundance prevents. The contradiction has become heightened into an absurdity. The mode of production rebels against the form of exchange. The bourgeoisie is convicted of incapacity further to manage their own social productive forces. 80. Partial recognition of the social character of the productive forces forced upon the capitalists themselves. Taking over of the great institutions for production and communication, first by joint stock companies, later by trusts, then by the state. The bourgeoisie shows itself to be a superfluous class, all its social functions are now performed by hired employees. 3. Proletarian revolution solution of the contradictions. The proletariat seizes the public power and by means of this power transforms the socialized means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie, into public property. By this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital hitherto borne by them, and gives their social character complete freedom to assert itself. A social production upon a predetermined plan now becomes possible. The development of production makes the further existence of different classes of society an anachronism. In proportion as anarchy in social production vanishes, the political authority of the state also dies away. Man, at last the master of his own form of social organization, becomes at the same time the lord over nature, master of himself free. To carry through this world-emancipating act is the historical mission of the modern proletariat. And it is the task of scientific socialism, the theoretical expression of the proletarian movement, to establish the historical conditions and, with these, the nature of this act, and thus to bring to the consciousness of the now oppressed class the conditions and nature of the act which it is its destiny to accomplish. 4. Inventory of ideas. The distinctive character of Marx's scientific socialism, I think, lies in this: his images of the ideal society are connected with the actual workings of the society in which he lived. Out of his projections of the tendencies he discerns in society as it is actually developing, he makes up his image of the future society. That is why he refuses, at least in his maturity, to proclaim ideals. Morally, of course, he condemns. Sociologically, he points to the results of that which he condemns. Politically, he directs attention to the agency of historical change, the proletariat, and he argues, with facts and figures, theories and slogans, that this developing connection between human agency and implicit goal is the most important trend in capitalist society. For by the development of this agency within it, capitalist society itself will be overthrown and socialism installed. The historical creation of the proletariat is the central thrust within the capitalist realm of necessity. That thrust is driving capitalism toward the revolutionary leap into the socialist epoch, into the realm of freedom. This connection of ideal or goal with agency is at once a moral and an intellectual strategy. It sets Marx off from those he characterized as utopian socialists. This connection between built-in agency and socialist ideal is the political pivot around which turn the decisive features of his model of society and many specific theories of historical trend going on within it. It also provides a focus in social theory for the moral discontent registered in socialist aspirations, and on occasion, a new focus for liberal ideals as well. And it leads, as we shall presently see, to the direst ambiguities of Marxian doctrine. This connection between ideal and agency has been at the bottom of the continual second. 82. Thoughts, metaphysical squabbles, and major revisions by Marxists who have come after Marx. To explain the economic and psychological mechanics by which this built-in historical agency is developed, and how this development inevitably leads to the overthrow of capitalism, these are the organizing points of classic Marxism. To explain delays in this development and find ways to facilitate and speed it up, or patiently to wait for it, these are the points from which subsequent varieties of Marxism depart. The remarkable coherence of Marx's system, the close correlation of its elements, is in large measure a reflection of the consistency with which he holds in view the central thrust toward the development of the proletariat and its act of revolution. If we keep this in mind, we will not violate Marxism as a whole. We must now attempt to set forth, for the moment without criticism, a brief inventory of the most important conceptions and propositions of classic Marxism. 1. 1. The economic basis of a society determines its social structure as a whole, as well as the psychology of the people within it. Political, religious, and legal institutions, as well as the ideas, the images, the ideologies by means of which men understand the world in which they live, their place within it, and themselves. All these are reflections of the economic basis of society. This proposition rests upon the master distinction within Marx's materialist model of society: the economic base is distinguished from the rest of the society. In the economic base, Marx includes the forces and the relations of production. In capitalism, the latter means essentially the institution of private property and the consequent class relations between those who do and those who do not own it. The forces of production, a more complex conception, include both material and social elements, natural resources, such as land and minerals, so far as they are used as objects of labor, physical equipment such as tools, machines, technology, science and engineering, the skills of men who inventory of ideas 83 invent or improve this equipment, those who do work with these skills and tools, their division of labor, insofar as this social organization increases their productivity. 2. The dynamic of historical change is the conflict between the forces of production and the relations of production. In earlier phases of capitalism, the relations of production facilitate the development of the forces of production. One cannot find a more handsome celebration of the work of capitalists in industrialization than in the pages of Marx's Capital. But in due course the capitalist organization of industry, the relations of production come to fetter the forces of production, they come into objective contradiction with them. Contradiction I take to mean a problem that is inherent in and cannot be solved without modifying, or moving beyond, the basic structure of the society in which it occurs. For Marx, the basic structure means the capitalist economy. Continuous technological development and its full use for production conflicts with the interest of the property owners. The capitalists prohibit the utilization of new inventions, buying them up to avoid the loss of their investment in existing facilities. They are interested in increased productivity and in technical progress only as profits can thereby be maintained or increased. Thus capital itself is the real historical barrier of capital production. 3. The class struggle between owners and workers is a social, political, and psychological reflection of objective economic conflicts. These conflicts lead to different reactions among the members of the different classes of bourgeois society. The objective contradiction within the capitalist economy, in brief, has its subjective counterpart in the class struggle within capitalist society. In this struggle the wage workers represent the expanding forces of production and the owners represent the maintenance of the established relations of production and with them, the exploitation of the unpropertied class. History is thus an objective sequence, a dialectic, a series of contradictions and of their resolutions. History is also a struggle between classes. These two ways of thinking are, within Marxism, quite consistent. For Marx held that 84. The revolution will result from the developing material forces of production as they come into conflict with the relations of production. This revolution will be realized by the struggle of the classes, a struggle caused by the objective, economic contradiction. The point may be put more abstractly, in line with the dialectical method. In Marx's view, continual change and change into its opposite is inherent in all reality, and so in capitalist society. The dialectical method is a way of understanding the history of a social structure by examining its conflicts rather than its harmonies. In brief, and in ordinary language, the laws of dialectics are as follows: if things change enough, they become different, qualitatively, from what they were to begin with. One thing grows out of another and then comes into conflict with it. History thus proceeds by a series of conflicts and resolutions rather than merely by minute and gradual changes. For property as a source of income is the objective criterion of class. Within capitalism the two basic classes are the owners and the workers. Marx left unfinished his categories of social stratification. A few definitions and remarks are available in Capital along with his class analysis of historical events and remarks made in his more abstracted model of capitalist society. From all these, his conceptions and theories appear to be as follows: the basic criterion of class is the relation of men to the means of production, an objective criterion having primarily to do with economic and legal fact. Those who own the means of production are bourgeoisie, those whom they hire for wages are proletariat. So defined, these terms point to aggregates of people, not to social organizations or psychological matters. In this objective sense, Marx writes in the German ideology, the class achieves an independent existence over and against individuals, so that the latter find their condition of existence predestined and hence have their position in life and their personal development assigned to them by their class, become subsumed under it. This statement can be made empirically, as Max Weber later did, in a way that does not violate Marx's meaning. The chances for an individual to achieve that which he values, and even the values themselves, are dependent upon. Inventory of Ideas 85. The objective, economic class position he occupies. At least for statistical aggregates, this is so, irrespective of any psychological opinions or attitudes. 5. Class struggle rather than harmony, natural or otherwise, is the normal and inevitable condition in capitalist society. Marx's denial of any theory of natural harmony is an affirmation that in capitalist society conflicts of interest are basic. By basic we are to understand, irremediable within the system. If one interest is fulfilled, the other cannot be. For Marx and for most Marxists, the general and basic conflict of interest comes from the division between propertied and non-propertied classes. Whether these classes are aware of it or not, there is an inevitable conflict of interest between them, defined by the relation of each to the means of production. A contradiction of their basic interests prevails. 6. Within capitalist society, the workers cannot escape their exploited conditions and their revolutionary destiny by winning legal or political rights and privileges. Unions and mass labor parties are useful as training grounds for revolution, but are not a guarantee of socialism. Middle-class democracy is always and necessarily based upon economic inequalities and exploitation. Hence Marx continually warns against reformist illusions, and exposes them by reference to the objective contradiction between productive forces and productive relations. There is only one way out: the wage workers must themselves, by their successful struggle as a property-less class against the property-owning class, resolve the objective contradiction. They themselves must liberate the constructive forces of production by overturning the entire superstructure that is rooted in the capitalist relations of production. The productive forces, now fettered by capitalist rigidity, will then go forward at an enormously accelerated rate of progress. 7. Exploitation is built into capitalism as an economic system, thus increasing the chances for revolution. Whatever his wages may be, under capitalism the worker is economically exploited. That is the practical meaning of Marx's doctrine of surplus value. Only human labor, for Marx, can create value. But by the application of his 86 labor power, the worker produces a greater value than he is paid for by the capitalist for whom he works. The surplus value thus created is appropriated by the capitalist class, and so the worker under capitalism is exploited. 8. The class structure becomes more and more polarized, thus increasing the chance for revolution. The composition of capitalist society will undergo these changes: the bourgeoisie or middle class will decrease in numbers, the wage workers will increase in numbers, all other intermediary classes will fade out of the political picture, as the society is polarized between bourgeoisie and proletariat. In general, by intermediary classes Marx means the petty bourgeoisie, those of small property, and not white-collar employees. 9. The material misery of the workers will increase, as will their alienation. The increasing misery of the wage workers refers not only to the physical misery of their life conditions but also to the psychological deprivation arising from their alienation. It is essential to keep these separate, and to remember that for Marx the latter seemed the more important, that alienation could exist and deepen even if material standards of living were improved. However, he expected that the workers will increasingly suffer in both respects. Although many latter-day Marxists stress the psychological deprivation, the alienation of men at work. It is to misunderstand Marx, I believe, to equate alienation with whatever is measured as work dissatisfaction by industrial psychologists in the USA today. Behind Marx's difficult conception of alienation there is the ideal of the human meaning he believes work ought to have and which he believes it will come to have in a socialist society. According to Marx, wage work under capitalism is an activity by which men acquire the things they need. It is an activity undertaken for ulterior ends and not in itself a satisfying activity. Men are alienated from the process of their work itself, it is external to them, imposed by social conditions. It is not a source of self-fulfillment but rather a miserable denial of self. They do not develop freely their physical and mental energies by their work, but exhaust themselves physically and debase themselves mentally. Inventory of Ideas 87. Moreover, in work the laborer gives over to the owner the control of his activity, it is not his work, but work for someone else. In work he does not belong to himself but to another person. At work, men are homeless, only during leisure do they feel at home. Finally, work results in the creation of private property, the product of the work belongs to another. The worker empties himself into this product, the more he works the greater his product, but it is not his. Private property, accordingly, causes him to be alienated. Thus the alienation of labor and the system of private property are reciprocal. Alienation, working together with economic exploitation, leads to increasing misery and so in due course, to the formation of the proletariat as a class for itself. 10. The wage workers, a class in itself, will be transformed into the proletariat, a class for itself. The first phase, a class in itself, refers to the objective fact of the class as an aggregate, defined by its position in the economy. The second, a class for itself, refers to the members of this class when they have become aware of their identity as a class, aware of their common situation, and of their role in changing or in preserving capitalist society. Such class consciousness is not included in the objective definition of the term class, it is an expectation, not a definition. It is something that, according to Marx, is going to develop among the members of the classes. How it will develop he does not make as clear as why it will, for according to his analysis of their condition, as the interests of the two classes are in objective and irremediable conflict, their members will eventually become aware of their special interests and will pursue them. Ideas and ideology are determined by the economic basis of a society. The class consciousness of the proletariat will follow this rule. The ideas men come to have are generally determined by the stage of history in which they live, and by the class position they occupy within it. There is not, however, a universal and certainly not an immediate one-to-one correlation. The ideas of the ruling class in a given society are generally the ruling ideas of that epoch. Men who are not in this ruling class but who accept its definitions of reality. 88. And of their own interests are falsely conscious. But in due course, true class consciousness will be realized among the proletariat. The workers will become increasingly class conscious and increasingly international in their outlook. These economic and psychological developments occur as a result of the institutional and technical development of capitalism itself. In this process, the proletariat will abandon nationalist allegiances and take up loyalties to their own class, regardless of nationality. Like the relations of production, nationalism fetters their true interest, which is to release the forces of production. 11. The opportunity for revolution exists only when objective conditions and subjective readiness coincide. Neither the objective conditions for successful revolution nor revolutionary urges within the proletariat, in Marx's view, continuously increase. Both ebb and flow with the development of objective conditions and the resulting political and psychological ones. Sometimes Marx emphasizes the subjective factor of revolutionary class war, sometimes the underlying objective developments. Thus in 1850, under the conditions of this general prosperity, when the productive forces of bourgeois society develop as abundantly as is at all possible within the existing bourgeois conditions, there can be no question of a real revolution. Such a revolution is only possible in those periods when the two factors, the modern productive forces and the bourgeois forms of production, come to contradict one another. The proletariat must do the job by its own revolutionary action as a proletariat, but can succeed only under the correct objective conditions. Sooner or later, the will and the conditions will coincide. Many trends, already indicated, facilitate this. In addition, another rule points toward the proletarian revolution. 12. The functional indispensability of a class in the economic system leads to its political supremacy in the society as a whole. This unstated premise of Marx is the underlying assumption, I believe, of the Marxist theory of power. On this premise the capitalists have replaced the nobles, and capitalism has succeeded feudalism. In a similar genre, REA. Inventory of Ideas 89 Soned Marx, the proletariat will replace the bourgeoisie, and socialism replace capitalism. Old rulers who were once functionally indispensable are so no longer. In the course of capitalist development the bourgeoisie, like the feudal nobles before them, have become parasitical. They cannot help this. It is their destiny. And so they are doomed. 13. In all class societies the state is the coercive instrument of the owning classes. This of course follows from the theory of power, just stated, and from the conception of the superstructure as economically determined. The state is seen as an instrument of one class and, in advanced capitalism, of a class that is in economic decline. The class of which the state is the coercive instrument is no longer economically progressive, no longer functionally indispensable, and yet it still holds power. It must, therefore, act increasingly by coercion. 14. Capitalism is involved in one economic crisis after another. These crises are getting worse. So capitalism moves into its final crisis and the revolution of the proletariat. As the proletariat are subjectively readied, the objective mechanics of capitalism moves the system into increasingly severe crises. The economic contradictions that beset it ensure increasing crisis. This cannot be halted until the base of capitalism is abolished, for crisis is inherent in the nature of the system. 15. The post-capitalist society will first pass through a transitional stage, that of the dictatorship of the proletariat, then it will move into a higher phase in which true communism will prevail. No one, Marx held, can say exactly what the nature of post-capitalist society will be. Only utopians and dreamers draw up detailed blueprints of the future. Just as he does not like to proclaim ideals, so Marx dislikes to go into explicit detail about the future. Either kind of discussion seems to him idealistic in the sense of irrelevant or unrealistic. Nonetheless, it is possible to find in the relevant texts, mainly his critique of the Gotha program, Marx's image of the future society. The transitional stage may be equated with the revolution. The appropriating class will itself be expropriated, the 90. Owner's state will be broken up, the productive facilities transferred to society in order to permit a rational planning of the economy. In this first stage, society will be administered and defended against its enemies by a dictatorship of the revolutionary proletariat. This will probably be something like what he supposed the Paris Commune of 1871 to have been. Still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society, the newborn society will be limited in many ways by inheritances from the old, capitalist society. But history will not end there. A higher phase, that of communism, will develop. It will be characterized, first, by the fact that the proletariat as a revolutionary class will form the immense majority of the population. The proletariat will be the nation, and so in the nation there will be no class distinctions and no class struggle. More than that, specialization of labor itself, as known under capitalism, with all its deformation of men, will not exist. The inherited opposition of manual and mental labor, the conflict between town and country, will disappear. Second, the state will wither away, for the only function of the state is to hold down the exploited class. Since the proletariat will be virtually the total population, and thus cease to be a proletariat, they will need no state. Anarchy of production will be replaced by rational and systematic planning of the whole. Only in its second phase, when it has eliminated the remaining vestiges of capitalism and developed its own economic base, will society proceed on principles quite distinct from those of capitalism. Only then will men cease to govern men. Man will administer things. Public authority will replace state power. Only then will the ruling principle of communist society be. From each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. 16. Although men make their own history, given the circumstances of the economic foundation, the way they make it and the direction it takes are determined. The course of history is structurally limited to the point of being inevitable. I have noted that in Marx's historical model of society the agency of change is intrinsically connected with socialist ideals. His major propositions and expectations have to do with the development of its historic agency, and with the inventory of ideas 91 revolutionary results of that development. Two general questions of interpretation arise when we confront this central view. In general, does Marx believe in historical inevitability? In connection with the mechanics of the central thrust, does he hold that the economic factor is the determining factor in capital society? These questions have been much argued over, as well they might be, for later Marxists, notably Lenin. They have been of leading political urgency. Major party strategy has been debated in terms of different answers to them. My answer to both questions is yes. Classic Marxism contains only one general theory of how men make history. Only in such terms as it provides do all the specific conceptions and theories of Marx make sense. That theory of history making, very briefly, is as follows. Each person follows his own consciously desired end, and it is precisely the resultant of these many wills operating in different directions and of their manifold effects upon the outer world that constitute history. The many individual wills active in history for the most part produce results quite other than those they intended, often quite the opposite. Their motives therefore in relation to the total result are likewise only of secondary significance. On the other hand, the further question arises, what driving forces in turn stand behind these motives? What are the historical causes which translate themselves into these motives in the brains of these actors? 2. In the historical development of Marxism, as we shall later see, there is always the tension between history as inevitable and history as made by the wills of men. It will not do, I think, to lessen that tension by reinterpreting or explaining what Marx plainly wrote on the theme. Politicians who must justify decisions by reference to founding doctrine may need to do that. We do not. It is better to try to keep the record straight, and to designate departures from classic Marxism as departures. Aside from the documentary evidence, I believe that Marx is a determinist for the following reasons. The question of the historical agency is clearly bound up with the problem of historical inevitability and with the ideal of socialism. However ambiguous assorted quotations may make the point seem, classic Marxism does differ from utopian socialism and from liberalism precisely on this point. It may be that in arguing against utopian socialism and against liberalism Marx stresses the idea of inevitability. Be that as it may, I am less concerned with why he held this view than with the fact that he did. Marx's refusal to preach ideals and his reluctance to discuss the society of the future makes no sense otherwise. Because he did believe in the historical inevitability, as he saw it, he can treat socialism not as an ideal, a program, a choice of means, or as a matter of or for political decision. He can treat it as a matter for scientific investigation. He did not try to persuade men of any new moral goals, because he believed that the proletariat would inevitably come to them. In the last analysis, social existence determines consciousness. Historical developments will implant these goals into the consciousness of men, and men will then act upon them. The individual has little choice. If his consciousness is not altogether determined, his choice is severely limited and pressed upon him by virtue of his class position and all the influences and limitations to which this leads. Historically, the idea of progress has been fully incorporated into the very ethos of Marxism. Marx reseats this idea in the development of the proletariat. This becomes the gauge for moral judgments of progress and retrogression. Generally in his temper and in his theories of the master trends of capitalism in decline, Marx is quite optimistic. 817. The social structure, as noted in proposition number 1, is determined by its economic foundations. Accordingly, the course of its history is determined by changes in these economic foundations. I have held this point until the end, because it is a point of great controversy. There is a tendency among some Marxists to attempt to defend Marx's economic determinism by qualifying it. They do this in the manner of Engels' later remarks about the interplay of various factors, or by opposing to it a vague sociological pluralism, by which everything interacts with everything and Inventory of Ideas 93. No causal sequence is ever quite determinable. Neither line of argument, even when put in the abstruse terms of dialectical materialism, seems very convincing or helpful. Moreover, to dilute the theory in these ways is to transform it from a definite theory, which may or may not be adequate, into equivocation, a mere indication of a problem. Marx stated clearly the doctrine of economic determinism. It is reflected in his choice of vocabulary, it is assumed by, and fits into, his work as a whole, in particular his theory of power, his conception of the state, his rather simple notions of class and his use of these notions. We may of course assume with Engels that he allows a degree of free play among the several factors that interact, and also that he provides a flexible time schedule in which economic causes do their work. But in the end, and usually the end is not so very far off, economic causes are the basic, the ultimate, the general, the innovative causes of historical change. To Marx, economic determinism does not mean that the desire for money or the pursuit of wealth, or calculation of economic gain is the master force of biography or of history. In fact, it does not pertain directly to motives of any sort. It has to do with the social, the class context under which motives themselves arise and function in biography and in history. The causes of which Marx writes are causes that lie behind the motives which propel men to act. We must understand this in the terms of his model of history making. Marx examines the causal nature of the resultants of individual wills, without examining the latter in themselves. He investigates the laws underlying social phenomena, paying no attention to their relation with the phenomena of the individual consciousness. For such are the bare outlines of classic Marxism. In summary, it consists of a model of maturing capitalist society and of theories about the way the society and the men within it are changing. In this society, the productive facilities are owned privately and used to make private profit. The rest of the population works for wages given by those who own. It is a society that is changing because its forces of production come into increasing conflict with the ore. 94. Organization of its economy by the owners and by their state. At bottom, developments of its economic basis, in particular its economic contradictions, are making for changes in all its institutions and ideologies. Increasingly resulting in crisis, increasingly deepening the exploitation of men by men, these contradictions are causing the development of the historical agency which upon maturity is destined to overturn capitalism itself. That agency is the proletariat, a class which within capitalism is being transformed from a mere aggregate of wage workers into a unified and conscious class for itself, aware of its common interests, and alert to the revolutionary way of realizing them. The objective or institutional conflicts are a fact of capitalist life, but may not yet be reflected fully as the class struggle of owners and workers. Now a minority, concerned only with their immediate interests, the workers are growing more and more exploited, more alienated, more miserable, and more organized. In their ranks what men are interested in is coming to coincide with what is to men's interest, and the workers are becoming more numerous. They are coming to be the self-conscious independent movement of the immense majority in pursuit of their real and long-run interests. They are coming to true self-consciousness because self-consciousness itself is being changed by the relations of production men enter into independent of their will. And having become self-conscious, they cannot pursue their interests, they cannot raise themselves up, without the whole superincumbent strata of official society being sprung into the air. That is why when the time is ripe, when capitalism is mature and the proletariat ready, the revolution of the proletariat by the most politically alert sector of the proletariat is going to occur. Then bourgeois institutions and all their works will be smashed. In turn, the post-capitalist society of socialism will evolve into the communist realm of freedom. Comprehending every feature of man's activities, human and inhuman, Marx's conception is bitterly filled with sheer intellect and with brilliant leaps of the mind. It is at once analysis, prophecy, orientation, history, program. It is the most formidable, sustained and elaborate indictment ever delivered against an entire social order, against its rulers. 5. Lowit, OPCIT, p. 41. Inventory of Ideas 95. Its supporters, its ideologists, its willing slaves, against all whose lives are bound up with its survival. 6. No sooner were its outlines stated than it began to be revised by other men who were caught up in the torment of history-making. Then the intellectual beauty of its structure, the political passion of its central thrust began to be blunted by the will of political actors and the recalcitrance of historical events. Critics often confuse the Marxism of Marx with that of later Marxists, and they tend to mix up their political and their intellectual points. By sorting out the several distinct kinds of information and argument relevant to making up one's mind about Marxism, I shall also be able to make clear the grounds for my own criticism. 1. To judge from its practitioners and from its critics, there seem to be at least three intellectual types: vulgar Marxism, sophisticated Marxism, and plain Marxism. Vulgar Marxists seize upon certain ideological features of Marx's political philosophy and identify these parts as the whole. This is true of adherents as well as of critics. We need here say no more about this type. Sophisticated Marxists are much more complicated. They are mainly concerned with Marxism as a model of society and with the theories developed with the aid of this model. Empirical exceptions to theories are relegated to subsidiary importance. New theories are made up to account for these exceptions in such a way as to avoid revision of the general model. These theories are then read back into the texts of Marx. It is always possible to save a theory by attaching to it supplementary hypotheses. If the theory is assumed to be true, then of course one can find explanations for deviant facts so that they do not really contradict the theory. Some of this, no doubt, is quite all right. It is merely an elaboration and refinement of the theory. But there comes a time when the supplementary hypotheses become so bulky, the deviant facts so overwhelming, that the whole theory or even the model becomes clumsy. At that point Marxism becomes sophisticated in a useless and obscurantist sense. 97. For example, it is true, admits the sophisticated Marxist, that wage workers in advanced capitalist societies are not revolutionary, they are not even as yet a class-conscious proletariat. But, he argues, that is because of the intensive capitalist propaganda, the misleaders of labor who dominate the trade unions, the labor aristocracy that is bought off by the imperialist powers, the traders who run the social democratic labor parties. The admissions of facts seem to disprove the basic theory, the proletarianization of the workers, but are they supplementary explanations contained within the theory, or do they constitute new theories? The explanations suggest the decisive, and possibly autonomous role of the cultural apparatus as part of the superstructure in the formation and persistence of political ideologies, the problem of the mediation between base and superstructure, the role of political and social organization in the life of an economic class, the durability of monopoly capitalism as an economic system and its political stability as a type of society, the effects upon Marx's expectations of occupational and income differentiation among the wage workers with the consequent need for more refined categories of class itself. At the least these are extreme modifications of the basic theory. The style of the most sophisticated Marxists leads them to treat Marx's predictions, not as empirical statements about what is going to happen, but in close terms to his model, always with the qualification other things being equal. For example, they see in volume I of Capital, where the theory of increasing misery is set forth, an abstracted model into which Marx later introduces more empirical elements. So they conclude that Marx is not really mistaken about increasing misery. This is confused and confusing strategy. It is generally correct if it is used only to judge or to praise Marx as a historical figure, and a careful thinker. It is incorrect and misleading if it is used to assert or to imply the relevance of Marx's work on any specific point of reference in present-day society. Sophisticated Marxists generally are committed to current Marxist practice on political as well as on intellectual grounds. Consequently, they tend to incorporate into Marxism the whole tradition of sociology, before and after Marx. Some know very little but Marx, they have not availed themselves of the sociological tradition as a 98 whole within which the big conversation with Marx is one very important feature, but only one. For them, there is no social science of much worth, there is only Marxist social science. Thus, they tend to stretch and to bend Marxist ideas to fit new facts, and to confuse Marx's general model with specific theories. Even when Marx's terminology is obviously ambiguous and plainly inadequate, they are often reluctant to abandon it. At its best, this style of thinking is tedious and hampers analysis unnecessarily. At its worst, it becomes a substitute for reflection and inquiry, a sophisticated sloganeering. Plain Marxists work in Marx's own tradition. They understand Marx, and many later Marxists as well, to be firmly a part of the classic tradition of sociological thinking. They treat Marx like any great 19th century figure, in a scholarly way. They treat each later phase of Marxism as historically specific. They are generally agreed that Marx's work bears the trademarks of the 19th century society, but that his general model and his ways of thinking are central to their own intellectual history and remain relevant to their attempts to grasp present-day social worlds. This is the point of view, for example, of Isaac Deutscher in his biographies and in his analysis of the Soviet world, and of Joan Robinson in her essay on economics and Marxism. It is, of course, the point of view taken in the present essay. Other attempts to characterize the plain Marxists include such phrases as Edward Thompson's The Marxisans, George L. Moss's The Marxists of the Heart, and what many writers refer to as the Marxian tradition, as opposed to any rigid or institutionalized Marxism. Included among plain Marxists, although by no means exhausting the list, are such varied thinkers as the later William Morris, Antonio Gramsci, Rosa Luxemburg, G.D.H. Cole, George Lukács, Christopher Caldwell, Jean-Paul Sartre, the later John Strachey, George Searle, Edward Thompson, Laszlo Kolakowski, William A. Williams, Paul Sweezy, and Erich Fromm. Politically, the plain Marxists have generally been among the losers. They may have been through the party, of one sort or another, yet as plain Marxists they have really stood outside it, they have not been enchurched. They may have 99. Simply been theorists, not political actors. And there is another point of distinction, the intellectual. In their work, plain Marxists have stressed the humanism of Marxism, especially of the younger Marx, and the role of the superstructure in history. They have pointed out that to underemphasize the interplay of basis and superstructure in the making of history is to transform man into that abstraction for which Marx himself criticized Feuerbach. They have been open in their interpretations and their uses of Marxism. They have stressed that economic determinism is, after all, a matter of degree, and held that it is so used by Marx in his own writings, especially in his historical essays. They have emphasized the volition of men in the making of history, their freedom in contrast to any determinist laws of history and, accordingly, the lack of individual responsibility. In brief, they have confronted the unresolved tension in Marx's work and in history itself, the tension of humanism and determinism, of human freedom and historical necessity. By no means is the distinction between plain Marxists and the others who have worked in Marx's name an either-or classification. A man can be both one or another at different times or simultaneously as he plays different roles, for example, the ideological and the theoretical. Lenin and Trotsky, as we shall see, are especially ambiguous in this way. Stalin was not, he was not a plain Marxist in any sense or at any time. On the other hand, Many plain Marxists of scholarly mean today are not ambiguous either, they are plain Marxists and politically as well as intellectually nothing else. The plain Marxists are men who, although in great travail, nonetheless have confronted the world's problems, they are unable to take the easy ways out. But this book is not about them. In my selections I have stressed the Marxists who have won power, or come close to it. This does not imply any lack of esteem for those who have lost, it is just that one can do only so much in one book. 2. A fundamental difference among scholars in their attitude toward Marxism lies in whether or not they see the 100 practices and proclamations of Stalinism as continuous with the doctrines of Marx or as distinct from them, a betrayal in moral and political terms, and a set of errors in intellectual terms. The word around which the differences very often revolve is socialism itself. Is the Soviet Union today socialist or is it not? More generally, what is socialism and what is not? In examining definitions of socialism, two of the suggested criteria for considering political philosophies may be helpful. If we refer to a complex set of ideals into which are jammed all sorts of values, moral, political, human, and all sorts of imagined social and economic arrangements, we can readily condemn partial realizations, or partial attempts at realization, as misleading or even as downright anti-socialist distortion. Many critics who define socialism by reference only to ideals, see the USSR as anything but socialist. At the opposite extreme are critics who use the criterion of institutional agencies. Before the revolution this agency meant the working class, after it the abolition of private property in the means of production and the establishment of central economic planning. In these terms the Soviet Union is socialist. Both attitudes are correct, given the terms of their definitions. But what is the proper distinction? Can one really be a Marxist and yet approve the USSR? Can one really be a Marxist and not approve? To attempt a final definition is to engage in a controversy of concern only to those with a vested interest either in justifying or in condemning the USSR. In most such controversies the disputants are attempting to steal whatever prestige and authority the word socialism or the word Marx may have, and to monopolize it for their own views. Many of them have been in personal need of the ideological support of orthodoxy. This assurance has also been needed for urgent political reasons. From the standpoint of many other political philosophies, Marxism has a curious intellectual history, because it has been so mixed up with practice and hence so heavily ideological. The most fruitful approach is to attempt answers to such questions as, was the course of events in the Soviet Union inevitable because of the acceptance of the ideas of Marx by its changing power elite as well as by considerable other sections of the Soviet population? Is its 101 present character inevitably going to continue in the foreseeable future? Does the course of affairs in the USSR prove that attempts in other countries to follow Marx's ideas will end in the same way? My answer to each of these is, no. My reasons will, I hope, become clear later on in this book. I know I am disappointing many kinds of Marxists who would ask rather, which of the various interpretations of Marx that have been developed since Marx died is closest to his original intention? Was Stalin the legitimate heir of Marx? Was Lenin? Were the Social Democrats? The answer of course is, no one was, at least not altogether. But judging from what he did right, considered as a whole, I think these interpretations are deviations from Marx. Leninism in particular, though in several ways based on Marx, differs profoundly from others of his theories and from the range of political action expected and from the policy most clearly derivable from him. Certainly the same is true of Stalinism, and of social democracy, and of Trotskyism. It is quite impossible, I think, to infer from Marx's work what views or practices he would have favored at various times between 1883 when he died, and today. It is possible to contrast what Marx wrote with the practice of those who have acted politically in his name, and with the results of their practice. These lessons from the practice of others inform us that the classic statement has been modified by practitioners, no matter how insistent, and boring, their protestations of orthodoxy may be. Only those who are possessed by the fantasy and the political urgencies of immutable certainties, can believe that Marx and Lenin, could have anticipated by their wisdom the present-day theoretical needs of China, the USA, Russia, Cuba, Poland, France, Yugoslavia, Australia as these countries exist and struggle today. So far as intellectual history is concerned, the notion of eternal orthodoxy is absurd, although at times, as under Stalinism, there really is no intellectual history, only a codification of inherited ideas and their official interpretation for expedient internal and international use. 3. There are many other orientations to Marxism. 1 of 102. Them is a type of social thinking that rejects that classic tradition of sociology, and so, Marxism along with it. Marx, if he is considered at all, figures as one of the social philosophers who, in the dreary textbooks, are paraded as predecessors of the real social science. Or, more crudely, such social scientists hold that the significance of Marxism is entirely ideological and political, whereas their own work is politically neutral and morally pure. In one word, objective. Social science is really science, Marxism is really ideology. Marx is also dismissed as only a philosopher, and thus not part of empirical social science. Marx, especially given his terminology, can of course be read in basic continuity with Hegel. He can also be read in continuity with empirical social study and the most careful speculation. For he is both a philosopher and an empirical sociologist. He is also a revolutionary, a moralist, a very scholarly man, and much else. He is a speculator of audacity about virtually every realm of man and society in history. He is also full of genuine mirth. I do not know which is the real Marx, but fortunately for us the question of the real Marx is not a dogmatic question subject to political decision. We are able freely to use whatever of his we feel the need of, and to reject what we do not. Marxism is at once an intellectual and a moral criticism. In its documents, in its very conceptions, the two are often difficult to separate, but it is a political philosophy and at the same time it is definitely social science. One can compare the expectations stated by Marx, or derivable from his work, with what has actually happened and what has not. In such attempts, again one asks, to what extent have Marx's expectations come about? What predictive or orienting value do they have, and what predictive value are they likely to have? Such lessons from historical events are not as easy to draw as many critics seem to believe, for the meanings of events are usually ambiguous. Moreover, of a theory addressed to an epoch, any criticism is made difficult by a certain vagueness or flexibility about what is short and what is long run. Yet surely enough time has now elapsed to permit us to judge Karl Marx's expectations without encountering at every turn a rebuttal. Wait a while, it may 103 happen yet. The way to handle the problem of the short run and the long run is the way of Marx himself, to specify the historical span. 2 points should always be kept in mind. First, Marx was generally an analyst of long-run forces and trends. Our immediate times should not be considered as the normal, or as a closed-off span of time in terms of which to judge his predictions. To do so eliminates major facts of our century. The capitalist depression of the 30s, the rise of fascism out of one specific form of capitalism, and the 2 world wars. Yet given the accelerated pace of history, it is hardly useful to speculate further than a decade or so into the future. Second, historical events used to refute theories, like any facts, do not explain themselves. To comprehend them we must consider a longer historical span, only then can we consider the nature of the mechanisms that have produced and support them. This we must do, for Marx is concerned not only with what is or is not going to happen, but with why, with the underlying structural mechanism of events and trends. Accordingly, to confront his theories adequately, we too must go into the why. In doing so we must consider whether or not it is necessary to modify the model of society set forth by Marx, or to modify merely one of his theories. 4. Here then are some obvious rules for critics which I shall try to follow. I am not going to argue over definitions as such, especially definitions of emotive terms, but will break them up into distinct and empirically answerable questions, using neutral terms having clear and unambiguous meanings. I shall examine each phase and type of Marxist development in terms of its historical specifics, keeping distinct each phase of the history of Marxist theory and practice, only after that considering carefully the movement as a whole. In brief, I will try to work as a plain Marxist, avoiding the ways of sophisticated and vulgar Marxists. My own values I shall try to recognize and state explicitly. I will do my best to avoid the optative mood. When accepting or rejecting some theory, I shall distinguish features of it in accordance with the criteria of 104. Any political philosophy, and for each stage of Marxist development, I shall try to state carefully the relations among them. In criticizing the predictions of Marx or any Marxist, I shall pay close attention to the time span appropriate to understanding his work. If the time span is not designated by the thinker in question, I shall criticize this as an un-Marxist slip, and then consider, as a separate problem, the relevance of his expectations to present-day realities. I shall try to confront the fact as opposed to the expectation, the trend versus the theory, but also I shall consider the structural mechanics back of the fact or trend. Perhaps all these rules may be summed up in one self-admonition, drawn from the practice of Karl Marx himself: understand and use consistently the principle of historical specificity. Any man can think only within his own times, but he can think about the past and the future, thus attempting to expand his time, constructing out of its materials the image of an epoch. That to a brilliant extent is what Karl Marx did. In his work, the awareness of an epoch becomes available. Intellectually, what he provided was a general model of his social reality. Perhaps it was the best approximation available in its time of its time. Its inaccuracies of detail, its inadequacies of specific theory, are themselves fruitful errors. That is why Marx's work still lives. It is being used in belief and practice. Living Marxism realizes that neither Marxists nor non-Marxists, or anti-Marxist scholars, have done much with it of late, in any rigorous intellectual way, but that this may be due less to anything inherent in the ideas than to political expediencies and other factors extraneous to Marxism as theory. Such Marxism is a lively part of any viable contemporary social science. Dead Marxism is just the opposite. It means to call upon Marx as authority, to treat their texts, or even their phrases, as sacred. Dead Marxism is the view that it is all true, and that it contains all that men need to know. So, I suppose the master rule for critics is, be a plain and live critic of plain and live Marxism. 6 Critical observations. The usefulness of any criticism depends upon agreement about what is being criticized, and that is an interpretation. The usefulness also depends upon the rules that are being followed, and these ought to be made explicit. The observations that follow are criticisms of Marx as I interpret his work and are in accordance with the rules for critics. 1. The economic basis of a society determines its social structure as a whole as well as the psychology of the people within it. 2. The dynamic of historical change is the conflict between the forces of production and the relations of production. 3. The class struggle between owners and workers is a social, political, and psychological reflection of objective economic conflicts. Exactly what is included and what is not included in economic base is not altogether clear, nor are the forces and relations of production precisely defined and consistently used. In particular, science seems to float between base and superstructure, and it is doubtful that either base or superstructure can be used as units, for both are composed of a mixture of many elements and forces. Superstructure is a residual category for Marx, something into which to dump everything that is left over. The distinction of base and superstructure itself is by 106. No means clear-cut. The institutional organization of a society, including relations of production, certainly penetrates deeply into technological implements and their scientific developments, including forces of production, shaping their meaning and their role in historical change. Many factors that cannot clearly be considered economic enter into what Marx seems to mean by mode of production or economic base. That Marxists hold such a wide variety of interpretations also seems to support my point. Moreover, the problem of mediation, exactly how the base determines the superstructure, is not worked out well. By what mechanisms and under precisely what conditions are economic conflicts reflected into psychological and political struggle is a question to which we shall return. Given the fundamental character of these conceptions, their looseness does lend a certain imprecision to the model as a whole. For property as a source of income is the objective criterion of class. Within capitalism, the two basic classes are the owners and the workers. In the modern age, the estates of the medieval order were generally replaced by economic classes. This represents a shift in the prevailing principle of stratification and is one of the major points in the very definition of the two epochs. Various features of this shift from status to class, when generalized, are standard in sociological reflection. Now, Marx's model stripped away all status remnants, defining the position of men within capitalist society solely in terms of their relation to the means of production, to the sources of their income. In part, this is due to his method of abstraction, and in part to his expectations about the development of capitalism. As method, it is an fruitful simplification if class is then used as one dimension of stratification. As substantive prediction, it has turned out to be mistaken. In a similar way, later thinkers have abstracted and emphasized other dimensions, such as status, power, and occupation, and they have refined and elaborated the conception of economic class itself. Each of these methods for understanding the stratification of a society is most fruitfully used, first as a distinct, analytical tool, after that for empirical, historical inquiry of the several kinds of changing relations between each. Critical Observations 107. But Marx did not systematically confront such problems. In his few comments on the conception of class, as in his general expectations, he stuck to the simplification. In his historical studies he was more adequate, but on the whole his simplification becomes misleading and unfruitful. Property as an objective criterion of class is indispensable to the understanding of the stratification of capitalist society. Alone it is inadequate and misleading, even for understanding economic stratification. In addition to property classes, which depend on the kinds and the sizes of property involved, we can usefully classify people who own no property in the means of production according to income classes. Of course, many specific combinations of sources and amounts of income are of decisive consequence for the political psychology of both higher and lower classes. For example, although the shift from owners to managers as the immediate controllers of corporate property does not mean that property becomes less important, these changes have led to a corporate rich stratum which cannot be understood solely in terms of property ownership. The simple property versus wages distinction does not permit us to understand thoroughly even the economic facts of stratification today. Perhaps we could, had Marx's expectation of the polarization of naked class structure come about, but it has not and in all probability will not in the advanced capitalist societies. Be that as it may, to depend upon this distinction alone leads to further inadequacies of conception. It enters his confusion, or at the very least, his ambiguity about the relationship of class consciousness and other subjective factors, with objective material circumstances. Without using other criteria than property, class consciousness cannot be explained, nor the role of ideology in political and class consciousness understood. In capitalist societies, among the immense majority who are propertyless, distinctions of status and occupation lead to or away from just those psychological and political consequences of economic stratification expected by Marx. To name only the most obvious, white-collar employees, like factory workers, are without property and many receive less income, nonetheless to treat them together as one stratum, on the criterion of property alone. 108. is to abdicate any real effort to understand one of the most consequential facts of stratification in all advanced capitalist societies. 5. Class struggle rather than harmony, natural or otherwise, is the normal and inevitable condition in capitalist society. Natural harmony is indeed a myth, which classical economists used in their apologetics for capitalism and their hopeful views of progress. Yet it does not follow that class struggle is either normal or inevitable. To assert the first is to make a moral judgment rather than to state an empirical proposition. To assert the second is to ignore the increasing institutionalization of conflicts of economic interests. It is possible within capitalism for considerable periods, to transform class struggle into administrative regulations, just as it is possible to stabilize capitalism itself, subsidizing its deficiencies, defaults, and absurdities, by economic, military and political means. In brief, economic conflicts are not necessarily contradictions in Marx's sense, and they do not necessarily lead to the open political struggle of classes. Perhaps this is most readily illustrated by the character and role of labor unions. Insofar as labor unions represent classes, and labor management controversy class struggle, the object of the struggle has become to receive a greater share of the product, rather than to change capitalism as a social structure. Under such conditions, class struggle in Marx's sense, or in any reasonable meaning that can be given to it, does not necessarily grow sharper, more open, more political in form. On the contrary, it is often fragmented in occupational divisions of ever-increasing complexity. In the slump-boom cycle, the class struggle is intermittent and sometimes altogether absent. Above all, in the political economy as a whole, it has been institutionalized and limited to objectives whose realization lies within the bounty of the capitalist system. Collaboration is as much a fact of class history as is struggle. There are many varieties and many causes of both historically specific causes which include more than economic conditions. 6. Within capitalist society, the workers cannot escape their exploited condition and their revolutionary destiny by winning legal or political rights and privileges, unions. Critical observations 109 and mass labor parties are useful as training grounds for the revolution, but are not a guarantee of socialism. The general fact is that rights and privileges, both economic and political, have been won, and that neither unions nor mass labor parties have generally served as such training grounds. Organizations of wage workers have been incorporated within the routines of 20th century capitalism. Their aims, their functions, and their results have been firmly stabilized. They do not normally reveal, as Marx held, spontaneous anti-capitalism, much less the attempt to organize a new society. They are economic organizations operating within capitalism, and their policies do not transcend their business-like function. Moreover, in some advanced countries, notably, the United States, decisive unionization came about very late and in considerable part was achieved under the legal and political umbrella of a state generally dominated by middle and upper class interests. Such militancy as the unions displayed in their organizing stage declined, and then came to be widely accepted by capitalists. In fact, one of their functions has come to be part of the management of the labor force, a disciplining agent in the plant, in the firm, and even in the industry. They have become bureaucratic organizations which in the main work to stabilize relations between wage workers and owners and managers of the means of production. 2. 7. Exploitation is built into capitalism as an economic system, thus increasing the chances for revolution. The first part of the sentence I believe sound as a moral judgment, arguments about theories of value quite apart. But it is a moral judgment, disguised as an economic statement. The major and rather obvious point, however, is this: conditions which may be judged as exploitation have not, as yet, increased the chances for proletarian revolutions in any advanced capitalist society. 8. The class structure becomes more and more polarized, thus increasing the chance for revolution. The polarization has not occurred, in the course of capitalism's history. The class structure has not been simply 110. Tied, as Marx expected, into two classes. On the contrary, the opposite trend has been general, and the more advanced the capitalism, the more complex and diversified has the stratification become. The wage workers in advanced capitalist societies have leveled off as a proportion of the labor force in the USA, for example. This occurred before World War I. With automation, the trend certainly may be expected to continue. The intermediary or middle classes have not dwindled away. Their internal composition has changed, dramatically and drastically. They have become predominantly a new middle class of salaried employees, rather than an old middle class of entrepreneurs. As a whole, their proportion to the working population has grown enormously. In the 20th century, this has happened in all advanced capitalist countries. Among entrepreneurial farmers, a drastic decline in numbers; among free professionals, a leveling off; among small businessmen, a leveling off, but also a great turnover with a high rate of bankruptcy and of new starts. The most decisive change is the expansion of the new middle class of salaried employees. Salaried professionals, managers, office workers, and sales personnel have composed the growing strata. From a Marxist point of view, these white-collar employees can only be considered a new proletariat, for they do not own the means of production with which they work, but work for wages or salaries. But to consider them in this category is seriously to limit one's understanding of them as a new set of strata. They are a new 20th century pyramid, superimposed upon and overlapping the older entrepreneurial wage worker pyramid of 19th century capitalism. Their higher-level managers have joined the property owners and with them constitute a corporate rich of a sort Marx did not know. Their middle and lower levels cannot be adequately understood as merely a new sort of proletariat. 3. They simply do not fit into the scheme of stratification provided by classic Marxism, nor any scheme that is recognizably Marxist. Their very existence contradicts the expected two-class polarization of modern capitalism. 9. The material misery of the workers will increase, as will their alienation. 3 cf. White Collar. Critical Observations 111. Economic or material misery has not increased inside the advanced capitalist world. On the contrary, the general fact has been an increase in material standards of living. Wage workers have generally improved their economic condition, decreased their hours of work, abolished such cruel practices as child labor with which Marx was familiar, gained by their unions varying degrees of control over working conditions in factories, and, because of mechanization, have much less brutal, physical toil to do than workers did in the 19th century. Such facts are qualified in a decisive way by the mass unemployment of depression periods, and there is, even in the middle of general prosperity, much economic misery. But, as a whole, the secular trend of advanced capitalism in the 20th century has been against Marx's expectation of increasing material misery, and for reasons that are not firmly a part of Marx's model of capitalism. The improvement in the material standards of living is due to institutional reforms of a political nature, the development of welfare programs by the state, and of the welfare state itself, which subsidizes and alleviates the economic deficiencies of the capitalist system. It is due to the economic and political roles within capitalism played by labor unions and, in some countries, by labor parties. These agencies of the wage workers have been reformist, and they have succeeded in putting through considerable reforms. Prosperity is also due to the development of a seemingly permanent war economy, which is, from an economic point of view, sheer waste on an enormous scale. And naturally the increased or continued standards of living rest upon all those political, economic, and military mechanisms on which the mid-20th century stabilization of capitalism rests. The relative weight of each of these, and of other mechanisms of capitalist prosperity and increased living standards, is of course controversial, but together, in one proportion or another, they have refuted Marx's expectation of increasing material misery within advanced capitalist societies. Moreover, they are not given sufficient weight in Marx's model of this society. The shift of critical emphasis, by Marxists and by non-Marxists, is from material misery to psychological deprivation, or alienation. This emphasis is well within the orbit. 112. Of Marx's mind, especially of the young Marx, but as part of Marxist thinking it now lacks the solidity of its old accompaniment, material exploitation. New mechanisms of exploitation have to be added. The increased time for leisure is dominated and even expropriated by the machinery of amusement, for example. The chance really to experience, to reason and, in due course, the very capacity to reason are often expropriated. To read back into Marx these kinds of ideas, in the detail in which we know them, is going too far. They are not there. Although Marx knew the subtleties of psychic exploitation, he did not know many that we know. The mechanisms, the scope, the locale, and the effects of modern alienation do not necessarily contradict anything he wrote, but he did not describe them. Moreover, these psychic exploitations are not, we suspect, rooted in capitalism alone, and as such, they are also coming about in non-capitalist and post-capitalist societies. They are not necessarily rooted either in the private ownership or in the state ownership of the means of production. They may be rooted in the facts of mass industrialization itself. However that may be, the Marxist conception of alienation, brilliant and illuminating as it is, remains, like class consciousness, a quite rationalist conception. In these conceptions are mixed moral judgments. Indeed, into his conception of alienation, Marx has jammed his highest and most noble image of man and his fiercest indignation about the crippling of man by capitalism. And he has the strong tendency to impute, in an optative way, these judgments to the psychological realities of the work men do and the life men lead. Often these are not the realities men experience. The question of the attitude of men toward the work they do, in capitalist and in non-capitalist societies, is very much an empirical question, and one to which we do not have adequate answers. At any rate, to say the least, the condition in which Marx left the conception of alienation is quite incomplete, and brilliantly ambiguous. The case for alienation, then, is much more convincing than that for material misery, although the variety and the causes of alienation go beyond Marx's cryptic and not too clear comments about it. Moreover, alienation does not necessarily, or even usually, result in revolutionary impulses. On the contrary, often it seems more likely to. Critical Observations 113 be accompanied by political apathy than by insurgency of either the left or right. The psychological alternatives for men in capitalist society are no more polarized than is the class structure. Not conservatism or insurgency, proletarian or bourgeois, but social apathy, a developed and mature political indifference, is often the determining psychological condition. Such apathy is not readily explained in terms of Marx's rationalist model of ideological forms and class consciousness, or by his conception of alienation. 10. The wage workers, a class in itself, will be transformed into the proletariat, a class for itself. In advanced capitalism this has occurred only episodically and partially. It tends to occur in earlier rather than in later phases of industrialization, and in a situation in which political repression coincides with economic exploitation. But neither the mechanisms nor the full mixture of conditions under which it tends to occur are adequately stated by Marx. In fact, they cannot be so stated in his categories of stratification, for they involve certain political conditions as well as considerations of the status and the occupational composition of economic classes. But for Marx the structural development of capitalism, the growth of factories, of their enlarged scale and concentration, etc. leads to the psychological and political development of the proletariat, to its unity, its consciousness, its revolutionary insurgency. He was quite clearly wrong. Neither consciousness nor existence altogether determines the other. They interact, as Marx more or less inconsistently knew. But intervening variables are also at work, the means of mass communication, the machinery of amusement, the cultural apparatus, in brief, features of the ideological superstructure. Such variables mediate the relations of existence and consciousness, they affect each of these and they affect their interplay. They can play and often do play an autonomous role in the development of class consciousness or the lack of it. Existence itself is subject to the definitions of reality carried by the cultural apparatus. Consciousness itself, even self-identity, is also subject to these stereotypes and meanings. 114. In his notion of class, Marx tends to confuse the objective fact of it, a statistical aggregation of people, with the psychological developments that may occur within its membership. He seems to believe that class consciousness is a necessary psychological consequence of objective economic development, which includes the polarization of owners and workers. To Marx there is no ambiguity about this because the psychological and political results are, in some way not fully explained, the product of economic changes. But the connections between economic facts and psychological changes are not well considered as empirical questions. The conditions under which class consciousness of the sort Marx had in mind does occur are not fully known, but it is certain that they include more than economic developments in general, or relations to the means of production in particular. This is true even if we assume that economic developments are the prime movers of all historical change. The mechanisms by which such changes in the economic base lead to psychological changes are not worked out by Marx. If we agree with Marx that ideas must be connected with material interest to have any effect must become justifications or criticisms, this is not to agree that ideas are accordingly mere reflections of such interests. In a satisfactory model of social structure we must allow a considerable degree of autonomy to the formation and role of ideas. We must trace the ways in which ideas are related to individuals and to institutions with more sophistication than Marx was able to achieve in his general model. In such work we are not limited to economic classes, however defined, still less to only two such classes. The inadequacy of Marx's notion of class interests is of great moral importance. He does not consider the difference between what is to the interests of men according to an analysis of their position in society, and what men are interested in according to the men themselves. Nor does he confront fully the moral meaning of the political uses of this distinction. Marx himself is able to avoid these problems because of critical observations. 115 A confusion in his very categories of stratification, and because of the optative mood of his statements. By to the interest of Marx means, I take it, long-run general and rational interests. And to him, consciousness of such interests is revolutionary class consciousness. All else is temporary, partial, irrational, not yet fully developed. But the fact is that men are often concerned with temporary rather than long-run interests, and with particular interests, of occupational trades, for example, rather than the more general interests of their class. Also it is a matter of intellectual controversy and of moral judgment to determine what is temporary or durable, and it is certainly in part a moral judgment to decide what is rational, and whether or not class interests are the only, or even the main, rational interests. Marx's view of class consciousness is however as utilitarian and rationalist as anything out of Jeremy Bentham. Class consciousness is the Marxian counterpart to liberalism's image of man as citizen. Two possibilities must be considered. First, revolutionary class consciousness in which what is to men's interests is also what they are interested in, objective conditions and subjective development coincide. This point of coincidence between economic and psychological trends is the political target of classic Marxism, and it is also assumed to be an inevitable product of the course of capitalist history. But second, there are some occasions when men are not interested in what is to their rational interests and others when they are interested in what is not to their interests. Such men, according to Marx, are falsely conscious, and they are in this irrational state because objective and subjective developments do not as yet coincide. He assumes that capitalist history will do away with false consciousness. Obviously it has not. 11. The opportunity for revolution exists only when objective conditions and subjective readiness coincide. Obviously true and a truism. As already indicated, the two processes have not coincided in any advanced capitalist society, even the most advanced in the worst depression so far, the USA in the 1930s. 12. The functional indispensability of a class in the economic system leads to its political supremacy in the society as a whole. 116. This assumption, which underlies Marx's theory of power, seems to be drawn from the history of the bourgeoisie. Becoming functionally supreme within the feudal system, the bourgeoisie broke out of it to form the new society of capitalism. Likewise, reasoned Marx, within advanced capitalism, as the bourgeoisie becomes parasitical, and capitalism beset by contradictions, the workers will become the functionally indispensable class. Accordingly, they too will smash the system that hampers its own functioning, they too will become the ascendant class. Behind the Marxian theory of power, in short, there is a grand and false historical analogy of bourgeoisie with proletariat, of the transition from feudalism to capitalism with that from capitalism to socialism. The ancient slave, Professor Bober has noted, did not erect the feudal system, nor the serf or journeyman the capitalist system. History does not demonstrate that the exploited class of one society is the architect of the next social organization. For capitalism did not come about because of a class struggle between exploited serfs and nobles or between journeymen and exploiting guild masters. The economy and the society of the bourgeoisie grew up as an independent structure within feudalism. In 18th century France, the bourgeoisie became economically and politically powerful enough to gain control over the government, to smash the status and legal privileges of the nobles, and to reconstruct the social structure in accordance with bourgeois interests in an extended free market and a redistribution of taxation burdens. But, these successes of the middle classes were caused by their very wealth, which in the end made it impossible for governments lacking their support to govern. In contrast, capitalists and wage workers are part of the same economic and social structure. Within capitalism, wage workers are not representatives of any independent economic system. As already indicated, what capitalist and wage workers fight over is the distribution of the product, not the capitalist system of production as such. In contrast with the bourgeoisie, the Critical Observations 117 wage workers of advanced 20th century capitalism have in both respects declined. In addition to the falseness of the historical analogy on which it rests, this theory of power seems too formal to be a useful guide to investigation. More than that, it is often misleading. It obscures the organizational connection between classes and political institutions, and the role of political ideas and ideals, as well as of military force, in capturing and using the power of the state. The notion is upset, for example, by the fact of Nazi Germany where, on any reasonable account, parasitical and functionally useless elements of German society gained political power. There are of course many other instances of the military seizure and political maintenance of the powers of the state. Economic indispensability does not necessarily, and certainly does not automatically, lead to political power. Economic parasitism does not automatically lead to loss of political power. 13. In all class societies, the state is the coercive instrument of the owning classes. This is true only in part and on occasion. It is certainly not an exhaustive statement of the functions or the interests served by the state in the full variety of advanced capitalist societies. In societies with propertied classes, the state cannot adequately be understood as merely the instrument of such classes. In societies without propertied classes, the state does not appear to wither away, nor does it miraculously change all its functions and meanings merely because those who dominate society by means of it talk ideologically of the class interests the state serves. Allied with Marx's conception of the state, and its theory of power, is the phrase the ruling class. As with the conception of the state, this phrase enables those who use it to smuggle in by means of definition a theory, the theory that the top economic class is also necessarily the top political group. I say smuggle in because use of the phrase, ruling class, implies what ought to be examined. To examine the theory, to test it, we must use more clear-cut and distinct terms. Although it was not developed as a criticism of Marx, I have suggested the power elite as a useful, unloaded term. There is more to the difference than mere terminology. The latter conception leaves empirically open the question of economic determinism and the problem of the relative weight of upper economic classes within the higher circles. If the political order and the military establishment are given their due place alongside the economic system, it follows that our conception of the higher circles in capitalist society must be seen as more complex than the rather simple ruling class of Marx, and especially later Marxists. This is not a matter of something called elite theory versus class theory. Both are structural conceptions, defined by reference to the institutional positions men occupy and, accordingly, to the means of power that are available to them. It is the shape, the variety, the relations, the weight of such institutions and such positions within them that is at question. And these are not questions that can be solved by definition. The element of truth, and it is a large and important truth in Marx's theory of the state, is his general conception of the powers of property. Property does provide not merely control over things, but also control over men. This power is exercised in many different spheres of life, and some of them certainly through the state. But 2 points must be considered. First, the powers of property in capitalism are restricted by labor unions, which also act through the state, and by other forces that do countervail against the naked political and economic powers of property. Second, to nationalize property does not necessarily eliminate the powers of property. It may in fact increase the actual exploitation of men by men in all social spheres. It may be more difficult to oppose exploitation or to do away with it. Marx generally assumed that, with the abolition of propertied classes, democratic mechanisms would accompany the collectivization. For us today, this must, to say the least, be taken as an open question. Together, these 2 points raise serious questions about the adequacy of Marx's conception of the state. The source of his error is his economic determinism and his neglect of political and military institutions as autonomous and originative matters I shall examine later. Here it is sufficient to note that if we define the state as a committee of the ruling class or of propertied classes, we cannot vary. Critical Observations 119 well test, within various societies, the range of relations between economic classes and political forms. But if we focus first in a clear-cut and unilateral way upon the means of political rule, and define the state, with Max Weber, simply as an organization that monopolizes legitimate violence over a given territory, then we can be historically specific and empirically open in our reflections. And that is what we ought to do, make of the state an object of inquiry, rather than a theory closed up in a slogan. This is a matter of comparative and historical inquiry, but even without any such close analysis it is obvious that quite different political systems can and do coexist with similar capitalist economic bases: the United States in 1920, Nazi Germany, England in the 1940s, Sweden today. Surely it is careless to lump all these together as committees of the propertied classes. 14. Capitalism is involved in one economic crisis after another. These crises are getting worse. So capitalism moves into its final crisis and the revolution of the proletariat. The slump-boom cycle is a foremost economic fact about the history of capitalism. But it is a very real question whether or not this cycle is inherent in capitalism, as presently organized in individual nation-states and on an international scale. The political role of the state, in direct and indirect economic actions, of unions and of labor parties, of the economic brinkmanship of military preparation, these and other developments transform the problem of crisis from a problem of seemingly inevitable economic mechanisms into political and military issues of international and domestic scale. On the stabilization of advanced capitalism, in general, I think we have now to say, not yet proved one way or another, still in balance. By no means may we rule out severe economic crisis. The general model of crisis set forth by Marx is instructive. But to prove Karl Marx's theories correct or incorrect on this point, it is not enough to show that capitalism is in trouble, or even that it is subject to severe crises. To proceed in that way would be to treat Marx as a mere prophet, rather than as the social analyst he was. We must ask, what are the causes of the trouble, the nature of the crises? And what are their results? To these questions Marx is an inadequate guide. 120. The mechanics of such stabilization as does prevail and the instabilities too, as well as the possible downfall are not due to the internal, economic developments Marx foresaw. The mechanics of stabilization now very much include imperialist mechanics of a sort Marx did not foresee and, above all, the threat of competition with an economically developed, politically consolidated, militarily strong non-capitalist structure, the Sino-Soviet bloc, about which Marx clearly had nothing to say. Considered internally, the problems of capitalist crisis are political and military issues rather than economic problems as such. These issues exist because what must be done economically is politically repugnant to the most powerful capitalist interests. War preparation as a means of economic brinkmanship is more often more to their taste. Advanced capitalism, in its political, military, and economic forms, has been stabilized on an international scale. Self-corrections within it, of a politically facilitated kind, are at work, not only within but also between the advanced capitalist economies. International aid and support has been available among capitalist societies for political and military reasons, no doubt, but with the economic result of capitalist prosperity for both North America and Western Europe. Most United States aid since World War II has been used to help resuscitate the capitalist economies of already advanced societies, not to industrialize non-industrial areas. This post-war reconstruction of the advanced capitalist systems has tended to consolidate them as an economic bloc at high levels of economic activity, and to stabilize this bloc politically and militarily on an international scale. The major political meaning of this work lay in the military postures that have been assumed by the USA and USSR. Given that posture, the USA aided the world capitalist recovery and boom, directly by military aid and indirectly by assuming most of the burden of military preparation for a possible World War III. In the meantime, regardless of causes, advanced capitalism has not collapsed in economic crises or slumps have indeed occurred, but these appear more episodic than secular. Moreover, in overcoming them in non-Marxian ways, capitalist society as known to Marx has been changed into other forms, many of them not expected by Marx. Critical Observations 121. What has come to prevail is a politically and militarily organized capitalism. Its managers have alleviated economic crisis, and there has been, especially since World War II began, an economic boom on an unprecedented scale. Marx did not see clearly and adequately the nature of capitalism's monopoly form and the political and military manner of its stabilization. In this monopoly form it has not remained merely an anarchy of production. Vast sectors of it have been highly rationalized by private corporations, trade associations, and state intervention. Capitalism and bureaucracy, in brief, are not polar opposites. They have been integrated. The anarchy of production has not been generalized, to a considerable extent, it has been rationalized. The operation of the most advanced capitalist economies at high levels is also due, in considerable part, to artificially stimulated demands. Built into them is systematic waste on an enormous scale, a scale not even Marx fully grasped. The status obsolescence of perfectly serviceable commodities is one example. The change of automobile models by Detroit costs more than several years of the whole of the productive investment program of all of India. 5. The economic waste of mass advertisement, not to speak of the preparation for war, are further examples. But this is just the point. Marx did not know that despite all this waste, in part because of it, the engines of capitalist production and productivity could continue and even increase. He saw the waste, the fraud, the contradictions, but he underestimated the fabulous capacities of fully developed capitalism as we know it today. The gap between possible and actual production in advanced capitalism is indeed, as Marx saw clearly, enormous. This contradiction, objectively speaking, has grown greater and probably will continue to do so, for scientific possibilities are restricted by waste, fraud, inefficiency, and short-run profit-seeking. But it is a political gap rather than an economic contradiction. Increasingly a matter of moral evaluation and an object of political decision, it has not resulted even during severe economic depression, in any proletarian upsurge to resolve it? 5. Thomas Baylock, The New Statesman, December 12, 1959. 122. Marx assumes that capitalism is a dynamic system largely determined by economic forces at work within it. As such, his model is a brilliant description, analysis, and prediction. But the fact is that other forces have interfered with the economic mechanics. Some of these are within it, in particular political and military forces, some are outside it, in particular the world consolidation of the Sino-Soviet bloc as a counterforce to world capitalism. The fate of capitalism as a system now depends upon these forces as well as upon its own internal economic mechanics. 15. The post-capitalist society will first pass through a transitional stage, that of the dictatorship of the proletariat, then it will move into a higher phase in which true communism will prevail. About this, we have no information. A proletarian revolution of the sort Marx had in mind has never occurred. The revolutions made in his name have occurred in types of society quite different than those he had in mind. These we shall consider when we examine post-Marx Marxism. 16. Although men make their own history, given the circumstances of the economic foundations, the way they make it and the direction it takes are determined. The course of history is structurally limited to the point of being inevitable. The general model of history-making set forth by Marx and Engels is a generalization applied to the whole of society of the economic model of the market of classic capitalism, in which events are the unintended results of innumerable deciders. It is also a generalization from one historically specific phase of capitalism in the main, Victorian Great Britain, to the whole of the capitalist epoch, and perhaps to all previous history as well. The historic facts now at hand suggest the need for an additional model. These facts are, the increased scope and the centralization of the means of power in every major institutional order of society, political, economic, military. Because of these facts we must construct another model in which events may be understood in closer and in more conscious relation to the decisions and lack of decisions of powerful elites, political and military as well as economic. We must apply this model, with appropriate modi. Critical observations 123 Vacations, to the understanding of Soviet types of society, to underdeveloped countries, as well as to advanced capitalist societies. The categories of political, military, and economic elites are thus as important to the analysis and understanding of our times as the mechanics of economic classes and other more impersonal forces of history-making. The Marxist model of history is brilliantly constructed and, for one phase of one type of society, it is generally the most appropriate. But taken alone and used universally, it is an undue generalization and as such, inadequate. It assumes a society in which the typical units are small in scale and their mode of interaction, like that of the free market economy, autonomous. In Marxist terms, such a society is referred to as the kingdom of necessity. Marx also refers, of course, to the kingdom of freedom, to the post-capitalist realm in which men will be masters of their own fate and intention will more closely coincide with resultant event. The realm of necessity still does prevail, and Marx's model of it is useful in all types of society, in much of advanced capitalism, as well as in the undeveloped world. The realm of freedom is still an ideal only, as Marx envisaged it, it exists nowhere. But these are not the only two models of history-making available, and we cannot suppose that the second is the only alternative to the first. Further models are needed for advanced capitalism as well as for other types of society. The sequence of epochs Marx imagined, is not necessarily going to happen. The sequence is the big historical framework of Marx's theory and expectation. We must now modify it. Out of advanced capitalism nowhere has socialism, of any sort recognizable as Marxist, come. Out of feudalism socialism of one type has sprung directly. In this type, moreover, the assumed coincidence of the individual's interests with those of his community, the realm of freedom, is not the unambiguous case. So these epochs themselves, feudalism, capitalism, socialism, need revision. The capitalism that prevails is not the capitalism Marx knew, the post-capitalist societies that have arisen do not conform to Marx's expectations, either in their origins or in their character. The socialism, much less the communism, that Marx expected is certainly not. 124. As yet, the society that has come about out of one type of feudalism, in the Sino-Soviet zone. 17. The social structure, as noted in proposition number 1, is determined by its economic foundations. Accordingly, the course of its history is determined by changes in these economic foundations. The economic means are only one means of power, and they may themselves be shaped, in fact determined, by political and military means and in accordance with military and political aims and interest. Political determinism and military determinism are often as relevant as, or more relevant than, economic determinism to the explanation of many pivotal events in the mid-20th century. The economic determinism of Marx is usually placed in opposition to the moral determination of liberals and of utopian socialists. Both views, I think, are historically specific to the period between the French Revolution and the First World War, and in particular to Great Britain and the United States. Neither can be taken as universal. Both must be reconsidered in the light of events in our own present time and immediately foreseeable future. And we are not, of course, limited to either moral or economic determinism. Since Marx's day, the social structures of capitalism have changed to such an extent as to require a new statement of the causal weight of economic institutions, and of their causal relations with other institutions. In view of the history of Marxist movements, the developments in advanced capitalism, and the conditions and prospects of the underdeveloped world, economic determinism has come to seem a fundamental error in Marx's work. The view that economic causes are the supreme causes within capitalism is directly linked with the erroneous expectations about the role of the wage worker, the overformal theory of power, and the oversimplified conception of the state. Since the First World War, it has become increasingly clear that political forms may drastically modify and even, on occasion, determine the economies of a society. Not the mode of economic production but the mode of political action may well be decisive. As more and more areas, critical observations 125 of social life, private as well as public, become objects of political organization, a struggle, for political ideals and for the political and military means of action and decision must, along with economic means, be seen as keys to man's making of history. This does not mean that economic powers are minor, or that they are not translated into effective political and military power. But it does mean that with the expansion of the state, economic powers are now often defensive and limited, and that they are not the all-sufficient key to the understanding of political power or to the shaping of total social structures. Many 20th-century economic developments must themselves be explained by changes in political and military forces. I do not mean to replace economic determinism by political determinism or military determinism, but only to suggest that the causal weight of each of these types is not subject to any historically universal rule. It must be historically determined in the case of any given society. In various capitalist societies, political policies have greatly modified the economic base and the social effects of economics upon all strata of the population. The welfare state is not determined by the mode of economic production, although of course it is made possible by economic developments. What is politically possible within present-day capitalist economies undoubtedly is wider than Marx's doctrine would lead us to expect. Just how wide it is, we cannot predict, but there is nothing inherent in the capitalist economic system that prohibits political history-making, including reform and deliberate change of the economy itself. Within the present era of capitalism, the arena of conflict and the motor of historic change is less the economic base as such than the political and economic institutions joined into the political economy. This kind of political capitalism Marx neither knew nor foresaw. He did not grasp the almost neo-mercantilist form it has taken, nor the extent and effects of politically controlled and subsidized capitalism. The subsidies have been direct and indirect, of a welfare and of a military nature. That they may be considered subsidies of the economic defaults of capitalism does not alter my point, it strengthens it. The political forces that have modified capitalism in 126. Some countries are reforms carried out in Marx's name, in others, as in the New Deal, they are liberal forces, often led by upper-class circles and strongly influenced by the weight of those intermediary classes that were, according to Marx, supposed to dwindle away. In part, too, the modifications are of course concessions made by monopoly capitalists in pursuit of their own interests. Capitalists have more political control over economic forces and so can perpetuate their role in political capitalism, thus upsetting the Marxist anticipations of economic crisis and its expected results. In brief, we must generalize Marx's approach to economics. We come then to focus as did Marx upon the changing techniques of economic production. But we also focus as did Max Weber upon the techniques of military violence, of political struggle and administration, and upon the means of communication, in short, upon all the means of power, and upon their quite varied relations with one another in historically specific societies. So we may speak in a thoroughly Marxist manner of the appropriation and monopolization of such political and military means. The emphasis upon the economy must be treated as a convenience of method. We must always try to distinguish its causal weight in the society as a whole, but we must leave open the possibilities of more political and more military autonomy than did Marx. I think this is a necessary and useful refinement and elaboration of the general model of society drawn up by Marx. It then becomes possible to do whatever Marxists may wish by way of arguing and investigating economic determinism. But economic determinism becomes one hypothesis to be tested in each specific epoch and society. Military determinism and political determinism may also be so tested. Given the present state of our knowledge, no one of the three should automatically be assumed to predominate uniformly among history-making factors in all societies, or even in all types of capitalist societies. There is one implication of economic determinism quite detrimental to the present-day usefulness of Marx's work, the role of the nation-state and of nationalism in history. That nationalism would decline and internationalism come to be paramount in the ideology and political policies pursued by wage workers, these expectations have turned out. Critical Observations 127 to be quite wrong. This is revealed within socialist movements and communist states, within capitalist societies, and within colonial and underdeveloped areas. Within capitalism, internationalism as a current has generally declined in force since Marx's time. The wage workers have certainly been no less nationalist than have middle and upper classes. The most dramatic blow to the idea of internationalism, especially in Germany, was struck by the Second International at the time of the First World War. On August 4, 1914, European socialism gave way to nationalism in a decisive way. One meaning of such facts for the Marxist model is that classes are only one basis in terms of which consciousness and specifically, passionate consciousness of interest may be formed, many other bases interfere with it, however strong at times it may be. Nationalism is only the most obvious example of this more general fact. Yet it is a grievous one. Nationalism, contrary to Marx's general assumption, has increased in importance as a political and economic force, as a military form, and as a basis of men's consciousness. In the making of history today, nation-states and supranational blocks of states are the most immediate forms of organization, political consciousness and militant will. Classes, and particularly alliances of classes, do of course operate by means of nation-states, but the political and military powers resting in these political structures and upon nationalist consciousness often reshape classes and alliances of classes. Economic differences are greater between one nation-state and another than between classes within the advanced capitalist nations. Whatever the practice of later Marxists may reveal, the idea does not form a systematic part of the work of Karl Marx. To summarize, at the center of Marx's thought, indeed of all varieties of Marxism, there is this proposition: of all the elements and forces of capitalist society, it is the wage workers who are destined to be the dynamic political actors in the maturity and in the decline of capitalism. Virtually every feature of Marxism, as we have noted, finds its place as an explanation of why this process goes on and why it must go on. Intellectually, that is the heart of Marxism. The theories of trend, noted in our inventory, lie immediately back of this labor metaphysic and support it as the central purpose. 128. Scission about what is going on in the advanced capitalist world. Morally, too, Marxism is an affirmation of the processes by which the wage workers are becoming a revolutionary proletariat, and a celebration of the revolutionary drama they are going to enact. Politically, the history of the Marxists is at bottom a set of strategies and efforts to further these processes, and so to make possible or to ensure the enactment of that drama. This being so, it must immediately be said that Marx's major political expectation about advanced capitalist societies has collapsed, the central agency which he designates has not developed as expected, the role he expected that agency to enact has not been enacted. The trends supposed to facilitate the development and the role of the agency have not generally come off, and when they have occurred, episodically and in part, they have not led to the results expected. Wage workers in advanced capitalism have rarely become a proletariat vanguard, they have not become the agency of any revolutionary change of epoch. To a very considerable extent they have been incorporated into nationalist capitalism economically, politically, and psychologically. So incorporated, they constitute within capitalism a dependent rather than an independent variable. The same is true of labor unions and of labor parties. These organizations function politically and economically in a reformist manner only, and within the capitalist system. Class struggle in the Marxist sense does not prevail, conflicts of economic interests have quite generally been institutionalized, they are subject to indirect and bureaucratic decision, rather than to open and political battle. There are, of course, basic class conflicts of interest. But there is little class struggle over them. These points form a serious charge against Marx, they carry implications for the categories and the model which he set forth. To put it in another way, not only have the expectations of Marx failed to come about in any advanced capitalist society, but there are very good reasons to expect that they are not going to come about in the manner and on the scale expected by Marx. It is not merely a matter of an empirical miss, it rests upon theoretical deficiencies of his categories and in his general model of capitalism. Such, after all, is only to be expected in view of the fact. Critical observations 129 that Marx's model as a whole, and in virtually all of its parts, is built upon and around the labor metaphysic. Since this labor metaphysic provides the central thrust and the major political expectation of classic Marxism, its collapse entails the collapse of much else in his thinking. Behind the labor metaphysic and the erroneous views of its supporting trends there are deficiencies in the Marxist categories of stratification, ambiguities and misjudgments about the psychological and political consequences of the development of the economic base, errors concerning the supremacy of economic causes within the history of societies and the mentality of classes, inadequacies of a rationalist psychological theory, a generally erroneous theory of power, an inadequate conception of the state. Even being as generous as possible in our application to Marx's work of his own principle of historic specificity, we find him too wrong on too many points. The political, psychological, and economic expectations clearly derivable from his work seem increasingly unreal, his model as a whole increasingly inadequate. His theories bear the stamp of Victorian capitalism. It is little wonder, that is what they are about. We must accuse him of dying, his work unfinished, in 1883. Of course it is easy to confront 19th-century doctrine with 20th-century events. So many decades have passed since Marx's work was done. Such easy hindsight about such work as his may make one feel cheap, but it is inevitable for any possible advance in social reflection and inquiry. Classic Marxism today is less an adequate definition of advanced capitalist realities than a political statement in the optative mood. But we must now ask, has the value of Marx's method of work been destroyed? My answer to this should already be clear: no. His method is a signal and lasting contribution to the best sociological ways of reflection and inquiry available. 6. But has the value of his general model of society and of history been destroyed by the run of historical events that have overturned specific theories and expectations? My answer to this question is, substantively, yes. The model as Marx left it is inadequate. One can use it only with great intellectual clumsiness and wasted sophistication, and often only with double talk. For us today, the work of Marx is a beginning point, not a finished view of the social worlds we are trying to understand. So far as our own orienting political philosophy and our own social theories are concerned, we may not know just where we stand, but there is little doubt that we are somewhere beyond Marx. Proof for this, fragmentary but nonetheless decisive, has been suggested in the present chapter. But there is one further question. Marxism certainly does not end with Marx. It begins with him. Later thinkers and actors have used, revised, elaborated his ideas, and set forth quite new doctrines, theories, and strategies. In one way or another, these are indeed based upon Marx, although they can be identified with classic Marxism only by those who feel they must distort intellectual and political history for their un-Marxist need for certainty through orthodoxy. That is not the question. The question is, are any of these later theories adequate as political orientation and useful for social inquiry today? Let us examine the most important and influential of these. 7 Roads to Socialism. The intellectual history of Marxism is characterized by tortuous and savage controversies. To many outsiders they often appear sectarian as well. But for the thinkers and politicians engaged in them, these controversies have been and are truly agonizing and of the most vital intellectual importance. The intellectual work of Marx and of post-Marx Marxists is no calm debate in scholarly circles, it occurs in close connection with decision and event. It consists of a continuous series of doctrinal battles fought with close attention to personal need and political defeat, moral aspiration and again defeat. And it is connected with historic questions of supreme human importance. Each revision, elaboration, rebuttal, deviation is geared to political and economic developments first within one nation, then another, and now within the world as a whole. Each of the several major phases into which the development of Marxism may conveniently be divided is at once a political stage and an intellectual pivot. As we quickly pass them in preliminary review in the present chapter, we must pay attention to the immediate political context of each phase, and to the agencies of historical change that each emphasizes. In the 1840s, among Western thinkers with generally socialist objectives, several reform programs competed with each other and with various liberal doctrines. These provided the intellectual and political context for the ideas of the young Marx. Many small groups and utopian colonies, as well as publics and schools, existed under the general name of socialism. A welter of German doctrines, English views, French ideologies prevailed. And there were many projects and projectors. They all denounced the power that monopoly of property gave some men over other. Roads to Socialism 133 men. But about programs, they differed greatly. Some favored large industrial enterprises, others, small communities of agrarian and craft workmen. Some wanted property to be parceled out in small units, others wanted it concentrated and held in large collective ownership. Some wanted equality of income for all men, others wanted income distributed according to need or service, or left to the workings of free markets. Some would abolish all inheritance, others regarded inheritance as necessary for family and economic continuity. Some wanted the technically efficient to rule economic affairs, others wanted a pure democratic rule. If we try to sort out all these roads to socialism, 3 main tendencies appear during the 19th century. Some men withdrew, as it were, into utopian communities within which to practice or at least to try out their anti-capitalist principles. Some appealed to the powerful on the basis of reason and in terms of such ideals as justice, others thought of making a socialist revolution. Among these revolutionaries, some had in mind a more or less spontaneous uprising of exploited masses or perhaps direct action by labor unions. Others thought of the revolution as the conspiracy of a small, tightly knit party. In between, at different times someone held almost every view imaginable. When in the late 19th century, the right to vote became more nearly universal and labor unions more effective and secure, a fourth road to socialism appeared, through the work of trade unions, pressure groups, cooperatives, and legal parties might come a series of victories at the polls, the resultant parliamentary legislation bringing socialism. Karl Marx rejected the first road and the second, the fourth he never really considered, although Engels did confront the question at the end of his life. We should remember that during their lifetimes, Marx and Engels were in close touch with various political circles and parties. They wrote letters and manifestos, they made speeches to small groups of people, insurgent scholars, and stray, often immigrant, workmen. But neither was a direct. 1 CFGDH Cole, History of Socialism, Volume I, pages 304 SF. 134. Political leader of any consequence. 2. They were intellectuals, political intellectuals. As such, throughout his lifetime Marx remained a revolutionary socialist. Although he learned much about practical revolution making from his experience of 1848, and by his careful study of the Paris Commune of 1871, he could not, or at least did not, spell out clearly the manner of the proletarian revolution. Other men came to spell it out differently, each in the name of Marx, and much disagreement about the roads to socialism persists. The ideas of Marx did of course become involved in political action. In fact, his work as a whole became the basis for all important left-wing activities and thought. Almost immediately its influence spread in two directions, and this political split of Marxism, in one form or another, has remained decisive. The Social Democratic, a mass party claiming socialism as its objective, advocating education of the working class so that its members will understand the reasons they should vote themselves into power. In general, social democracy is about how to install socialism in advanced capitalist nations having parliamentary political systems. The Bolshevik, a small party of professional revolutionaries which prepares above all for the conquest of state power, hits quickly at opportune moments, enlisting the support of larger circles and of masses on immediate issues. In general, Bolshevism is about how to make a revolution in an economically backward country having a despotic government. Leaving aside for the moment theoretical judgments about which of these is more in line with the ideas of Marx, which is the most orthodox, let us consider the historical facts and interpretations. Social democracy as displayed in Edward Bernstein's Legal and Evolutionary Socialism contends that a socialist party enrolling a major section of the electorate and linked with trade unions and cooperatives can achieve socialism within a democratically constituted polity by use of constitutional means, that is, without a revolution. Bolshevism, as displayed in the works of Lenin and Trotsky, rests politically upon the felt need to create and to use a small, tightly organized and disciplined party of revolutionaries as the vanguard of the working class. Perhaps elsewhere the working class, if properly educated, might put through the revolution by their votes, but in Russia, Lenin's type of party did put through the revolution, against the remnants of the ramshackle Tsarist regime, against the liberals led by A.F. Kerensky, against the Russian Social Democrats, and against the armies and the boycotts of capitalist Europe, America, and Japan. 1. In the latter half of the 19th century, there developed in Western Europe mass labor parties and powerful trade unions. These parties were loosely organized in the Second International, which between 1899 and 1914 represented orthodox Marxism to the world. The Central Party was in Germany. In many ways it was the prototype of the social democratic version of Marxism, in ideology, revolutionary, in practice, reformist. In the 1890s this party became the seat of what one might call the socialist revisionaries, the first coherent specification of Marxism as a significant political practice. This revisionism is most notably developed as a variety of Marxism by Eduard Bernstein. He was answered in the name of orthodoxy by Karl Koski, and in the name of revolutionary socialism by Rosa Luxemburg. Since then, with interruptions and many modifications, the social democratic direction of Marxism has been ascendant among the varieties of socialism in the more advanced capitalist countries of Western and Central Europe. In Chapter 8, Bernstein and Koski and Luxemburg will speak for themselves. In the present chapter, we shall merely characterize Eduard Bernstein's outlook, which in the end, had come to prevail as social democracy. As labor unions and socialist parties grew in size and in power, they became agencies of reform rather than levers for revolution. The revolution could wait, and the notion of the inevitability of a gradual drift toward a socialist society served to shore up hopes while waiting. In the meantime, social democratic parties, along with trade unions and consumers' cooperatives, and, on occasion, in alliance with non-socialist parties, made such economic and political gains as they could. Bernstein's was the most explicit acknowledgement of the fact that the movement became everything. To maintain it, to advance it, is to build socialism. Accordingly, there is no need to smash the democratic state. By using this state, the workers and their parties can make and are making great, immediate advances. They can also progress toward the revolutionary change. Revolution becomes a rhetoric, force is judged unnecessary, even futile, Marxism becomes a democratic socialist reform party, and socialism is to come about in Imperial Germany as an emancipation through economic organization, although of course this requires political as well as economic struggle. Did not Engels write in his preface to the class struggle in France that the working class must be educated for democracy? That the German socialists were demonstrating to comrades everywhere how to use universal suffrage? 5. Trade unions and consumers' cooperatives are democratic elements in industry. As instruments of piecemeal reform, they work. Moreover, if they win strong contracts, do they not win a real kind of part ownership in the industry? The general strike, the mass strike for political as well as economic ends, was not ruled out by Bernstein. It is a technical weapon in the realistic struggle for socialism, useful no doubt in special circumstances. After all, given modern weapons, the days of street fights and barricades are over. The workers cannot win battles in such ways. But the mass political strike can be used to exert the strongest pressure upon government and public opinion. To be sure, its chances of success are slim. It must be used sparingly and only at critical moments, only when the workers' actions through legal channels are blocked, and it must be carefully prepared by the party and by the unions. It need not be a universal stoppage of work. As a matter of fact, reasoned Bernstein, in a thoroughgoing democracy the political strike will be an outmoded weapon. That it is still a live option testifies to how far removed we are from that democracy. Such were the historical levers looked to by the leading socialist revisionary. The choice of these, and more generally the management of social democratic parties to which they led, were accompanied by revisions of Marxist ideas, and rested upon going facts about the agencies themselves. As for the ideas, Bernstein's briefest summary runs as follows: peasants do not shrink, middle class does not disappear, crises do not grow ever larger, misery and serfdom do not increase. There is increase in insecurity, dependence, social distance, social character of production, functional superfluity of property owners. 6. In the first decade of the 20th century, 3 interpretations of Marx developed in the Social Democratic Party of Germany: the orthodox, the revisionist, and the radical. But the First World War was the crucial test for all proclaimed radicals or revolutionaries. Confronted by this test in Germany, the revisionists and the orthodox became for all practical purposes, actively or passively, one and the same. They supported the war. By 1919 they were opposing the Bolsheviks. The group that remained revolutionary, the radicals, did oppose the war and did support, although certainly not uncritically, the Bolshevik victory in Tsarist Russia. The anti-Bolsheviks in the German party were led, in their theories, by the orthodox Karl Koschei, who was joined by Bernstein. Koschei, who, in his stand for pure Marxism, had once polemicized mightily against Bernstein, now found himself wringing his hands. When the war broke out, he was trying to figure out what Marx would have said and done, were he still alive. Bernstein, on the other hand, who had openly abandoned revolution as a means of achieving power, had perhaps a less grievous travail. Bernstein's counterparts throughout Western Europe joined him. Thus in World War I, the Social Democrats fought for whichever country they happened to live in, and thus, insofar as they were composed of working classes, they killed off one another. The First World War and the Bolshevik Revolution, these two events literally separated the revolutionaries from the reformists. The only thing that the Social Democrats have succeeded in nationalizing is socialism itself. From Bernstein's view, there was no great moral problem. By supporting the war, the workers would come out better than ever. Kaiserism would be weakened if Germany lost, or else the Kaiser would reward the loyal support of the German working class by allowing them still more power and social security. Koschei had finally to conclude that, according to historical and dialectical materialism, the conditions for revolution were not yet ripe in Germany. Therefore the German workers could not effectively oppose the war. If conditions in industrially advanced Germany were not ripe, imagine the horror he felt when the audacious Bolsheviks not only tried but succeeded in making a revolution in backward Russia. Rosa Luxemburg was the leader of the revolutionary wing of the German party. We shall read her attack on Bernstein in Chapter 8 and in Chapter 11 her critique of Bolshevism. 7. 2. Tsarist Russia stood in sharp contrast to Western Europe, and accordingly the development of socialism assumed a quite different character there. Russia was a semi-feudal autocracy, having no significant parliamentary life or any other democratic forms. Its population was largely rural and illiterate. Its capitalism was both feeble and curious in its development. Although its working class was concentrated, it was small, and attempts to organize it were harshly suppressed. In Tsarist Russia there could be no mass parties, no labor unions, no cooperatives of the sort or on the scale of Western Europe. The socialist movement in Russia had developed as an answer to rural misery, and was, accordingly, not Marxist. These early revolutionaries, they were called Narodniks or populists, aimed to liberate the peasants. But as capitalism began to develop in Russia, especially during the 1890s, Russian followers of Marx came to challenge the Narod. Roads to Socialism 139 Nix. In 1895, led by George Plekhanov, perhaps he might be called the Koschei of Russia, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was formed. There followed a period of struggle against the Narodniks, who were not equal to the Marxists' intellectual brilliance. But by 1903, the Marxists themselves had begun to fight, and two wings emerged in the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, the majority, led by Lenin, and the minority. This division did not represent the actual majority and minority strengths, but nonetheless the label stuck. The Mensheviks generally stood with the moderates of the Second International, waiting for capitalism to develop in Russia so that the working class could grow and thus ultimately overthrow the system. In the meantime, the party too would grow and the workers would become educated for the day of the coming. Lenin argued that this was all nonsense. If you want to make a revolution in Russia, he said, in effect, you have to make some revolutionaries, a tightly organized group ready to act when the moment arrives. After the collapse of Tsarism in the war, and after the February Revolution of 1917, the Bolsheviks began to gain ascendancy over other socialist parties. They did not have a settled long-range program. They said, stop fighting the war. Give the land to the peasants. Give everyone food. Peace. Land. Bread. They acted quickly and decisively in the insurrection of October 1917. By then it was not very difficult for them to seize power in the major cities. In the summer and fall of 1917, the two most brilliant Russian revolutionaries who had previously held conflicting views came together to solidify Bolshevism. Taken together, the doctrines of Lenin and of Trotsky coincided to make up Bolshevism as theory, strategy, ideology. And the revolution they led is the pivotal event in the political history of Marxism. The fact of it, the way in which it occurred, where it occurred, how it was subsequently consolidated, these are the pivots around which all Marxist argument since 1917 has revolved. What are the distinctive traits of Bolshevism as doctrine and as practice up to the death of Lenin in 1924? In Chapter 9, below, we shall read some writings from Lenin and Trotsky. Here, I wish merely to outline what 140 seem to me the essential points of Bolshevism. 1. A socialist revolution can occur in a backward country which has a weak capitalist development as well as in a mature capitalist nation. 2. A disciplined, tightly organized party of professional revolutionaries, illegal if need be, represents the proletariat as the spontaneous historical agency of this revolution. 3. In such countries alongside the worker stands the peasant. The Russian peasant is an ally of the Russian worker. The Bolshevik Party will stand for the interests of both, because, due to peculiar Russian circumstances, the Russian peasantry is a revolutionary class. 4. Politically and morally, violence and conspiracy are justified, first against the Tsarist police state and later against the counter-revolutionaries. Morality means doing what has to be done to make a revolution provided you accept morally its historical consequences. For Bolsheviks, the end, the accomplishments of the revolution determines and justifies the means of the revolution as an act. 5. The capitalist world has entered its imperialist phase, an age dominated by great financial networks of monopoly capitalists. This is the last stage of capitalism. It is a period of continual warfare for the division of the world among the capitalist powers. 6. On a worldwide scale, the capitalist system is using itself up, it cannot sustain itself. In order to acquire new markets, worldwide monopoly capitalism requires the export of capital, and not merely the export of finished consumer goods. Only in this way can new markets now be acquired by the capitalists. 7. This imperialism means that the world is divided up among the major capitalist powers, therefore, the backward countries can never develop economically in the manner of the already established capitalist powers. For example, a bourgeois class will never be strong in such countries as Russia, China, or India. Russian industry in particular is controlled by French and British capitalists who will not allow its further development. 8. For these reasons, and especially because of this uneven development caused by imperialism, the Russian proletariat, small though it may be, must make its revolution. Roads to Socialism 141 before it is swallowed up completely by the imperialists. It is the weakest link in the chain, the Bolsheviks will now smash that link. 9. Furthermore, the imperialists have produced just the situation that shows the workers of backward nations what imperialism really is. Imperialism has produced war, and increased colonial exploitation. The workers of such colonies will come to act against imperialism precisely when the big capitalist countries are busy fighting and so weakening each other. By their action, the workers of underdeveloped lands will provide to decisive sections of the working class of the imperialist nations themselves a moral inspiration to do the same, to make the proletarian revolution. 10. The Bolshevik Party, the agency by which the revolution is firmly led if not made, must maintain its structure as a revolutionary organization after it has won the power of the state. It will be the only party because it is the only true representative of the workers and the peasants. Within this party there may be much disagreement, but once a decision is reached by the small controlling group, then all party members must accept it. Any public disagreement after such a decision has been reached amounts to treason. 811. Having won power in Russia, Bolsheviks are actively to encourage other revolutions, both in advanced capitalist societies and in pre-industrial societies. Since the Bolsheviks had been able to make a revolution, it seemed obvious to them that they were correct. Therefore, any party that hopes to be successful must follow their organization and their tactics, with some consideration given to historical and national differences. 12. Both in the winning of state power, and after the victory, Bolsheviks hold that it is necessary to destroy completely the old state and set up a completely new state machinery. Such, crudely, is the Bolshevism of Lenin and Trotsky of the October days. Their work is a brilliant series of attempts to adapt the ideas of Marx to revolutionary purposes in a society that is the very opposite of the kind of society Marx had written about. Bolshevik theorists confronted problems Marx never confronted. Bolshevik practitioners solved these problems in ways with which Marx may or may not have agreed. But what is certain is that Marx never even confronted them in the manner of the Bolsheviks. The Soviet insistence that Bolshevism is, in one way or another, orthodox Marxism should not obscure the fact that, taken as a whole, Bolshevism is a distinct theory and has a quite different political orientation. The Bolsheviks do, of course, use the categories of Marx as well as various elements of his general model of society. In particular, they do stick to his 19th century views when they consider 20th century capitalist societies. Their rhetoric is drawn from his rich and often telling vocabulary of invective, and the ideals Marx formulated, the Bolsheviks proclaim. Everything is done in his name, but the doing is not in line with his theory or with his political orientation. Whatever orthodox Marxism may reasonably be taken to mean, it does not include Bolshevik practice. Nonetheless, the Bolsheviks of Russia made a revolution in the name of Marxism. We must, I believe, consider Russian Bolshevism, as we must consider Victorian Marxism, concretely, as a historically specific political philosophy. Much of Marxism after Marx is an attempt to explain why the wage workers of advanced capitalist societies have not generally become proletarianized, much less performed the act of the proletarian revolution. But with Bolshevism this is not the central point, if only because Bolshevism as theory is not generally about advanced capitalist societies and as practice it does not occur in such societies. It is about a backward, predominantly agricultural society that is autocratic as well as pre-industrial. It is also a search for ways to further actively the process of proletarianization, and so the advent of socialism in political ways. And as a successful revolution, Bolshevism became the point upon which all other Marxian movements in all nations have had to focus. All Marxists have had to confront it in every way, and this is, of course, as we shall see, still the case today. 3. In 1924 Lenin died. No revolution had succeeded in Western Europe. In 1929, Trotsky was expelled from Russia. These three facts meant the end of original Bolshevism, and much of the original ethos of Leninism as well. During the late 20s and 30s Stalin and Stalinism won out in the Soviet Union and in the parties of the Third International. Stalinism is more important as political fact than for any theoretical contribution to the development of the ideas of Marx and Engels or of Lenin and Trotsky. Nonetheless, it is a distinct variety of Marxism, one in which theory and practice are at once closely unified and brutally segregated. Stalinism grew out of what Stalin felt were the practical day-to-day expediencies, even though it rested on the long-range decision to industrialize and modernize at breakneck pace. Each of its elements arose to justify a policy or to guide a decision for some specific occasion. As theory goes, it is a patchwork of rationalized solutions. But it is a coherent patchwork, sewn together with a single thread: the need to consolidate and industrialize the Soviet nation-state. If only in response to the high theoretical capacities of Stalin's opponents, to the theoretical traditions of Marxism and of Bolshevism, and to the felt need for orthodoxy, Stalinism is a doctrinal development. It is a consolidation of some of the Bolshevik doctrine under specific conditions. It is not the only possible consolidation, but it is one of them. Briefly, Stalinism is based upon one fact and upon two decisions. The fact is this: revolutions of a Bolshevik type or of any type did not come off in the advanced capitalist nations. The first decision is, we must go it alone, we must build socialism in the Soviet Union. The second decision, virtually forced by the first, is, by means of political agencies and military powers, we must build the economic basis for socialism. In Tsarist Russia, capitalism had not built this economic base. One of the major historical functions of Stalinism was to help make an industrial revolution in a backward country. It suggests the means used political tyranny and police coercion, a totalitarian system combining, in Barrington Moore's apt phrase, progress and tyranny. 144. For Stalinists, one goal: heavy industrialization and rapid modernization was not only necessary but necessary immediately. Stalin was able, and this is the substance of Stalinism, to organize all social activities toward these ends. A cultural and intellectual organization was created for the purpose of adapting art, literature, the social and economic sciences, toward the emergency goal. And contrariwise, all those who did not accept this as necessary, or who opposed it, were at the least severely condemned, and at the most murdered. The result was the production of a literature and art, which more and more began to identify the ideal with the person who proclaimed it. Unity was the password. Work was the order. Therefore, no possible disagreements could be allowed, artistically or intellectually or politically. That would divert needed energy. The theme of unity soon provided the basis for merging separate institutions and organizations into the image of this one man, Stalin the tyrant. The more unity was obtained, the more severe was the punishment for disunity, and soon for suspected disunity. There resulted the purges, the executions, the forced labor, the double talk, thus the total identification of one individual with a gigantic process he had helped to begin and still led, a process which came to form, as it were, its own institutions and its own ideologies. The cost in human life and in brain power was enormous, but Stalinism worked. It was the means of rapidly industrializing a backward country, isolated and threatened by enemies and potential enemies, outside and within. Stalinism cannot be explained by the power hunger of Stalin or as the inevitable result of the fact of the Bolshevik party organization as it existed up through the Civil War in Russia. Certainly it cannot be explained, as in classic Marxism, by the functional need of the state to hold down the unpropertied classes in the interests of the propertied. I think it must be understood as one possible series of responses to three major conditions. First, the need for social, economic, and political order in order to consolidate the revolution. By the need for order I mean the need politically to override what men are immediately interested in, for what those in power judge to be to their interest. Specifically, the demands of the peasants had to be balanced with those of the workers. Roads to Socialism 145, and of course all those who were against the ascendancy of the ruling circle had to be put down. Second, the desperate need to defend the new state against its external enemies. However exaggerated by Stalin's apologists, this threat was genuine. It was a fact at the beginning of the revolution, immediately after it, and certainly it was a fact with new force from the advent of Hitler's control of Nazi Germany. Third, the need to accomplish these aims under the prevailing conditions, to construct heavy basic industry swiftly, and to enforce the labor discipline and consumption sacrifices which such priority to heavy industry required. In Stalinist Russia, the cruel work of earlier capitalist managers elsewhere passed into political hands. It is debatable, but worth mentioning, that these tasks were all the more difficult in the absence of disciplined work habits and industrial routines among the Soviet peoples. It is rather easy with some historical perspective to see that in all probability the Soviet Union could not have survived World War II had she not been intensively industrialized and a large number of her farms mechanized. A peasant population had been trained for a warfare of machines. The industries of course also supplied the war machines. 10 years before Hitler's lunge, Stalin had said, "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make up this lag in 10 years. Either we do it or they crush us." 9. The price paid by Russia for victory over the Nazis almost made it a Pyrrhic victory, millions dead, cities devastated, industries destroyed, and a people weary and impoverished. So were the peoples of Western Europe, but their rehabilitation, especially in Germany, was decisively helped by massive aid from the United States of America. Stalin's Russia was not aided in this way. Its rehabilitation was aided by a combination of booty imperialism among the vanquished nations, and a continuation of the Stalinist way of enforced industrialization. The booty imperialism consisted of simply taking equipment to Russia, levying reparations, and directly exploiting the labor forces of other countries. The enforced industrialization consisted of planned economic development, as before the war, but now including the East European nations as well as the USSR herself. Gradually, however, this economic imperialism has declined, the enforced industrialization having become the major means of economic advance. This international development of Stalinism into a bloc did not of course confirm the original Trotsky-Lenin outlook. First of all, contrary to these early Bolshevik expectations and hopes, revolution still did not occur in London and Berlin, in the advanced capitalist societies, but in Warsaw and Bucharest, in countries generally not advanced industrially. Second, these Eastern European revolutions, with the exception of Yugoslavia, were not made from below by working classes, certainly not by any internationally minded proletariat, but generally from above and from the outside, their chief historical lever being the Red Army, either in fact or by threat. They were in part revolutions, in part conquest, but they were managed and then defended by the great power state of the area, the USSR. The isolation of the Soviet Union from outside influences, so characteristic a feature of the Stalinist era, has been, among other things, a Russian variety of economic protectionism, which all newly industrializing powers have used, against competition from more industrialized nations. In considerable part, the isolation was due to Western actions, but for Stalin's Soviet Union it served economic, social, and political functions. Because of the enforced manner and the painful tempo of the industrialization, the Soviet ruling circles felt the need to keep the Soviet peoples from knowing about the higher standards of living outside Russia. To prevent comparisons, they lied about the Soviet condition and about conditions abroad, often in the most fantastic manner. They also conjured up the hideous picture of foreign conspirators working at home and abroad, in the manner of the United States McCarthyites. But in Stalin's Russia, McCarthyism was taken much further. There was the travesty of the frame-up trial, the horrible injustices of the purges, the prison camps and murder and all the rest of it. Stalinism with all its deceit and cruelty did perform the positive function of industrialization and of military protection. It also served to protect the despotic means used. Roads to Socialism 147 and the deception of the Soviet peoples that the practice of these means involved and required. 10. In 1917 the Russian Bolsheviks set up the Third International in defense of their own revolution, in support of revolutions abroad, and as a counterbalance to the Second International. The history of all communist parties outside the Soviet Union, from the revolution until the end of World War II, goes on within or with close reference to this Third International, which in 1943 was formally dissolved. For a quarter of a century, from the late 20s until the mid-50s, Stalinism and finally Stalin himself dominated world Marxist practices and theories. Outside the Soviet Union, to be sure, there were social democratic, as well as communist parties, and there was Trotsky. The Social Democrats, when they did gain power, for example in Germany's Weimar Republic, quickly surrendered any Marxist heritage or any other socialist heritage. Germany in the 1920s under the Social Democrats, and Great Britain in the late 1940s, remained capitalist by any definition of the term. In the rest of Europe, during and after the Second World War, Social Democrats did not gain power. Generally, one think it must be agreed that they have been more vociferous in their criticism of Stalinism than of the class enemies in their own countries. So it is with reference to Stalinism, positively or negatively judged, that Marxism must be considered during the second quarter of the 20th century. 4. Trotskyism and social democracy have been the two major centers of Marxist opposition to the course of the Soviet Revolution under Stalin, and to the role of the parties of the Third International. But both were on the outside looking in. Leon Trotsky, driven to Turkey, France, Norway, and finally Mexico, established in the late 30s what was very optimistically called the Fourth International. It was never important as a political reality. 10 cf. Ibid, pages 559 ff. 148. But it did become a theoretical center of Marxian controversy concerning the nature of Soviet society as well as of other world historical problems. During the interwar period, these three types of Marxism, social democracy, Stalinism, Trotskyism, engaged in bitter doctrinal and political combat. Out of their controversies, ideas developed. Each claimed descent from Marx, each accused the others of having deviated from the original doctrine. No Marxist, including Marx himself and Lenin, filled so many revolutionary roles so brilliantly as did Leon Trotsky. Of his life work, as of Lenin's, it truly can be said that theory and practice were intricately and continuously related. Trotsky's several visions and revisions, criticisms of and contributions to Marxism, cover the range of its development over the first 40 years of the 20th century. To the encounter of revolution and reform, of orthodoxy and revisionism, he added a kind of revolutionary revisionism which he called the permanent revolution. He engaged in the intellectually marvelous, early controversies about the prospects of the revolution in Russia, in Europe, and in America as well, the Bolshevik versus Menshevik versus Narodnik arguments over revolutionary strategies. The painful and immediate decisions of the revolution itself, then the fearful, precarious civil war which followed, finally, first in Russia and then from exile, Trotsky's essays, attacks, critiques were in the middle of it all. Early in his career Trotsky worked out some of the essentials of what became the most serious and cogent attempt to reconcile Marx's theory with Bolshevik practice, his theory of the permanent revolution. Toward the end of his life, Trotsky provided the most thoroughgoing theory of the society presided over by Stalin. 11 in between, he wrote a sensitive book of literary criticism, a 3-volume history of the Russian Revolution, which is one of the truly great historical works of the 20th century, and a torrent of pamphlets and letters. Politically, he was at the decisive points of action from the beginning of the century until he was exiled by Stalin in 1929. He led the Petrograd Soviet in 1905 and again in 1917. During the Civil War he formed and led the Red Roads to Socialism 149 Army and, as Stalinism took hold, he became in due course the center of the opposition. Yet even with his truly amazing range, Trotsky too, as a thinker and as a politician, was historically tied down. He lived before and during the events of the revolution, contributing mightily, as already indicated, to Bolshevism as theory and practice. But after his exile, Trotsky became a revolutionary without a revolutionary context, a bureaucrat without a bureaucracy, a politician without a party. He had the will, the motive, but neither the means nor the opportunity. The two are always relative to make a revolution. Rosa Luxemburg, whom we have already mentioned among the extreme left of the German Social Democratic Party, was along with Trotsky and Lenin perhaps the most complicated of the 20th century Marxists. Politically, Rosa Luxemburg seems to me to have occupied a peculiar, and a powerless, position between the Second and the Third Internationals. She opposed the German branch of the Second International's participation in World War I. She accepted Lenin's and Trotsky's revolution, but with early and important reservations. She was, first of all and continuously, a revolutionary, but she was also passionately for democracy and for freedom in all the decisive meanings of these terms. These two views, for the revolution and for freedom, fuse in her belief in the revolutionary spontaneity of the proletariat masses. She is in this respect a very close follower of the basic ideas of Karl Marx. His ambiguity at this point is hers. On no point is this clearer than in her view that democratic procedures and the socialist revolution must coincide. She had 1 foot in the Second International, 1 foot in the Third, and her head, I am afraid, in the cloudier, more utopian reaches of classic Marxism. What I have called, in my criticisms of Marx, the labor metaphysic was for Rosa Luxemburg both a final fact and an ultimate faith. This woman, now glorified by many social democrats, especially in the United States, because of her early criticism of Bolshevism, was revolutionary to the core. She saw 150. The pluses as well as the minuses of the revolution, but she felt that the pluses far outweighed the minuses. In many ways, Rosa Luxemburg's attitude toward the revolution in 1917 was similar to many North and Latin American Fidelistas' view of the Cuban Revolution in 1961, the pluses far outweigh the minuses, but there is worry over the minuses. There is no way to prove or to disprove that Rosa Luxemburg would have done as Lenin did had she been in his place, but it is true, I think, as Max Schachtman insightfully pointed out in 1938, that it was in considerable part the difference in countries that accounted for the differences between Lenin and Luxemburg. Just as Lenin's views must be considered against the background of the situation in Russia, so must Luxemburg's polemic against them be viewed against the background of the situation in Germany. Where Lenin stressed ultracentralism, Luxemburg stressed democracy and organizational flexibility. Where Lenin emphasized the dominant role of the professional revolutionist, Luxemburg countered with emphasis on the mass movement and its elemental upsurge. Why? Because these various forces played clearly different roles in Russia and in Germany. The professional revolutionists whom Luxemburg encountered in Germany were not, as in Russia, the radical instrument for gathering together loose and scattered local organizations, uniting them into one national party. Quite the contrary. In Germany, the professionals were the careerists, the conservative trade union bureaucrats, the lords of the ossifying party machine, the reformist parliamentarians, the whole crew who finally succeeded in disemboweling the movement. 12. It is this that led Rosa Luxemburg to repudiate centralism or tight organization and to found her appeal in the grassroots of the movement from which she hoped the militancy would spring. In 1919 Rosa Luxemburg was murdered by German officers. Social Democrats, as I have already noted, began their criticism of Bolshevism in October 1917, and have not yet stopped. For them, in all truth, nothing much has changed. Meanwhile the revolution made by the Bolsheviks has passed through the major burdens of its Stalinist phase. AC. Marxism-Leninism, as it now prevails in the countries of the Soviet bloc, is not a freely developed or a freely developing set of theories worked out by politically detached philosophers. It is an attempt to justify in terms of various elements drawn from the legacy of Marx and Lenin decisions and policies made by the political and intellectual elite of a great power state. It has to do more with ideology, with statements of ideals, and with political strategy and decisions, domestic and international. It has less to do with theories of society, of history, of human nature. It would, however, be a great mistake to think Marxism-Leninism today is therefore merely ideology. It is ideology, but with a difference. It is Bolshevik ideology, drawing upon Marx's ideas, and this does mean something. It means, first, that its practitioners are likely to be at least mediocre theorists, and second, that they are likely to call upon and use theorists who are not necessarily mediocre at all. It means, third, that the terms of their competition with one another, and with outsiders, are the terms of Marxist and Bolshevik theory. They are called upon by one another to justify, in terms of these theories, their arguments over policy. Perhaps the central question to be asked about Marxism-Leninism today is this: it does provide ideological justification for policies, but is it also in any real sense a theoretical guideline to the formulation of policy? The question is as important for communists as for anti-communists, and among anti-communists and non-communists it is very much a point of disagreement. I think the answer is, yes, to an unguable but politically significant extent, Marxism-Leninism has been and is a theoretical guideline. To understand this is essential for anyone who would understand the character as well as the political structure and the world historical meaning of the Soviet bloc today. Inside the bloc, and in the accepted orthodox communist parties outside it, a great turmoil followed the death of Stalin and, still more, the 1956 secret speech of Khrushchev denouncing Stalin. In Chapter 12, we shall read some 152 contemporary examples of Marxism-Leninism, from Khrushchev's criticism of Stalin in 1956, from Mao Zedong's booklet on contradictions, from a discussion of Stalinism by Tolyatti, the leader of the biggest communist party outside the Sino-Soviet bloc. In the meantime, there is one variety of Marxism which we must consider the so-called New Revisionism, which has succeeded that championed by Bernstein. The second wave of revisionism and the reactions to it are separated from the first wave by over half a century of enormous defeats and enormous victories and, above all, by the fact of the Stalinist consolidation of the Bolshevik Revolution in the Soviet Union. Inside the bloc, the arguments of the 1950s were not free-for-all debates among intellectuals, attached to circles and parties that had nowhere assumed power. They occurred with close reference to Soviet Marxism, whose spokesmen and men of power were keeping close watch. More often than not, the participants were ignorant of the works and authentic ideas of Trotsky. Arguments went on in the freezes as in the thaws. They appeared under literary disguises, as ingenious fables and paradoxical stories. And the intellectuals who carried on these arguments frequently did so at the very real risk of death, and always at the risk of political downfall. It was a curious juncture in the history of Marxism and a curious fate for the immensely creative ideas of Karl Marx, the Marx who devoured books in the British Museum, and wrote them in a kind of frenzy few men of the Victorian age ever knew. When World War II ended in 1945, the Soviet Union lay prostrate. As already noted, she had borne the heaviest share of losses in defeating the Nazis. Many of her cities had been blown up, much of her farmland devastated, millions of her younger men and women dead. Surely one of the least expected events of the post-war era was the speed and the vigor with which the Soviet Union reconstructed herself. In only a few years she emerged far stronger than anyone hoped, or dreaded. Militarily, and in due course politically and economically as well, she controlled almost all of Eastern Europe. In a few years, in a genuine revolution of her own making, China, with her multitude of peoples and enormity of potential power, joined the bloc. Roads to Socialism 153. Socialism in one country became socialism in one bloc. In an attempt to rationalize inter-party relations, the Communist International or Comintern was transformed into the Communist Information Agency or Cominform. For communist parties throughout the world there was no change in their relationship with the Soviet Union. They continued to be dominated by her. To them she was the first and the only true workers' state. Accordingly, she had to be defended at any costs. All Soviet policy was ipso facto correct. Since it was made by the socialist state, it could provide the answer, it was the model, regardless of each nation's peculiarities. So to follow the Moscow line was not necessarily conspiratorial. Much of the information was open to anyone who cared to listen. Moscow spoke through the Cominform, the other parties listened, and tried to act accordingly. It is debatable, but it does seem to me that the idea of a secret conspiracy is often fabricated by overstaffed and perhaps even slightly paranoid secret police forces in nations outside the bloc. By 1946, the Cold War was clearly in progress. In 1947, the United States, adopting the Marshall Plan to undermine Soviet prestige and morale, offered aid, with conditions of course, to the Soviet bloc. Stalin reacted by hardening the line. Here was an open issue of the Cold War, and the Cominform made it clear that each party must accept the line. Marshal Tito of Yugoslavia had been growing increasingly dissatisfied with the dogmas of Stalinism. The revolution in Yugoslavia was, after all, the only indigenous revolution in Eastern Europe, and the majority of the Yugoslav partisans, led by the communists, were determined to go it in their own way. They agreed to accept Marshall Plan aid, without any important strings attached. This led to a complete break with the Soviet Union. Tito now became, in Soviet propaganda, not only a tool and willing puppet of imperialism but the worst enemy of the working class. Communists in many countries published silly books under titles such as Tito's Plot Against Europe. At any rate, Yugoslavia became in 1948 a country governed according to Marxian and Bolshevik ideals, but outside the bloc. Yet Yugoslav socialism, in theory and in practice, represents in many ways and perhaps essentially an attempt to resuscitate the very ethos of original Bolshevism. 154. After Stalin's death, Khrushchev managed to narrow the split, superficially, but soon it widened again. Certainly today, in 1961, there is little ideological friendship between the Soviet government, to say nothing of China and the Yugoslavs. When the 81 communist parties met in Moscow in November 1960, the Yugoslav Party, or League as it is called, was not invited. Moreover, it was fiercely attacked with the rhetoric and invective of the Stalinist era. This does not indicate merely a political grudge, it reveals profound differences in theory and practice, how to achieve socialism and then communism. That is the issue involved in the Yugoslav-China dispute. Tito's break with Stalin was the first real revolt within the bloc, but by 1956 Khrushchev was faced with a series of nationalist rebellions of our own roads to socialism. Seen as a whole, these constitute the second revisionism. Here are some of the key events in its development. In 1949, Mao Zedong's movement came to power in China. Although this road was duly explained with ambiguous Marxist-Leninist phrases, it was clearly something new. A peasant army liberated Peking, and while some analysts might argue that there had been in 1917 a growing Russian working class, no one could reasonably claim that the Chinese Revolution of 1949 was made by any industrial proletariat. In the same year, the Soviet Union responded to the military alliance of NATO by forming the Warsaw Pact. Lines already had become harder, internal repression, a Soviet counterpart of McCarthyism, increased, partly in response to the Cold War and partly in an effort to consolidate political power in the newly Stalinized states. But 1953 brought the end of the Korean War, the death of Stalin, and the riots of workers and students against the East German government. Dissatisfaction throughout Eastern Europe became more vocal. In 1956 there were riots in Poznan, Poland, and at the 20th Party Congress in Russia Khrushchev made his denunciation of Stalin, if not really of Stalinism. The anguished cry of Polish intellectuals and their new beginnings were heard. In Hungary there was violent as well as intellectual revolt. In its bloody aftermath, Soviet tanks commanded the streets of Budapest. The second revisionist wave inside the bloc has not yet resulted in any signal contributions to the development of roads to socialism. 155 Marxism. However, in the very center of Soviet power it has undoubtedly influenced several very important shifts of policy. The revisionist upsurge in Poland, for example, has not produced any alternative programs, any intellectual development of Marxian doctrine or even new critiques of it, or so my own interviews in Krakow and Warsaw, as well as readings, indicate. The theoretician and official, Adam Schaff, is probably correct when he asserts, "We are not afraid to discuss a revision of Marxism, but we are definitely opposed to the liquidation of Marxism." The revisionists failed to carry their point in Poland because their philosophy was based entirely on negation. They had no positive program to offer the people. That is probably true. Yet it would certainly be churlish of us to condemn these new revisionists because of it. It is clear that it has been the intellectuals and the labor leaders of the advanced countries outside the bloc who have been and who are in default. They have quite generally accepted the Cold War and done nothing to help those who would break out of it. They did not give real support to those socialists who fought in Hungary, they did nothing to support the Polish revisionists. This is not to say that had they done so they could have helped to break up orthodoxy and increase the pace of democratization. The important point is that they have no right to sneer at those people inside the bloc who have thought and acted against Stalinism. By 1956 it was clear that the second wave of revisionism had made a profound impact on the ruling circles of the Soviet bloc countries, including the USSR itself. Regardless of how one may judge their intellectual contributions, there is no question about the fact that the revisionists did represent a real breaking away from Stalinist orthodoxy and repression. For this alone, the revisionist of the 1950s should be honored among Marxists. Moreover, the best of the revisionists, as they were called by orthodox Stalinists, did not abandon socialism as an ideal or as a type of economy. They did not, as did Milovan-Djilas of Yugoslavia, go over to what amounts to liberalism or at most a watered-down social democracy. The Poles, in particular, never gave up being either Poles or socialists in the full revolutionary sense of both Polish and socialist. 6. In the post-war period, the center of social democratic thinking and rethinking has been Great Britain. And perhaps the leading man, the most interesting Marxist, has been G.D.H. Cole. For what he represented during the 1950s, and especially after the 20th Congress in 1956, is a kind of social democratic revisionism. I mean by this phrase the attempt, often desperate but always honest, of non-communist, left-wing socialists to confront morally, intellectually, and politically the post-Stalin Soviet world, and somehow to make social democracy a socialism with immediate and obvious freedom built into it, a live and vigorous movement, and a real new beginning in the advanced capitalist societies. In his pamphlet, Is This Socialism?, G.D.H. Cole asked, what is the use of winning an election, except as a means to an end? To win an election without a policy is the surest way of losing the next, and of spreading dismay and disillusionment among one's supporters. If the end is no longer socialism but something else, what else? If it is still socialism, let us tell the electors frankly how we propose to advance towards it. 13. In 1956 Professor Cole wrote a pamphlet, World Socialism Restated, selections from which you will read in Chapter 13. It contained bold statements of how socialists ought to view the post-Stalin Soviet bloc, as well as local communist parties. The center of controversy, it was attacked by Trotskyists and by Social Democrats as a new call for a popular front and as fellow traveling. In order to indicate the level and the substance of the discussion that has been going on in Great Britain, I reproduce here a paragraph or so of Peter Shore's comment on Cole's pamphlet and something of Cole's response. What, then, should be our attitude to communism? Shore asks in summary. It must begin with the recognition that communism has proved to be the most speedy, effective, and in some ways attractive instrument yet devised for transforming primitive into modern societies. It is speedy because, with iron political control, it can hold down mass consumption to the subsistence level while it accumulates capital. It is attractive, particularly to N.A. 13 reprinted, in part, in Dissent, Autumn, 1954, p. 331. Roads to Socialism 157 Tionalist sentiment, because it can carry through the process of accumulation with the minimum recourse to external aid. Furthermore, when all its repulsive features are weighed, communism remains an infinitely superior system of social organization to the feudalism which, with minor exceptions, it has so far replaced. Professor Cole speaks for most of us when he says he is on the side of the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and the Viet Minh. We are for them, in the last resort, simply because we know that it is better to live in the 20th century than in the 13th, and because there was no instrument other than communism for effecting the change. But, most important of all, must regain its self-confidence is not a pusillanimous and half-hearted version of communism, as some have come to believe, but a radically different political creed. Its job is not simply to destroy capitalism and feudalism, and it is likely to prove far more difficult to destroy the new bases for inequality and class rule that are now developing. In its quest for a classless and civilized society, democracy, it will find, is not an encumbrance but a sheer necessity. 14 G.D.H. Cole replied, Finally I come back to what is, I think, the main issue between Mr. Shore and me. Capitalism, I agree, is not the only enemy, but I hold it to be still the principal enemy. I agree that the socialization of the means of production does not itself suffice to make a country socialist. I do however hold that such socialization at any rate of most of the means of production is an indispensable condition of socialism, of course, including as socialization a variety of forms of national, regional, local and cooperative ownership, for I see serious dangers in the concentration of most of the ownership in the hands of a single body, the state. The Soviet Union, as I see it, made a great stride towards socialism by abolishing private ownership of the means of production, but still falls a long way short of being fully socialist because of its anti-socialist practice in respect of economic inequality. 15. In the post-war era, outside the Soviet bloc in the pre-industrial world there has developed what may be called revolutionary revisions in such places as Ghana, Indonesia, Guinea, and Cuba. These are indeed different roads to socialism under a variety of conditions and occurring on the basis of individual national histories. Nonetheless, all past Marxist thought has been important to these revolutions, even if not in their beginnings, it tends to become so in the due course of their developments. These revolutions differ from the October 1917 revolution in many respects, but one is very important indeed: these new nations can expect, and increasingly they will get, economic aid from the established Soviet bloc. Accordingly, they are finding ever closer ties with the established countries of the bloc. They constitute the most important arena of the Cold War. In them, one can see most nakedly the world confrontation morally and economically, intellectually and politically of the capitalist bloc and the Soviet bloc. One final supposition must be made about these new revolutions: there is reason to suppose that not only the USA power elite but also that of the USSR has often been startled by the revolutionary euphoria, social exuberance, and political tactics of such revolutionaries, as for example, Cuba's. This is due not only to the Soviet Union's suspicion that such countries might exploit and exacerbate the Moscow-Peking rift, but also to the fact that the Russian Revolution, being over 40 years old, has developed in its ruling circles a tradition of patience and of the slow maturation which attends long-range planning. But all these are further questions. The historical facts of Marxist practice so far do not automatically provide us with the answers to them. In the next 6 chapters some of the followers of Marx will speak for themselves. 8. The Social Democrats. Karl Koski, What a Social Revolution is 1. There are few conceptions over which there has been so much contention, as over that of revolution. This can partially be ascribed to the fact that nothing is so contrary to existing interests and prejudices as this concept, and partially to the fact that few things are so ambiguous. As a rule, events cannot be so sharply defined as things. Especially is this true of social events, which are extremely complicated, and grow ever more complicated the further society advances, the more various the forms of cooperation of humanity become. Among the most complicated of these events is the social revolution, which is a complete transformation of the wonted forms of associated activity among men. It is no wonder that this word, which every one uses, but each one in a different sense, is sometimes used by the same persons at different times in very different senses. Some understand by revolution barricades, conflagrations of castles, guillotines, September massacres, and a combination of all sorts of hideous things. Others would seek to take all sting away from the word and use it in the sense of great but imperceptible and peaceful transformations of society, like, for instance, those which took place through the discovery of America or by the invention of the steam engine. Between these two definitions there are many grades of meaning. Marx, in his introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, defines social revolution as a more or less rapid transformation of the foundations of the juridical and political superstructure of society arising from a change in its economic foundations. If we hold close to this definition, we at once eliminate from the idea of social revolution changes in the economic foundations, as, for example, those which proceeded from the steam engine or the discovery of America. These alterations are the causes of revolution, not the revolution itself. But I do not wish to confine myself too strictly to this definition of social revolution. There is a still narrower sense in which we can use it. In this case it does not signify either the transformation of the juridical and political superstructure of society, but only some particular form or particular method of transformation. Every socialist strives for social revolution in the wider sense, and yet there are socialists who disclaim revolution and would attain social transformation only through reform. They contrast social revolution with social reform. It is this contrast which we are discussing today in our ranks. I wish here to consider social revolution in the narrow sense of a particular method of social transformation. The contrast between reform and revolution does not consist in the application of force in one case and not in the other. Every juridical and political measure is a force measure which is carried through by the force of the state. Neither do any particular forms of the application of force, as, for example, street fights, or executions, constitute the essentials of revolution in contrast to reform. These arise from particular circumstances, are not necessarily connected with revolutions, and may easily accompany reform movements. The constitution of the delegates of the Third Estate at the National Assembly of France, on June 17, 1789, was an eminently revolutionary act with no apparent use of force. This same France had, on the contrary, in 1774 and 1775, great insurrections for the single and in no way revolutionary purpose of changing the bread tax in order to stop the rise in the price of bread. The reference to street fights and executions as characteristic of revolutions is, however, a clue to the source from which we can obtain important teachings as to the essentials of revolution. The great transformation which began in France in 1789 has become the classical type of revolution. It is the one which is ordinarily in mind when revolution is spoken of. From it we can best study the essentials of revolution and the contrast between it and reform. This revolution was preceded by a series of efforts at reform, among which the best known are those of Turgot. These attempts in many cases aimed at the same things which the Social Democrats 161 the revolution carried out. What distinguished the reforms of Turgot from the corresponding measures of the revolution? Between the two lay the conquest of political power by a new class, and in this lies the essential difference between revolution and reform. Measures which seek to adjust the juridical and political superstructure of society, to changed economic conditions, are reforms if they proceed from the class which is the political and economic ruler of society. They are reforms whether they are given freely or secured by the pressure of the subject class, or conquered through the power of circumstances. On the contrary, those measures are the results of revolution if they proceed from the class which has been economically and politically oppressed and who have now captured political power and who must in their own interest more or less rapidly transform the political and juridical superstructure and create new forms of social cooperation. The conquest of the governmental power by an hitherto oppressed class, in other words, a political revolution, is accordingly the essential characteristic of social revolution in this narrow sense, in contrast with social reform. Those who repudiate political revolution as the principal means of social transformation or wish to confine this to such measures as have been granted by the ruling class are social reformers, no matter how much their social ideas may antagonize existing social forms. On the contrary, anyone is a revolutionist who seeks to conquer the political power for an hitherto oppressed class, and he does not lose this character if he prepares and hastens this conquest by social reforms wrested from the ruling classes. It is not the striving after social reforms but the explicit confining of oneself to them which distinguishes the social reformer from the social revolutionist. On the other hand, a political revolution can only become a social revolution when it proceeds from an hitherto socially oppressed class. Such a class is compelled to complete its political emancipation by its social emancipation because its previous social position is in irreconcilable antagonism to its political domination. A split in the ranks of the ruling classes, no matter even if it should take on the violent form of civil war, is not a social revolution. In the following pages we shall only discuss social revolution in the sense here defined. A social reform can very well be in accord with the in 162 interests of the ruling class. It may for the moment leave their social domination untouched, or, under certain circumstances, can even strengthen it. Social revolution, on the contrary, is from the first incompatible with the interests of the ruling class, since under all circumstances it signifies annihilation of their power. Little wonder that the present ruling class continuously slander and stigmatize revolution because they believe that it threatens their position. They contrast the idea of social revolution with that of social reform, which they praise to the very heavens, very frequently indeed without ever permitting it to become an earthly fact. The arguments against revolution are derived from the present ruling forms of thought. So long as Christianity ruled the minds of men, the idea of revolution was rejected as sinful revolt against divinely constituted authority. It was easy to find proof texts for this in the New Testament, since this was written at the time of the Roman Empire, during an epoch in which every revolt against the ruling powers appeared hopeless, and all independent political life had ceased to exist. The revolutionary classes, to be sure, replied with quotations from the Old Testament, in which there still lived much of the spirit of the primitive pastoral democracy. When once the judicial manner of thought displaced the theological, a revolution was defined as a violent break with the existing legal order. No one, however, could have a right to the destruction of rights. A right of revolution was an absurdity, and revolution in all cases a crime. But the representatives of the aspiring class placed in opposition to the existing, historically descended right, the right for which they strove, representing it as an eternal law of nature and reason, and an inalienable right of humanity. The reconquest of these latter rights, that plainly could have been lost only through a violation of rights, was itself impossible without a violation of rights, even if they came as a result of revolution. Today the theological phrases have lost their power to enslave, and, most of all, among the revolutionary classes of the people. Reference to historical right has also lost its force. The revolutionary origin of present rights and present government is still so recent that their legitimacy can be challenged. Not alone the government of France, but the dynasties of Italy, Spain, Bulgaria, England, and Holland, are of revolutionary origin. The kings of B.A. the Social Democrats 163 Varia and Württemberg, the Grand Duke of Baden and Hesse, not simply their titles but a large share of their provinces, to the protection of the revolutionary parvenu Napoleon, the Hohenzollerns attained their present positions over the ruins of thrones, and even the Habsburgers bowed before the Hungarian Revolution. Andrassy, who was hung in effigy for high treason in 1852, was an imperial minister in 1867, without proving untrue to the ideas of the National Hungarian Revolution of 1848. The bourgeoisie was itself actively engaged in all these violations of historical rights. It cannot, now, since it has become the ruling class, well condemn revolution in the name of this right to revolution, even if its legal philosophy does everything possible to reconcile natural and historical rights. It must seek more effective arguments with which to stigmatize the revolution, and these are found in the newly arising natural science with its accompanying mental attitude. While the bourgeoisie were still revolutionary, the catastrophic theory still ruled in natural science. This theory proceeded from the premise that natural development came through great sudden leaps. Once the capitalist revolution was ended, the place of the catastrophic theory was taken by the hypothesis of a gradual imperceptible development, proceeding by the accumulation of countless little advances and adjustments in a competitive struggle. To the revolutionary bourgeoisie the thought of catastrophes in nature was very acceptable, but to the conservative bourgeoisie these ideas appeared irrational and unnatural. Of course I do not assert that the scientific investigators had all their theories determined by the political and social needs of the bourgeoisie. It was just the representatives of the catastrophe theories who were at the same time most reactionary and least inclined to revolutionary views. But everyone is involuntarily influenced by the mental attitude of the class amid which he lives and carries something from it into his scientific conceptions. In the case of Darwin, we know positively that his natural science hypotheses were influenced by Malthus, that decisive opponent of revolution. It was not wholly accidental that the theories of evolution came from England, whose history for 250 years has shown nothing more than revolutionary beginnings, whose point the ruling class have always been able to break at the opportune moment. 164. The fact that an idea emanates from any particular class, or accords with their interests, of course proves nothing as to its truth or falsity. But its historical influence does depend upon just these things. That the new theories of evolution were quickly accepted by the great popular masses, who had absolutely no possibility of testing them, proves that they rested upon profound needs of those classes. On the one side, these theories and this gave them their value to the revolutionary classes abolished in a much more radical manner than the old catastrophic theories, all necessity of a recognition of a supernatural power creating a world by successive acts. On the other side, and this pleased most highly the bourgeoisie, they declared all revolutions and catastrophes to be something abnormal, contrary to the laws of nature, and wholly absurd. Whoever seeks today to scientifically attack revolution does it in the name of the theory of evolution, demonstrating that nature makes no leaps, that consequently any sudden change of social relations is impossible, that advance is only possible through the accumulation of little changes and slight improvements, called social reforms. Considered from this point of view, revolution is an unscientific conception about which scientifically cultured people only shrug their shoulders. It might be replied that the analogy between natural and social laws is by no means perfect. To be sure, our conception of the one will unconsciously influence our conception of the other sphere, as we have already seen. This is, however, no advantage, and it is better to restrain rather than favor this transference of laws from one sphere to another. To be sure, all progress in methods of observation and comprehension of any one sphere can and will improve our methods and comprehension in others, but it is equally true that within each one of these spheres there are peculiar laws not applying to the others. First of all must be noted the fundamental distinction between animate and inanimate nature. No one would claim on the ground of external similarity to transfer without change a law which applied to one of these spheres to the other. One would not seek to solve the problem of sexual reproduction and heredity by the laws of chemical affiliation. But the same error is committed when natural laws are applied directly to society, as for example when the Social Democrats 165 competition is justified as a natural necessity because of the law of the struggle for survival, or when the laws of natural evolution are invoked to show the impossibility of social revolution. But there is still more to be said in reply. If the old catastrophic theory is gone forever from the natural sciences, the new theory which makes of evolution only a series of little, insignificant changes meets with ever stronger objections. Upon one side there is a growing tendency toward quietistic, conservative theories that reduce evolution itself to a minimum. On the other side, facts are compelling us to give an ever greater importance to catastrophes in natural development. This applies equally to the geological theories of Lyell and the organic evolution of Darwin. This has given rise to a sort of synthesis of the old catastrophic theories and the newer evolutionary theories, similar to the synthesis that is found in Marxism. Just as Marxism distinguishes between the gradual economic development and the sudden transformation of the juridical and political superstructure, so many of the new biological and geological theories recognize alongside of the slow accumulation of slight and even infinitesimal alterations, also sudden profound transformations, catastrophes that arise from the slower evolution. A notable example of this is furnished by the observations of De Vries reported at the last Congress of Natural Sciences held at Hamburg. He has discovered that the species of plants and animals remain unchanged through a long period. Some of them finally disappear, when they have become too old to longer adapt themselves to the conditions of existence, that have in the meantime been changing. Other species are more fortunate, they suddenly explode, as he has himself expressed it, in order to give life to countless new forms, some of which continue and multiply, while the others, not being adapted to the conditions of existence, disappear. I have no intention of drawing a conclusion in favor of revolution from these new observations. That would be to fall into the same error as those who argue to the rejection of revolution from the theory of evolution. But these observations at least show that the scientists are themselves not wholly agreed as to the part played in organic and geologic development by catastrophes, and for this reason. 166. It would be an error to attempt to draw from either of these hypotheses any fixed conclusions as to the role played by revolution in social development. If in spite of these facts such conclusions are still insisted upon, then we can reply to them with a very popular and familiar illustration, which demonstrates in an unmistakable manner that nature does make sudden leaps. I refer to the act of birth. The act of birth is a leap. At one stroke a fetus, which had hitherto constituted a portion of the organism of the mother, sharing in her circulation, receiving nourishment from her, without breathing, becomes an independent human being, with its own circulatory system, that breathes and cries, takes its own nourishment and utilizes its digestive tract. The analogy between birth and revolution, however, does not rest alone upon the suddenness of the act. If we look closer we shall find that this sudden transformation at birth is confined wholly to functions. The organs develop slowly, and must reach a certain stage of development before that leap is possible, which suddenly gives them their new functions. If the leap takes place before the stage of development is attained, the result is not the beginning of new functions for the organs, but the cessation of all functions, the death of the new creature. On the other hand, the slow development of organs in the body of the mother can only proceed to a certain point, they cannot begin their new functions without the revolutionary act of birth. This becomes inevitable when the development of the organs has attained a certain height. We find the same thing in society. Here also the revolutions are the result of slow, gradual development. Here also it is the social organs that develop slowly. That which may be changed suddenly, at a leap, revolutionarily, is their functions. The railroad has been slowly developed. On the other hand, the railroad can suddenly be transformed from its function as the instrument to the enrichment of a number of capitalists, into a socialist enterprise having as its function the serving of the common good. And as at the birth of the child, all the functions are simultaneously revolutionized: circulation, breathing, digestion, so all the functions of the railroad must be simultaneously revolutionized at one stroke, for they are all most closely bound together. They cannot be gradually and successively socialized, one after the other, as if, for example, the Social Democrats 167 we would transform today the functions of the engineer and fireman, a few years later the ticket agents, and still later the accountants and bookkeepers, and so on. This fact is perfectly clear with the railroad, but the successive socialization of the different functions of a railroad is no less absurd than that of the ministry of a centralized state. Such a ministry constitutes a single organism whose organs must cooperate. The functions of one of these organs cannot be modified without equally modifying all the others. The idea of the gradual conquest of the various departments of a ministry by the socialists is not less absurd than would be an attempt to divide the act of birth into a number of consecutive monthly acts, in each of which one organ only would be transformed from the condition of a fetus to an independent child, and meanwhile leaving the child itself attached to the navel cord until it had learned to walk and talk. Since neither a railroad nor a ministry can be changed gradually, but only at a single stroke, embracing all the organs simultaneously, from capitalist to socialist functions, from an organ of the capitalist to an organ of the laboring class, and this transformation is possible only to such social organs as retain a certain degree of development. It may be remarked here that with the maternal organism it is possible to scientifically determine the moment when the degree of maturity is attained, which is not true of society. On the other hand, birth does not mark the conclusion of the development of the human organism, but rather the beginning of a new epoch in development. The child comes now into new relations in which new organs are created, and those that previously existed are developed further in other directions. Teeth grow in the mouth, the eyes learn to see, the hands to grasp, the feet to walk, the mouth to speak, etc. In the same way, a social revolution is not the conclusion of social development, but the beginning of a new form of development. A socialist revolution can at a single stroke transfer a factory from capitalist to social property. But it is only gradually, through a course of slow evolution, that one may transform a factory from a place of monotonous, repulsive, forced labor into an attractive spot for the joyful activity of happy human beings. A socialist revolution can at a single stroke transform the great bonanza farms into social property. In that portion 168 of agriculture where petty industry still rules, the organs of social and socialist production must be first created, and that can come only as a result of slow development. It is thus apparent that the analogy between birth and revolution is rather far-reaching. But this naturally proves nothing more than that one has no right to appeal to nature for proof that a social revolution is something unnecessary, unreasonable, and unnatural. We have also, as we have already said, no right to apply conclusions drawn from nature directly to social processes. We can go no further upon the ground of such analogies than to conclude, that as each animal creature must at one time go through a catastrophe in order to reach a higher stage of development, so society can only be raised to a higher stage of development through a catastrophe. Among the great nations of modern times, England is the one which most resembles the Middle Ages, not economically, but in its political form. Militarism and bureaucracy are there the least developed. It still possesses an aristocracy that not only reigns but governs. Corresponding to this, England is the great modern nation in which the efforts of the oppressed classes are mainly confined to the removal of particular abuses instead of being directed against the whole social system. It is also the state in which the practice of protection against revolution through compromise is farthest developed. If the universal armament of the people did not encourage great social revolutions, it did make it much easier for armed conflict between the classes to arise at the slightest opportunity. There is no lack of violent uprisings and civil wars in antiquity and the Middle Ages. The ferocity with which these were fought was often so great as to lead to the expulsion, expropriation, and oftentimes to the extermination of the conquered. Those who consider violence as a sign of social revolution will find plenty of such revolutions in earlier ages. But those who conceive social revolution as the conquest of political power by a previously subservient class and the transformation of the juridical and political superstructure of society, particularly in the property relations, will find no social revolution there. Social development proceeded piecemeal, step by step, not through single great catastrophes but in countless little broken up, apparently disconnected, often interrupted, ever. The Social Democrats 169 renewing, mostly unconscious movements. The great social transformation of the times we are considering, the disappearance of slavery in Europe, came about so imperceptibly that the contemporaries of this movement took no notice of it, and one is today compelled to reconstruct it through hypotheses. Things took on a wholly different aspect as soon as the capitalist method of production was developed. It would lead us too far and would be only to repeat things well known if I were here to go into the mechanism of capitalism and its consequences. Suffice it to say that the capitalist method of production created the modern state, made an end to the political independence of communities, and at the same time their economic independence ceased, each became part of a whole, and lost its special rights and special peculiarities. All were reduced to the same level, all were given the same laws, the same taxes, same courts, and were made subject to the same government. The modern state was thus forced to become a national state and added to the other equalities the equality of language. The influence of governmental power upon the social life was now something wholly different from what it was through antiquity or the Middle Ages. Every important political change in a great modern state influences at once with a single stroke and in the profoundest manner an enormous social sphere. The conquest of political power by a previously subject class must, on this account, from now on, have wholly different social results than previously. As a result, the power at the disposal of the modern state has grown enormously. The technical revolution of capitalism reaches also to the technique of arms. Ever since the Reformation, the weapons of war have become more and more perfect, but also more costly. They thus become a privilege of governmental power. This fact alone separates the army from the people, even in those places where universal conscription prevails, unless this is supplemented by popular armament, which is not the case in any great state. Most important of all, the leaders of the army are professional soldiers separated from the people, to whom they stand opposed as a privileged class. The economic powers also of the modern centralized state are enormous when compared with those of the earlier states. They comprehend the wealth of a colossal 170 sphere whose technical means of production leave the higher culture of antiquity far behind. The modern state also possesses a bureaucracy far more centralized than that of any previous state. The problems of the modern state have grown so enormously that it is impossible to solve them without an extensive division of labor and a high grade of professional knowledge. The capitalist manner of production robs the ruling class of all the leisure that they previously had. Even if they do not produce but are living from the exploitation of the producing classes, still they are not idle exploiters. Thanks to competition, the motive force of present economic life, the exploiters are continuously compelled to carry on an exhausting struggle with each other, which threatens the vanquished with complete annihilation. The capitalists have therefore neither time nor leisure, nor the previous culture necessary for artistic and scientific activity. They lack even the necessary qualifications for regular participation in governmental activities. Not only in art and science but also in the government of the state the ruling class is forced to take no part. They must leave that to wage workers and bureaucratic employees. The capitalist class reigns but does not govern. It is satisfied, however, to rule the government. In the same way the decaying feudal nobility before it satisfied itself by taking on the forms of a royal nobility. But while with the feudal nobility the renunciation of its social functions was the product of corruption, with the capitalists this renunciation arises directly from their social functions and is an essential part of their existence. With the help of such a powerful government a class can long maintain itself, even if it is superfluous. Yes, even if it has become injurious. And the stronger the power of the state, just so much the more does the governing class rest upon it, just so much more stubbornly will it cling to its privileges and all the less will it be inclined to grant concessions. The longer, however, it maintains its domination in this manner, the sharper become class antagonisms, the more pronounced must be the political collapse when it finally does come, and the deeper the social transformation that arises out of it, and the more apt the conquest of political power by an oppressed class to lead to revolution. Simultaneously the warring classes become more and more conscious of the social consequences of their polity. The Social Democrats 171 calories struggle. The capitalist system of production tends to greatly accelerate the march of economic evolution. The economic transformation for which the century of invention has prepared the way is continued by the introduction of machines into industry. Since their introduction our economic relations are subject to continual change, not only by the rapid dissolution of the old but by the continuous creation of the new. The idea of the old, of the past, ceases to be equivalent to the tested, to the honorable, to the inviolable. It becomes synonymous with the imperfect and the outgrown. This idea is transplanted from the economic life into the field of art and science and politics. Just as in earlier days people clung without reason to the old, so today one gladly throws the old aside without reason just because it is old. And the time which is necessary in order to make a machine, an institution, a theory outgrown becomes ever shorter. And if in former days men worked with the intention of building for eternity with all the devotedness that flows from such a consciousness, so today one works for the fleeting effect of a moment with all the frivolity of this consciousness. So that the creation of today is within a short time not simply unfashionable but also useless. The new is, however, just that thing that one observes, criticizes, and investigates the most closely. The ordinary and the commonplace pass as a matter of course. Mankind studied the causes of eclipse much earlier than the rising and setting of the sun. In the same way the incentive to investigate the laws of social phenomena was very slight so long as these phenomena were the ordinary, The matter of course, the natural. This incentive must at once be strengthened as soon as new, hitherto unheard of formations appeared in the social life. It was not the old hereditary feudal economics, but rather the newly appearing capitalist economics that first roused scientific observation at the beginning of the 17th century. Economic science was encouraged still more by another motive. Capitalist production is mass production, social production. The typical modern capitalist state is the great state. Modern economics, like modern politics, must deal with mass phenomena. The larger the number of similar appearances that one observes, the greater the tendency to notice the universal, those indicating a social law, and the more the individual and the accidental disappear. The 172. Easier it is to discover the laws of social movements. The mathematical mass observation of social phenomena, statistics, and the science of society that rises from political economy and reaches its highest point in the materialistic conception of history, has only been possible in the capitalist stage of production. Now for the first time classes could come to the full consciousness of the social significance of their struggles, and for the first time set before themselves great social goals, not as arbitrary dreams and pious wishes destined to be shattered on the hard facts, but as results of scientific insight into economic possibilities and necessities. To be sure, this scientific thought can err, many of its conclusions can be shown to be illusions. But however great these errors may be, it cannot be deprived of the characteristic of every true science, the striving after a uniform conception of all phenomena under an indisputable whole. In social science this means the recognition of the social whole as a single organism in which one cannot arbitrarily and for itself alone change any single part. The socially oppressed class no longer directs its theoretical criticism against individual persons and tendencies, but against the total existing society. And just because of this fact, every oppressed class which conquers political power is driven to transform the whole social foundations. The capitalist society which sprang from the revolution of 1789 and its outcome was foreseen in its fundamental outlines by the physiocrats and their English followers. Upon this distinction between the modern states and society and the organizations of antiquity and the Middle Ages rests the difference in the manner of their development. The former was predominantly unconscious, split up into local and personal strifes and the rebellion of countless little communities at different stages of development. The latter grows more and more self-conscious and strives toward a great recognized social goal which has been determined and is propagated by scientifically critical work. Political revolutions are less frequent, but more comprehensive and their social results more extensive. The transition from the civil wars of antiquity and the Middle Ages to social revolutions in the previously used sense of the word was made by the Reformation, which belonged half to the Middle Ages and half to modern times. On a still higher stage was the English Revolution of the Social Democrats 173 middle of the 17th century, and finally the Great French Revolution becomes the classical type of social revolution, of which the uprisings of 1830 and 1848 were only faint echoes. Social revolution in the sense here meant is peculiar to the stage of social development of capitalist society and the capitalist state. It does not exist previous to capitalism, because the political boundaries were too narrow and social consciousness too undeveloped. It will disappear with capitalism because this can only be overthrown by the proletariat, which as the lowest of all social classes can use its domination only to abolish all class domination and classes and therewith also the essential conditions of social revolution. There now arises a great question, a question that today affects us profoundly, because it has the greatest influence upon our political relations to the present: is the time of social revolution past or not? Have we already the political conditions which can bring about a transition from capitalism to socialism without political revolution, without the conquest of political power by the proletariat, or must we still expect an epoch of decisive struggles for the possession of this power and therewith a revolutionary epoch? Does the idea of social revolution belong with those antiquated ideas which are held only by thoughtless echoers of outgrown conceptions or by demagogical speculators upon the applause of the unthinking masses, and which every honest modern person who dispassionately observes the facts of modern society must put aside. That is the question. Certainly an important question which a couple of phrases will not serve to dismiss. We have discovered that social revolution is a product of special historical conditions. They presuppose, not simply a highly developed class antagonism, but also a great national state rising above all provincial and communal peculiarities, built upon a form of production that operates to level all local peculiarities, a powerful military and bureaucratic state, a science of political economy and a rapid rate of economic progress. None of these factors of social revolution have been decreasing in power during the last decade. Many of them, on the contrary, have been much strengthened. Never was the rate of economic development more rapid. Scientific economics make, at least, a great extensive, if not in 174 tenths of growth, thanks to the newspapers. Never was economic insight so broadly dispersed, never was the ruling class, as well as the mass of people, so much in a condition to comprehend the far-reaching consequences of its acts and strivings. This alone proves that we shall not make the tremendous transition from capitalism to socialism unconsciously, and that we cannot slowly undermine the dominion of the exploiting class without this class being conscious of this, and consequently arming themselves and using all their powers to suppress the strength and influence of the growing proletariat. If, however, the insight into social relations was never so extensive as today, it is equally true that the governmental power was never so strong as now, nor the military, bureaucratic, and economic forces so powerfully developed. It follows from this that the proletariat, when it shall have conquered the governmental powers, will have thereby attained the power to at once bring about most extensive social changes. It also follows from this that the personal governing class with the help of these powers can continue its existence and its plundering of the laboring class long after its economic necessity has ceased. The more, however, that the ruling classes support themselves with the state machinery and misuse this for the purposes of exploitation and oppression, just so much more must the bitterness of the proletariat against them increase, class hatred grow, and the efforts to conquer the machinery of state increase in intensity. ******. I do not wish to be understood as holding democracy superfluous, or to take the position that cooperatives, unions, the entrance of social democracy into municipalities and parliaments, or the attainment of single reforms, is worthless. Nothing would be more incorrect. On the contrary, all these are of incalculable value to the proletariat. They are only insignificant as means to avoid a revolution. This conquest of political power by the proletariat is of the highest value exactly because it makes possible a higher form of the revolutionary struggle. This struggle is no longer, as in 1789, a battle of unorganized mobs with no political form, with no insight into the relative strength of the contending factors, with no profound comprehension. The Social Democrats 175 Zion of the purposes of the struggle and the means to its solution, no longer a battle of mobs that can be deceived and bewildered by every rumor or accident. It is a battle of organized, intelligent masses, full of stability and prudence, that do not follow every impulse or explode over every insult, or collapse under every misfortune. On the other hand, the elections are a means to count ourselves and the enemy, and they grant thereby a clear view of the relative strength of the classes and parties, their advance and their retreat. They prevent premature outbreaks and they guard against defeats. They also grant the possibility that the opponents will themselves recognize the untenability of many positions and freely surrender them when their maintenance is no life and death question for them. So that the battle demands fewer victims, is less sanguinary and depends less upon blind chance. Neither are the political acquisitions that are gained through democracy and the application of its freedom and rights to be undervalued. They are much too insignificant to really restrict the dominion of capitalism and to bring about its imperceptible transition into socialism. The slightest reform or organization may be of great significance for the physical or intellectual rebirth of the proletariat that, without them, would be surrendered helpless to capitalism and left alone in the misery that continuously threatens it. But it is not alone the relief of the proletariat from its misery that makes the activity of the proletariat in parliament and the operation of the proletarian organizations indispensable. They are also of value as a means of practically familiarizing the proletariat with the problems and methods of national and municipal government and of great industries, as well as to the attainment of that intellectual maturity which the proletariat needs if it is to supplant the bourgeoisie as ruling class. Democracy is also indispensable as a means of ripening the proletariat for the social revolution. But it is not capable of preventing this revolution. Democracy is to the proletariat what light and air are to the organism, without them it cannot develop its powers. But we must not be so occupied with observing the growth of one class that we cannot see the simultaneous growth of its opponent. Democracy does not hinder the development of capital, whose organization and political and economic powers increase. 176. At the same time as does the power of the proletariat. To be sure, the cooperatives are increasing, but simultaneously and yet faster grows the accumulation of capital. To be sure, the unions are growing, but simultaneously and faster grows the concentration of capital and its organization in gigantic monopolies. To be sure, the socialist press is growing, but simultaneously grows the partyless and characterless press that poisons and unnerves ever wider popular circles. To be sure, wages are rising, but still faster rises the mass of profits. Certainly the number of socialist representatives in Parliament is growing, but still more sinks the significance and efficaciousness of this institution, while simultaneously parliamentary majorities, like the government, fall into ever greater dependence on the powers of the high finance. So beside the resources of the proletariat develop also those of capital, and the end of this development can be nothing less than a great, decisive battle that cannot end until the proletariat has attained the victory. The capitalist class is superfluous and the proletariat, on the other hand, has become an indispensable social class. The capitalist class is not in a condition either to elevate the proletariat nor to root it out. After every defeat the latter rises again, more threatening than before. Accordingly the proletariat, when it shall have gained the first great victory over capital that shall place the political powers in its hands, can apply them in no other way than to the abolition of the capitalist system. So long as this has not yet happened, the battle between the two classes will not and cannot come to an end. Social peace inside of the capitalist system is a utopia that has grown out of the real needs of the intellectual classes, but has no foundation in reality for its development. And no less of a utopia is the imperceptible growth of capitalism into socialism. We have not the slightest ground to admit that things will end differently from what they began. Neither the economic nor the political development indicates that the era of revolution which characterizes the capitalist system is closed. Social reform and the strengthening of the proletarian organizations cannot hinder it. They can at the most operate to the end that the class struggle in the higher developed grades of the battling proletariat will be The Social Democrats 177 formed from a battle for the first conditions of existence to a battle for the possession of dominion. Edward Bernstein, The Case for Reformism 2. Whilst tradition is essentially conservative, criticism is almost always destructive. At the moment of important action, therefore, criticism, even when most justified by facts, can be an evil, and therefore be reprehensible. To recognize this is, of course, not to call tradition sacred and to forbid criticism. Parties are not always in the midst of rapids when attention is paid to one task only. For a party which has to keep up with the real evolution, criticism is indispensable and tradition can become an oppressive burden, a restraining fetter. But men in very few cases willingly and fully account for the importance of the changes which take place in their traditional assumptions. Usually they prefer to take into account only such changes as are concerned with undeniable facts and to bring them into unison as far as can be with the traditional catchwords. The method is called pettifogging, and the apologies and explanations for it are called cant. Cant, the word is English, and is said to have been first used in the 16th century as a description of the saintly sing-song of the Puritans. In its more general meaning it denotes an unreal manner of speech, thoughtlessly imitative, or used with the consciousness of its untruth, to attain any kind of object, whether it be in religion, politics, or be concerned with theory or actuality. In this wider meaning Kant is very ancient. There were no worse cantors, for example, than the Greeks of the past classic period, and it permeates in countless forms the whole of our civilized life. Every nation, every class, and every group united by theory or interest has its own Kant. It has partly become such a mere matter of convention, of pure form, that no one is any longer deceived by its emptiness, and a fight against it would be shooting idly at sparrows. But this does not apply to the Kant that appears in the guise of science and the Kant which has become a political battle cry. My proposition, to me that which is generally called the ultimate aim of socialism is nothing, but the movement is everything, has often been conceived as a denial of every definite aim of the socialist movement, and Mr. George Plekhanov has even discovered that I have quoted this famous sentence from the book To Social Peace, by Gerhard von Schultz-Gavernitz. There, indeed, a passage reads that it is certainly indispensable for revolutionary socialism to take as its ultimate aim the nationalization of all the means of production, but not for practical political socialism which places near aims in front of distant ones. Because an ultimate aim is here regarded as being dispensable for practical objects, and as I also have professed but little interest for ultimate aims, I am an indiscriminating follower of Schultz-Gavernitz. One must confess that such demonstration bears witness to a striking wealth of thought. When 8 years ago I reviewed the Schultz-Gavernitz book in Neue Zeit, although my criticism was strongly influenced by assumptions which I now no longer hold, yet I put on one side as immaterial that opposition of ultimate aim and practical activity in reform, and admitted without encountering a protest that for England a further peaceful development, such as Schultz-Gavernitz places in prospect before her, was not improbable. I expressed the conviction that with the continuance of free development, the English working classes would certainly increase their demands, but would desire nothing that could not be shown each time to be necessary and attainable beyond all doubt. That is at the bottom nothing else than what I say today. And if anyone wishes to bring up against me the advances in social democracy made since then in England, I answer that with this extension a development of the English social democracy has gone hand in hand from the utopian, revolutionary sect, as Engels repeatedly represented it to be, to the party of political reform which we now know. No socialist capable of thinking, dreams today in England of an imminent victory for socialism by means of a violent revolution. None dreams of a quick conquest of Parliament by a revolutionary proletariat. But they rely more and more on work in the municipalities and other self-governing bodies. The early contempt for the Social Democrats 179 trade union movement has been given up, a closer sympathy has been won for it and, here and there also, for the cooperative movement. And the ultimate aim? Well, that just remains an ultimate aim. The working classes have no fixed and perfect utopias to introduce by means of a vote of the nation. They know that in order to work out their own emancipation and with it that higher form of life which the present form of society irresistibly makes for by its own economic development, they, the working classes, have to pass through long struggles, a whole series of historical processes, by means of which men and circumstances will be completely transformed. They have no ideals to realize, they have only to set at liberty the elements of the new society which have already been developed in the womb of the collapsing bourgeois society. So writes Marx in Civil War in France. I was thinking of this utterance, not in every point, but in its fundamental thought in writing down the sentence about the ultimate aim. For after all, what does it say but that the movement, the series of processes, is everything, whilst every aim fixed beforehand in its details is immaterial to it? I have declared already that I willingly abandon the form of the sentence about the ultimate aim as far as it admits the interpretation that every general aim of the working class movement formulated as a principle should be declared valueless. But the preconceived theories about the drift of the movement which go beyond such a generally expressed aim, which try to determine the direction of the movement and its character without an ever vigilant eye upon facts and experience, must necessarily always pass into utopianism, and at some time or other stand in the way, and hinder the real theoretical and practical progress of the movement. Whoever knows even but a little of the history of German social democracy also knows that the party has become important by continued action in contravention of such theories and of infringing resolutions founded on them. What Engels says in the preface to the new edition of Civil War with regard to the Blanquists and Proudhonists in the Paris Commune of 1871, namely that they both had been obliged in practice to act against their own theory, has often been repeated in another form. A theory or declaration of principle which does not allow attention being paid at every stage of development to the actual interests of 180. The working classes, will always be set aside just as all forswearing of reforming detail work and of the support of neighboring middle-class parties has again and again been forgotten, and again at the congresses of the party will the complaint be heard that here and there in the electoral contest the ultimate aim of socialism has not been put sufficiently in the foreground. In the quotation from Schulz-Gavernitz which Plekhanov flings at me, it runs that by giving up the dictum that the condition of the worker in modern society is hopeless, socialism would lose its revolutionary point and would be absorbed in carrying out legislative demands. From this contrast it is clearly inferred that Schulz-Gavernitz always used the concept revolutionary in the sense of a struggle having revolution by violence in view. Plekhanov turns the thing round, and because I have not maintained the condition of the worker to be hopeless, because I acknowledge its capability of improvement and many other facts which bourgeois economists have upheld, he carts me over to the opponents of scientific socialism. Unfortunately for the scientific socialism of Plekhanov, the Marxist propositions on the hopelessness of the position of the worker have been upset in a book which bears the title, Capital, a Criticism of Political Economy. There we read of the physical and moral regeneration of the textile workers in Lancashire through the Factory Law of 1847, which struck the feeblest eye. A bourgeois republic was not even necessary to bring about a certain improvement in the situation of a large section of workers. In the same book we read that the society of today is no firm crystal, but an organism capable of change and constantly engaged in a process of change, that also in the treatment of economic questions on the part of the official representatives of this society an improvement was unmistakable. Further, that the author had devoted so large a space in his book to the results of the English factory laws in order to spur the continent to imitate them and thus to work so that the process of transforming society may be accomplished in ever more humane forms. All of which signifies not hopelessness, but capability of improvement in the condition of the worker. And, as since 1866, when this was written, the legislation depicted has not grown weaker but has been improved, made more general, and has been supplemented by laws and organizations working in the same. The Social Democrats' 181 direction, there can be no more doubt today than formerly of the hopefulness of the position of the worker. If to state such facts means following the immortal Bastiat, then among the first ranks of these followers is Karl Marx. Now, it can be asserted against me that Marx certainly recognized those improvements, but that the chapter on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation at the end of the first volume of Capital shows how little these details influenced his fundamental mode of viewing things. To which I answer that as far as that is correct it speaks against that chapter and not against me. One can interpret this chapter in very different kinds of ways. I believe I was the first to point out, and indeed repeatedly, that it was a summary characterization of the tendency of a development which is found in capitalist accumulation, but which in practice is not carried out completely and which therefore need not be driven to the critical point of the antagonism there depicted. Engels has never expressed himself against this interpretation of mine, never, either verbally or in print, declared it to be wrong. Nor did he say a word against me when I wrote, in 1891, in an essay on a work of Schulz-Gavernitz on the questions referred to, it is clear that where legislation, this systematic and conscious action of society, interferes in an appropriate way, the working of the tendencies of economic development is thwarted, under some circumstances can even be annihilated. Marx and Engels have not only never denied this, but, on the contrary, have always emphasized it. If one reads the chapter mentioned with this idea, one will also, in a few sentences, silently place the word tendency and thus be spared the need of bringing this chapter into accord with reality by distorting arts of interpretation. But then the chapter itself would become of less value the more progress is made in actual evolution. For its theoretic importance does not lie in the argument of the general tendency to capitalistic centralization and accumulation which had been affirmed long before Marx by bourgeois economists and socialists, but in the presentation, peculiar to Marx, of circumstances and forms under which it would work at a more advanced stage of evolution, and of the results to which it would lead. But in this respect actual evolution is really always bringing forth new arrangements, forces, facts, in face of which that presentation seems insufficient and loses to a corresponding extent the capability. 182. Of serving as a sketch of the coming evolution. That is how I understand it. One can, however, understand this chapter differently. One can conceive it in this way, that all the improvements mentioned there, and some possibly ensuing, only create temporary remedies against the oppressive tendencies of capitalism, that they signify unimportant modifications which cannot in the long run affect anything substantially against the critical point of antagonisms laid down by Marx, that this will finally appear if not literally yet substantially in the manner depicted, and will lead to catastrophic change by violence. This interpretation can be founded on the categoric wording of the last sentences of the chapter, and receives a certain confirmation because at the end reference is again made to the Communist Manifesto, whilst Hegel also appeared shortly before with his negation of the negation, the restoration on a new foundation of individual property negatived by the capitalist manner of production. According to my view, it is impossible simply to declare the one conception right and the other absolutely wrong. To me the chapter illustrates a dualism which runs through the whole monumental work of Marx, and which also finds expression in a less pregnant fashion in other passages, a dualism which consists in the fact that the work aims at being a scientific inquiry and also at proving a theory laid down long before its drafting. A formula lies at the basis of it in which the result to which the exposition should lead is fixed beforehand. The return to the Communist Manifesto points here to a real residue of utopianism in the Marxist system. Marx had accepted the solution of the utopians in essentials, but had recognized their means and proofs as inadequate. He therefore undertook a revision of them, and this with the zeal, the critical acuteness, and love of truth of a scientific genius. He suppressed no important fact, he also forbore belittling artificially the importance of these facts as long as the object of the inquiry had no immediate reference to the final aim of the formula to be proved. To that point his work is free of every tendency necessarily interfering with the scientific method. For the general sympathy with the strivings for emancipation of the working classes does not in itself stand in the way of the scientific method. But, as Marx approaches a point when that final aim enters seriously into the question, the Social Democrats 183, he becomes uncertain and unreliable. Such contradictions then appear as were shown in the book under consideration, for instance, in the section on the movement of incomes in modern society. It thus appears that this great scientific spirit was, in the end, a slave to a doctrine. Nothing confirms me more in this conception than the anxiety with which some persons seek to maintain certain statements in capital, which are falsified by facts. It is just some of the more deeply devoted followers of Marx who have not been able to separate themselves from the dialectical form of the work. Who do this? At least, that is only how I can explain the words of a man, otherwise so amenable to facts as Kosky, who, when I observed in Stuttgart that the number of wealthy people for many years had increased, not decreased, answered, if that were true then the date of our victory would not only be very long postponed, but we should never attain our goal. If it be capitalists who increase and not those with no possessions, then we are going ever further from our goal. The more evolution progresses, then capitalism grows stronger, not socialism. That the number of the wealthy increases and does not diminish is not an invention of bourgeois harmony economists, but a fact established by the boards of assessment for taxes, often to the chagrin of those concerned, a fact which can no longer be disputed. But what is the significance of this fact as regards the victory of socialism? Why should the realization of socialism depend on its refutation? Well, simply for this reason, because the dialectical scheme seems so to prescribe it, because a post threatens to fall out of the scaffolding if one admits that the social surplus product is appropriated by an increasing instead of a decreasing number of possessors. But it is only the speculative theory that is affected by this matter, it does not at all affect the actual movement. Neither the struggle of the workers for democracy in politics nor their struggle for democracy in industry is touched by it. The prospects of this struggle do not depend on the theory of concentration of capital in the hands of a diminishing number of magnates, nor on the whole dialectical scaffolding of which this is a plank, but on the growth of social wealth and of the social productive forces, in conjunction with general social progress, and, particularly, in conjunction with the intellectual and moral advance of the working classes themselves. Suppose the victory of socialism depended on the con. 184. Stand shrinkage in the number of capitalist magnates. Social democracy, if it wanted to act logically, either would have to support the heaping up of capital in ever fewer hands, or at least to give no support to anything that would stop this shrinkage. As a matter of fact, it often enough does neither the one nor the other. These considerations, for instance, do not govern its votes on questions of taxation. From the standpoint of the catastrophic theory, a great part of this practical activity of the working classes is an undoing of work that ought to be allowed to be done. It is not social democracy which is wrong in this respect. The fault lies in the doctrine which assumes that progress depends on the deterioration of social conditions. In his preface to the Agrarian Question, Koski turns upon those who speak of the necessity of a triumph over Marxism. He says that he sees doubt and hesitation expressed, but that these alone indicate no development. That is so far correct in that doubt and hesitation are no positive refutation. They can, however, be the first step toward it. But is it altogether a matter of triumphing over Marxism, or is it not rather a rejection of certain remains of utopianism which adhere to Marxism, and which are the cause of the contradictions in theory and practice which have been pointed out in Marxism by its critics? This treatise has become already more voluminous than it ought to have been, and I must therefore abstain from going into all the details of this subject. But all the more I consider it my duty to declare that I hold a whole series of objections raised by opponents against certain items in Marx's theory as unrefuted, some as irrefutable. And I can do this all the more easily as these objections are quite irrelevant to the strivings of social democracy. We ought to be less susceptible in this respect. It has repeatedly happened that conclusions by followers of Marx, who believed that they contradicted the theories of Marx, have been disputed with great zeal, and, in the end, the supposed contradictions were proved for the most part not to exist. Amongst others, I have in my mind the controversy concerning the investigations of the late Dr. Steibling on the effect of the concentration of capital on the rate of exploitation. In his manner of expression, as well as in separate items of his calculations, Steibling made some great blunders, which it is the merit of Koski to have discovered. But on the other hand, the third volume of Capital, The Social Democrats 185 has shown that the fundamental thought of Stiebling's works, the decrease of the rate of exploitation with the increasing concentration of capital, did not stand in such opposition to Marx's doctrine as then appeared to most of us, although his proof of the phenomenon is different from that of Marx. Yet in his time Steibling had to hear that if what he inferred was correct, the theoretical foundation of the working class movement, the theory of Marx, was false. And as a matter of fact, those who spoke thus could refer to various passages from Marx. An analysis of the controversy which was entered into over the essays of Steibling could very well serve as an illustration of some of the contradictions of the Marxist theory of value. Similar conflicts exist with regard to the estimate of the relation of economics and force in history, and they find their counterpart in the criticism on the practical tasks and possibilities of the working class movement, which has already been discussed in another place. This is, however, a point to which it is necessary to recur. But the question to be investigated is not how far originally, and in the further course of history, force determined economy and vice versa, but what is the creative power of force in a given society? Now it would be absurd to go back to the prejudices of former generations with regard to the capabilities of political power, for such a thing would mean that we would have to go still further back to explain those prejudices. The prejudices which the utopians, for example, cherished rested on good grounds. Indeed, one can scarcely say that they were prejudices, for they rested on the real immaturity of the working classes of the period, as a result of which, only a transitory mob rule on the one side or a return to the class oligarchy on the other was the only possible outcome of the political power of the masses. Under these circumstances, a reference to politics could appear only to be a turning aside from more pressing duties. Today these conditions have been to some extent removed, and therefore no person capable of reflecting will think of criticizing political action with the arguments of that period. Marxism first turned the thing round, as we have seen, and preached political action as the most important duty of the movement. But it was thereby involved in great 186 contradictions. It also recognized, and separated itself thereby from the demagogic parties, that the working classes had not yet attained the required maturity for their emancipation, and also that the economic preliminary conditions for such were not present. But in spite of that, it turned again and again to tactics which supposed both preliminary conditions as almost fulfilled. We come across passages in its publications where the immaturity of the workers is emphasized with an acuteness which differs very little from the doctrinarism of the early utopian socialists, and soon afterward we come across passages according to which we should assume that all culture, all intelligence, all virtue, is only to be found among the working classes, passages which make it incomprehensible why the most extreme social revolutionaries and physical force anarchists should not be right. Corresponding with that, political action is ever directed toward a revolutionary convulsion expected in an imminent future, in the face of which legislative work for a long time appears only as a pious altar, a merely temporary device. And we look in vain for any systematic investigation of the question of what can be expected from legal, and what from revolutionary action. It is evident at the first glance that great differences exist in the latter respect. But they are usually found to be this, that law, or the path of legislative reform, is the slower way, and revolutionary force the quicker and more radical. But that only is true in a restricted sense. Whether the legislative or the revolutionary method is the more promising depends entirely on the nature of the measures and on their relation to different classes and customs of the people. In general, one may say here that the revolutionary way does quicker work as far as it deals with removal of obstacles which a privileged minority places in the path of social progress, that its strength lies on its negative side. Constitutional legislation works more slowly in this respect as a rule. Its path is usually that of compromise, not the prohibition, but the buying out of acquired rights. But it is stronger than the revolution scheme, where prejudice and the limited horizon of the great mass of the people appear as hindrances to social progress, and it offers greater advantages where it is a question of the creation of permanent economic arrangements capable of lasting. In other words, it is best adapted to positive social political work. The Social Democrats 187. In legislation, intellect dominates over emotion in quiet times. During a revolution, emotion dominates over intellect. But if emotion is often an imperfect leader, the intellect is a slow motive force. Where a revolution sins by overhaste, the everyday legislator sins by procrastination. Legislation works as a systematic force, revolution as an elementary force. As soon as a nation has attained a position where the rights of the propertied minority have ceased to be a serious obstacle to social progress, where the negative tasks of political action are less pressing than the positive, then the appeal to a revolution by force becomes a meaningless phrase. One can overturn a government or a privileged minority, but not a nation. When the working classes do not possess very strong economic organizations of their own, and have not attained, by means of education on self-governing bodies, a high degree of mental independence, the dictatorship of the proletariat means the dictatorship of club orators and writers. I would not wish that those who see in the oppression and tricking of the working men's organizations and in the exclusion of working men from the legislature and government the highest point of the art of political policy should experience their error in practice. Just as little would I desire it for the working class movement itself. One has not overcome utopianism if one assumes that there is in the present, or ascribes to the present, what is to be in the future. We have to take working men as they are. And they are neither so universally pauperized as was set out in the Communist Manifesto, nor so free from prejudices and weaknesses as their courtiers wish to make us believe. They have the virtues and failings of the economic and social conditions under which they live. And neither these conditions nor their effects can be put on one side from one day to another. Have we attained the required degree of development of the productive forces for the abolition of classes? In face of the fantastic figures which were formerly set up in proof of this and which rested on generalizations based on the development of particularly favored industries, socialist writers in modern times have endeavored to reach by carefully detailed calculations, appropriate estimates of the possibilities of production in a socialist society, and their results are very different from those figures. Of a general re. 188. Reduction of hours of labor to 5, 4, or even 3 or 2 hours, such as was formerly accepted, there can be no hope at any time within sight, unless the general standard of life is much reduced. Even under a collective organization of work, labor must begin very young and only cease at a rather advanced age, if it is to be reduced considerably below an 8-hours day. Those persons ought to understand this first of all who indulge in the most extreme exaggerations regarding the ratio of the number of the non-propertied classes to that of the propertied. But he who thinks irrationally on one point does so usually on another. But he who surveys the actual workers' movement will also find that the freedom from those qualities which appeared philistine to a person born in the bourgeoisie, is very little valued by the workers, that they in no way support the morale of proletarian, but, on the contrary, tend to make a philistine out of a proletarian. With the roving proletarian without a family and home, no lasting, firm trade union movement would be possible. It is no bourgeois prejudice, but a conviction gained through decades of labor organization, which has made so many of the English labor leaders socialists and non-socialists into zealous adherents of the temperance movement. The working class socialists know the faults of their class, and the most conscientious among them, far from glorifying these faults, seek to overcome them with all their power. We cannot demand from a class, the great majority of whose members live under crowded conditions, are badly educated, and have an uncertain and insufficient income, the high intellectual and moral standard which the organization and existence of a socialist community presupposes. We will, therefore, not ascribe it to them by way of fiction. Let us rejoice at the great stock of intelligence, renunciation, and energy which the modern working class movement has partly revealed, partly produced, but we must not assign, without discrimination to the masses, the millions, what holds good, say, of hundreds of thousands. I confess willingly that I measure here with two kinds of measures. Just because I expect much of the working classes, I censure much more everything that tends to corrupt their moral judgment than I do similar habits of the higher classes, and I see with the greatest regret that a tone of literary decadence is spreading here and there in the working class press which can only have a confusing and corrupting f. The Social Democrats 189 feet. A class which is aspiring needs a sound morale and must suffer no deterioration. Whether it sets out for itself an ideal ultimate aim is of secondary importance if it pursues with energy its proximate aims. The important point is that these aims are inspired by a definite principle which expresses a higher degree of economy and of social life, that they are an embodiment of a social conception which means in the evolution of civilization a higher view of morals and of legal rights. From this point of view I cannot subscribe to the proposition, the working class has no ideas to realize. I see in it rather a self-deception, if it is not a mere play upon words on the part of its author. And in this mind, I, at the time, resorted to the spirit of the great Königsberg philosopher, the critic of pure reason, against the cant which sought to get a hold on the working class movement and to which the Hegelian dialectic offers a comfortable refuge. I did this in the conviction that social democracy required a Kant who should judge the received opinion and examine it critically with deep acuteness, who should show where its apparent materialism is the highest and is therefore the most easily misleading ideology, and warn it that the contempt of the ideal, the magnifying of material factors until they become omnipotent forces of evolution, is a self-deception, which has been and will be exposed as such at every opportunity by the action of those who proclaim it. Such a thinker, who with convincing exactness could show what is worthy and destined to live in the work of our great champions, and what must and can perish, would also make it possible for us to hold a more unbiased judgment on those works which, although not starting from premises which today appear to us as decisive, yet are devoted to the ends for which social democracy is fighting. It is not every epoch that produces a Marx, and even for a man of equal genius the working class movement of today is too great to enable him to occupy the position which Marx fills in its history. Today it needs, in addition to the fighting spirit, the coordinating and constructive thinkers who are intellectually enough advanced to be able to separate the chaff from the wheat, who are great enough in their mode of thinking to recognize also the little plant that has grown on another soil than theirs, and who, perhaps, though not kings, are warm-hearted republicans in the domain of socialist thought. Rosa Luxemburg, Reform or Revolution 3. Can the social democracy be against reforms? Can we contrapose the social revolution, the transformation of the existing order, our final goal, to social reforms? Certainly not. The daily struggle for reforms, for the amelioration of the condition of the workers within the framework of the existing social order, and for democratic institutions, offers to the social democracy the only means of engaging in the proletarian class war and working in the direction of the final goal, the conquest of political power and the suppression of wage labor. Between social reforms and revolution there exists for the social democracy an indissoluble tie. The struggle for reforms is its means, the social revolution, its aim. It is in Edward Bernstein's theory that we find, for the first time, the opposition of the two factors of the labor movement. His theory tends to counsel us to renounce the social transformation, the final goal of the social democracy, and, inversely, to make of social reforms, the means of the class struggle, its aim. Bernstein himself has very clearly and characteristically formulated this viewpoint when he wrote, "The final goal, no matter what it is nothing, the movement is everything." But since the final goal of socialism constitutes the only decisive factor distinguishing the social democratic movement from bourgeois democracy and from bourgeois radicalism, the only factor transforming the entire labor movement from a vain effort to repair the capitalist order into a class struggle against this order, for the suppression of this order, the question, reform or revolution, as it is posed by Bernstein, equals for the social democracy the question, to be or not to be. In the controversy with Bernstein and his followers, everybody in the party ought to understand clearly it is not a question of this or that method of struggle, or the use of this or that set of tactics, but of the very existence of the social democratic movement. Upon a casual consideration of Bernstein's theory, this may appear like an exaggeration. Does he not continually mention the social democracy and its aims? Does he not repeat again and again, in very explicit language, that he too strives toward the final goal of socialism, but in another way? Does he not stress particularly that he fully approves of the present practice of the social democracy? That is all true, to be sure. It is also true that every new movement, when it first elaborates its theory and policy, begins by finding support in the preceding movement, though it may be in direct contradiction with the latter. It begins by suiting itself to the forms found at hand and by speaking the language spoken hereto. In time, the new grain breaks through the old husk. The new movement finds its own forms and its own language. To expect an opposition against scientific socialism, at its very beginning, to express itself clearly, fully, and to the last consequence on the subject of its real content, to expect it to deny openly and bluntly the theoretic basis of the social democracy would amount to underrating the power of scientific socialism. Today he who wants to pass as a socialist, and at the same would declare war on Marxian doctrine, the most stupendous product of the human mind in the century, must begin with involuntary esteem for Marx. He must begin by acknowledging himself to be his disciple, by seeking in Marx's own teachings the points of support for an attack on the latter, while he represents this attack as a further development of Marxian doctrine. On this account, we must, unconcerned by its outer forms, pick out the sheathed kernel of Bernstein's theory. This is a matter of urgent necessity for the broad layers of the industrial proletariat in our party. No coarser insult, no baser aspersion, can be thrown against the workers than the remark, "Theoretic controversies are only for academicians." Some time ago Lassalle said, "Only when science and the workers, these opposite poles of society, become one, will they crush in their arms of steel all obstacles to culture." The entire strength of the modern labor movement rests on theoretic knowledge. But doubly important is this knowledge for the workers in the present case, because it is precisely they and their influence in the movement that are in the balance here. It is their skin that is being brought to market. The opportunist theory in the party, the theory formulated by Bernstein, is nothing else than an unconscious attempt to assure predominance to the petty bourgeois elements that have entered. 192. Our party, to change the policy and aims of our party in their direction. The question of reform and revolution, of the final goal and the movement, is basically, in another form, but the question of the petty bourgeois or proletarian character of the labor movement. It is, therefore, in the interest of the proletarian mass of the party to become acquainted, actively and in detail, with the present theoretic controversy with opportunism. As long as theoretic knowledge remains the privilege of a handful of academicians in the party, the latter will face the danger of going astray. Only when the great mass of workers take the keen and dependable weapons of scientific socialism in their own hands, will all the petty bourgeois inclinations, all the opportunist currents come to naught. The movement will then find itself on sure and firm ground. Quantity will do it. ******. If it is true that theories are only the images of the phenomena of the exterior world in the human consciousness, it must be added, concerning Edward Bernstein's system, that theories are sometimes inverted images. Think of a theory of instituting socialism by means of social reforms in the face of the complete stagnation of the reform movement in Germany. Think of a theory of trade union control over production in face of the defeat of the metal workers in England. Consider the theory of winning a majority in Parliament, after the revision of the Constitution of Saxony and in view of the most recent attempts against universal suffrage. However, the pivotal point of Bernstein's system is not located in his conception of the practical tasks of the social democracy. It is found in his stand on the course of the objective development of capitalist society, which, in turn, is closely bound to his conception of the practical tasks of the social democracy. According to Bernstein, a general decline of capitalism seems to be increasingly improbable because, on the one hand, capitalism shows a greater capacity of adaptation, and on the other hand, capitalist production becomes more and more varied. The capacity of capitalism to adapt itself, says Bernstein, is manifested first in the disappearance of general crises, resulting from the development of the credit system, employers' organizations, wider means of communication and informational services. It shows itself secondly, in the Social Democrats' 193 tenacity of the middle classes, which hails from the growing differentiation of the branches of production and the elevation of vast layers of the proletariat to the level of the middle class. It is furthermore proved, argues Bernstein, by the amelioration of the economic and political situation of the proletariat as a result of its trade union activity. From this theoretic stand is derived the following general conclusion about the practical work of the social democracy. The latter must not direct its daily activity toward the conquest of political power, but toward the betterment of the condition of the working class within the existing order. It must not expect to institute socialism as a result of a political and social crisis, but should build socialism by means of the progressive extension of social control and the gradual application of the principle of cooperation. Bernstein himself sees nothing new in his theories. On the contrary, he believes them to be in agreement with certain declarations of Marx and Engels. Nevertheless, it seems to us that it is difficult to deny that they are in formal contradiction with the conceptions of scientific socialism. If Bernstein's revisionism merely consisted in affirming that the march of capitalist development is slower than was thought before, he would merely be presenting an argument for adjourning the conquest of power by the proletariat, on which everybody agreed up to now. Its only consequence would be a slowing up of the pace of the struggle. But that is not the case. What Bernstein questions is not the rapidity of the development of capitalist society, but the march of the development itself and, consequently, the very possibility of a change to socialism. Socialist theory up to now declared that the point of departure for a transformation to socialism would be a general and catastrophic crisis. We must distinguish in this outlook two things: the fundamental idea and its exterior form. The fundamental idea consists of the affirmation that capitalism, as a result of its own inner contradictions, moves toward a point when it will be unbalanced, when it will simply become impossible. There were good reasons for conceiving that juncture in the from of a catastrophic general commercial crisis. But that is of secondary importance when the fundamental idea is considered. The scientific basis of socialism rests, as is well known, on three principal results of capitalist development. First, 194. On the growing anarchy of capitalist economy, leading inevitably to its ruin. Second, on the progressive socialization of the process of production, which creates the germs of the future social order. And third, on the increased organization and consciousness of the proletarian class, which constitutes the active factor in the coming revolution. Bernstein pulls away the first of the three fundamental supports of scientific socialism. He says that capitalist development does not lead to a general economic collapse. He does not merely reject a certain form of the collapse. He rejects the very possibility of collapse. He says textually, "One could claim that by collapse of the present society is meant something else than a general commercial crisis, worse than all others, that is a complete collapse of the capitalist system brought about as a result of its own contradictions." And to this he replies, with the growing development of society a complete and almost general collapse of the present system of production becomes more and more improbable, because capitalist development increases on the one hand the capacity of adaptation and, on the other that is at the same time, the differentiation of industry. But then the question arises, why and how, in that case, shall we attain the final goal? According to scientific socialism, the historic necessity of the socialist revolution manifests itself above all in the growing anarchy of capitalism, which drives the system into an impasse. But if one admits with Bernstein that capitalist development does not move in the direction of its own ruin, then socialism ceases to be objectively necessary. There remain the other two mainstays of the scientific explanation of socialism, which are also said to be consequences of capitalism itself: the socialization of the process of production and the growing consciousness of the proletariat. It is these two matters that Bernstein has in mind when he says, the suppression of the theory of collapse does not in any way deprive socialist doctrine of its power of persuasion. For, examined closely, what are all the factors enumerated by us that make for the suppression or the modification of the former crises? Nothing else, in fact, than the conditions, or even in part the germs, of the socialization of production and exchange. Very little reflection is needed to understand that here too we face a false conclusion. Where lies the importance of all the phenomena that are said by Bernstein to be the Social Democrats' 195 means of capitalist adaptation: cartels, the credit system, the development of means of communication, the amelioration of the situation of the working class, etc. Obviously, in that they suppress or, at least, attenuate the internal contradictions of capitalist economy, and stop the development or the aggravation of these contradictions. Thus the suppression of crises can only mean the suppression of the antagonism between production and exchange on the capitalist base. The amelioration of the situation of the working class, or the penetration of certain fractions of the class into the middle layers, can only mean the attenuation of the antagonism between capital and labor. But if the mentioned factors suppress the capitalist contradictions and consequently save the system from ruin, if they enable capitalism to maintain itself, and that is why Bernstein calls them means of adaptation, how can cartels, the credit system, trade unions, etc. be at the same time the conditions and even, in part, the germs of socialism? Obviously only in the sense that they express most clearly the social character of production. But by presenting it in its capitalist form, the same factors render superfluous, inversely, in the same measure, the transformation of this socialized production into socialist production. That is why they can be the germs or conditions of a socialist order only in a theoretic sense and not in an historic sense. They are phenomena which, in the light of our conception of socialism, we know to be related to socialism, but which, in fact, not only do not lead to a socialist revolution but render it, on the contrary, superfluous. There remains one force making for socialism, the class consciousness of the proletariat. But it, too, is in the given case not the simple intellectual reflection of the growing contradictions of capitalism and its approaching decline. It is now no more than an ideal whose force of persuasion rests only on the perfection attributed to it. We have here, in brief, the explanation of the socialist program by means of pure reason. We have here, to use simpler language, an idealist explanation of socialism. The objective necessity of socialism, the explanation of socialism as the result of the material development of society, falls to the ground. Revisionist theory thus places itself in a dilemma. Either the socialist transformation is, as was admitted up to now, 196. The consequence of the internal contradictions of capitalism, and with the growth of capitalism will develop its inner contradictions, resulting inevitably, at some point, in its collapse, or the means of adaptation will really stop the collapse of the capitalist system and thereby enable capitalism to maintain itself by suppressing its own contradictions. In that case socialism ceases to be an historic necessity. It then becomes anything you want to call it, but is no longer the result of the material development of society. The dilemma leads to another. Either revisionism is correct in its position on the course of capitalist development, and therefore the socialist transformation of society is only a utopia, or socialism is not a utopia, and the theory of means of adaptation is false. There is the question in a nutshell. *I=*. The production relations of capitalist society approach more and more the production relations of socialist society. But on the other hand, its political and juridical relations establish between capitalist society and socialist society a steadily rising wall. This wall is not overthrown, but is on the contrary strengthened and consolidated by the development of social reforms and the course of democracy. Only the hammer blow of revolution, that is to say, the conquest of political power by the proletariat, can break down this wall. It is not true that socialism will arise automatically from the daily struggle of the working class. Socialism will be the consequence of the growing contradictions of capitalist economy and of the comprehension by the working class of the unavoidability of the suppression of these contradictions through a social transformation. When, in the manner of revisionism, the first condition is denied and the second rejected, the labor movement finds itself reduced to a simple corporative and reformist movement. We move here in a straight line toward the total abandonment of the class viewpoint. This consequence also becomes evident when we investigate the general character of revisionism. It is obvious that revisionism does not wish to concede that its standpoint is that of the capitalist apologist. It does not join the Boer, the Social Democrats 197 GOS economists in denying the existence of the contradictions of capitalism. But, on the other hand, what precisely constitutes the fundamental point of revisionism and distinguishes it from the attitude taken by the social democracy up to now, is that it does not base its theory on the belief that the contradictions of capitalism will be suppressed as a result of the logical inner development of the present economic system. We may say that the theory of revisionism occupies an intermediate place between two extremes. Revisionism does not expect to see the contradictions of capitalism mature. It does not propose to suppress these contradictions through a revolutionary transformation. It wants to lessen, to attenuate, the capitalist contradictions, so that the antagonism existing between production and exchange is to be mollified by the cessation of crises and the formation of capitalist combines. The antagonism between capital and labor is to be adjusted by bettering the situation of the workers and by the conservation of the middle classes. And the contradiction between the class state and society is to be liquidated through increased state control and the progress of democracy. It is true that the present procedure of the social democracy does not consist in waiting for the antagonisms of capitalism to develop and in passing on, only then, to the task of suppressing them. On the contrary, the essence of revolutionary procedure is to be guided by the direction of this development, once it is ascertained, and inferring from this direction what consequences are necessary for the political struggle. Thus the social democracy has combated tariff wars and militarism without waiting for their reactionary character to become fully evident. Bernstein's procedure is not guided by a consideration of the development of capitalism, by the prospect of the aggravation of its contradictions. It is guided by the prospect of the attenuation of these contradictions. He shows this when he speaks of the adaptation of capitalist economy. Revisionism is nothing else than a theoretic generalization made from the angle of the isolated capitalist. Where does this viewpoint belong theoretically if not in vulgar bourgeois economics? 198. All the errors of this school rest precisely on the conception that mistakes the phenomena of competition, as seen from the angle of the isolated capitalist, for the phenomena of the whole of capitalist economy. Just as Bernstein considers credit to be a means of adaptation, so vulgar economy considers money to be a judicious means of adaptation to the needs of exchange. Vulgar economy, too, tries to find the antidote against the ills of capitalism in the phenomena of capitalism. Like Bernstein, it believes that it is possible to regulate capitalist economy. And in the manner of Bernstein, it arrives in time at the desire to palliate the contradictions of capitalism, that is, at the belief in the possibility of patching up the sores of capitalism. It ends up by subscribing to a program of reaction. It ends up in a utopia. The theory of revisionism can therefore be defined in the following way. It is a theory of standing still in the socialist movement, built, with the aid of vulgar economy, on a theory of a capitalist standstill. Bernstein's book is of great importance to the German and the international labor movement. It is the first attempt to give a theoretic base to the opportunist currents common in the social democracy. These currents may be said to have existed for a long time in our movement, if we take into consideration such sporadic manifestations of opportunism as the question of subsidization of steamers. But it is only since about 1890, with the suppression of the anti-socialist laws, that we have had a trend of opportunism of a clearly defined character. Vollmer's state socialism, the vote on the Bavarian budget, the agrarian socialism of South Germany, Heine's policy of compensation, Schippel's stand on tariffs and militarism, are the high points in the development of our opportunist practice. What appears to characterize this practice above all? A certain hostility to theory. This is quite natural, for our theory, that is, the principles of scientific socialism, impose clearly marked limitations to practical activity insofar as it concerns the aims of this activity, the means used in attaining these aims, and the method employed in this activity. It is quite natural for people who run after aim. The Social Democrats 199 mediate practical results to want to free themselves from such limitations and to render their practice independent of our theory. However, this outlook is refuted by every attempt to apply it in reality. State socialism, agrarian socialism, the policy of compensation, the question of the army, all constituted defeats to our opportunism. It is clear that, if this current is to maintain itself, it must try to destroy the principles of our theory and elaborate a theory of its own. Bernstein's book is precisely an effort in that direction. That is why at Stuttgart all the opportunist elements in our party immediately grouped themselves about Bernstein's banner. If the opportunist currents in the practical activity of our party are an entirely natural phenomenon which can be explained in light of the special conditions of our activity and its development, Bernstein's theory is no less natural an attempt to group these currents into a general theoretic expression, an attempt to elaborate its own theoretic conditions and to break with scientific socialism. That is why the published expression of Bernstein's ideas should be recognized as a theoretic test for opportunism, and as its first scientific legitimation. What was the result of this test? We have seen the result. Opportunism is not in a position to elaborate a positive theory capable of withstanding criticism. All it can do is to attack various isolated theses of Marxist theory and, just because Marxist doctrine constitutes one solidly constructed edifice, hope by this means to shake the entire system, from the top of its foundation. This shows that opportunist practice is essentially irreconcilable with Marxism. But it also proves that opportunism is incompatible with socialism in general, that its internal tendency is to push the labor movement into bourgeois paths, that opportunism tends to paralyze completely the proletarian class struggle. The latter, considered historically, has evidently nothing to do with Marxist doctrine. For, before Marx and independently from him, there have been labor movements and various socialist doctrines, each of which, in its way, was the theoretic expression, corresponding to the conditions of the time, of the struggle of the working class for emancipation. The theory that consists in basing socialism on the moral notion of justice, on a struggle against the mode of distribution, instead of basing it on a struggle against the mode of 200 production, the conception of class antagonism as an antagonism between the poor and the rich, the effort to graft the cooperative principle on capitalist economy, all the nice notions found in Bernstein's doctrine already existed before him. And these theories were, in their time, in spite of their insufficiency, effective theories of the proletarian class struggle. They were the children's 7 league boots, thanks to which the proletariat learned to walk up on the scene of history. But after the development of the class struggle and its reflex in its social conditions had led to the abandonment of these theories and to the elaboration of the principles of scientific socialism, there could be no socialism, at least in Germany, outside of Marxist socialism, and there could be no socialist class struggle outside of the social democracy. From then on, socialism and Marxism, the proletarian struggle for emancipation and the social democracy, were identical. That is why the return to pre-Marxist socialist theories no longer signifies today a return to the 7 league boots of the childhood of the proletariat, but a return to the puny worn-out slippers of the bourgeoisie. Bernstein's theory was the first, and at the same time, the last attempt to give a theoretic base to opportunism. It is the last, because in Bernstein's system, opportunism has gone negatively through its renunciation of scientific socialism, positively through its marshalling of every bit of theoretic confusion possible as far as it can. In Bernstein's book, opportunism has crowned its theoretic development, and has reached its ultimate conclusion. Marxist doctrine cannot only refute opportunism theoretically. It alone can explain opportunism as a historic phenomenon in the development of the party. The forward march of the proletariat, on a world historic scale, to its final victory is not, indeed, so simple a thing. The peculiar character of this movement resides precisely in the fact that here, for the first time in history, the popular masses themselves, in opposition to the ruling classes, are to impose their will, but they must effect this outside of the present society, beyond the existing society. This will the masses can only form in a constant struggle against the existing order. The union of the broad popular masses with an aim reaching beyond the existing social order, the union of the daily. The Social Democrats' 201 struggle with the great world transformation, that is the task of the social democratic movement, which must logically grope on its road of development between the following 2 rocks, abandoning the mass character of the party or abandoning its final aim, falling into bourgeois reformism or into sectarianism, anarchism, or opportunism. In its theoretic arsenal, Marxist doctrine furnished, more than half a century ago, arms that are effective against both of these two extremes. But because our movement is a mass movement and because the dangers menacing it are not derived from the human brain but from social conditions, Marxist doctrine could not assure us, in advance and once for always, against the anarchist and opportunist tendencies. The latter can be overcome only as we pass from the domain of theory to the domain of practice, but only with the help of the arms furnished us by Marx. Bourgeois revolutions, wrote Marx a half-century ago, like those of the 18th century, rush onward rapidly from success to success, their stage effects outbid one another, men and things seem to be set in flaming brilliance, ecstasy is the prevailing spirit, but they are short-lived, they reach their climax speedily, and then society relapses into a long fit of nervous reaction before it learns how to appropriate the fruits of its period of feverish excitement. Proletarian revolutions, on the contrary, such as those of the 19th century, criticize themselves constantly, constantly interrupt themselves in their own course, come back to what seems to have been accomplished, in order to start anew, scorn with cruel thoroughness the half-measures, weaknesses, and meanness of their first attempts, seem to throw down their adversary only to enable him to draw fresh strength from the earth and again to rise up against them in more gigantic stature. Constantly recoil in fear before the undefined monster magnitude of their own objects until finally that situation is created which renders all retreat impossible, and conditions themselves cry out, "Hi Rhodas, hi Salta. Here is the rose. And here we must dance." This has remained true even after the elaboration of the doctrine of scientific socialism. The proletarian movement has not as yet, all at once, become social democratic, even in Germany. But it is becoming more social democratic, surmounting continuously the extreme deviations of anarchism and opportunism, both of which are only determining. 202. Phases of the development of the social democracy, considered as a process. For these reasons we must say that the surprising thing here is not the appearance of an opportunist current but rather its feebleness. As long as it showed itself in isolated cases of the practical activity of the party, one could suppose that it had a serious practical base. But now that it has shown its face in Bernstein's book, one cannot help exclaiming with astonishment, "What? Is that all you have to say? Not the shadow of an original thought? Not a single idea that was not refuted, crushed, reduced into dust, by Marxism several decades ago? It was enough for opportunism to speak out to prove it had nothing to say. In the history of our party that is the only importance of Bernstein's book. Thus saying goodbye to the mode of thought of the revolutionary proletariat, to dialectics and to the materialist conception of history, Bernstein can thank them for the attenuating circumstances they provide for his conversion. For only dialectics and the materialist conception of history, magnanimous as they are, could make Bernstein appear as an unconscious predestined instrument, by means of which the rising working class expresses its momentary weakness but which, upon closer inspection, it throws aside contemptuously and with pride. 9. The Bolshevik pivot. N. Lenin, Backward Europe and Advanced Asia 1. The conjunction of these words seems paradoxical. Who does not know that Europe is advanced and Asia backward? But the words taken for the title for this article contain a bitter truth. In civilized and advanced Europe, with its brilliantly developed machine industry, its rich all-round culture and its constitution, a historical moment has supervened when the commanding bourgeoisie, out of fear for the growth and increasing strength of the proletariat, is supporting everything backward, effete and medieval. The obsolescent bourgeoisie is combining with all obsolete and obsolescent forces in order to preserve tottering wage slavery. Advanced Europe is commanded by a bourgeoisie which supports everything backward. Europe is advanced today not thanks to, but in spite of the bourgeoisie, for the proletariat alone is adding to the million-strong army of champions of a better future, it alone is preserving and propagating implacable enmity toward backwardness, savagery, privilege, slavery, and the humiliation of man by man. In advanced Europe, the sole advanced class is the proletariat. The living bourgeoisie, on the other hand, is prepared to go to any length of savagery, brutality, and crime in order to preserve capitalist slavery, which is perishing. And a more striking example of this decay of the entire European bourgeoisie can scarcely be cited than the support it is lending to reaction in Asia on behalf of the selfish aims of the financial dealers and capitalist swindlers. Everywhere in Asia a mighty democratic movement is growing, spreading and gaining in strength. There the bourgeoisie is still siding with the people against reaction. Hundreds of millions of people are awakening to life, light, and liberty. What delight this world movement is arousing in the hearts of all class-conscious workers, who know that the path to collectivism lies through democracy. What sympathy all honest Democrats cherish for young Asia and advanced Europe. It is plundering China and helping the foes of democracy, the foes of liberty in China. Here is a simple but instructive little calculation. The new Chinese loan has been concluded against Chinese democracy. Europe is for Yuan Shikai, who is paving the way for a military dictatorship. Why is it for him? Because of a profitable little deal. The loan has been concluded for a sum of about 250 million rubles, at the rate of 84 per 100. That means that the bourgeois of Europe will pay the Chinese 210 million rubles, but will take from the public 225 million rubles. There you have at one stroke a pure profit of 15 million rubles in a few weeks. Pure profit, indeed, is it not? But what if the Chinese people do not recognize the loan? China, after all, is a republic, and the majority in parliament are against the loan. Oh, then advanced Europe will cry civilization, order, culture and country. Then it will set the guns in motion and crush the Republic of Backward Asia, in alliance with the adventurer, traitor, and friend of reaction, Yuan Shikai. All commanding Europe, all the European bourgeoisie is in alliance with all the forces of reaction and medievalism in China. But on the other hand, all young Asia, that is, the hundreds of millions of toilers in Asia, have a reliable ally in the shape of the proletariat of all the civilized countries. No force on earth can prevent its victory, which will liberate both the peoples of Europe and the peoples of Asia. N. Lenin, Imperialism. A special stage of capitalism too. Imperialism emerged as the development and direct continuation of the fundamental attributes of capitalism in general. But capitalism only became capitalist imperialism at a definite and very high stage of its development, when certain of its fundamental attributes began to be transformed into their opposites, when the features of a period of transition from capitalism to a higher social and economic system began to take shape and reveal themselves all along the line. Economically, the main thing in this process is the substitution of capitalist monopolies for capitalist free competition. Free competition is the fundamental attribute of capitalism, and of commodity production generally. Monopoly is exactly the opposite of free competition, but we have seen the latter being transformed into monopoly before our eyes, creating large-scale industry and eliminating small industry, replacing large-scale industry by still larger-scale industry, finally leading to such a concentration of production and capital that monopoly has been and is the result, cartels, syndicates, and trusts, and merging with them, the capital of a dozen or so banks manipulating thousands of millions. At the same time monopoly, which has grown out of free competition, does not abolish the latter, but exists over it and alongside of it, and thereby gives rise to a number of very acute, intense antagonisms, friction and conflicts. Monopoly is the transition from capitalism to a higher system. If it were necessary to give the briefest possible definition of imperialism, we should have to say that imperialism is the monopoly stage of capitalism. Such a definition would include what is most important, for, on the one hand, finance capital is the bank capital of a few big monopolist banks, merged with the capital of the monopolist combines of manufacturers, and, on the other hand, the division of the world is the transition from a colonial policy which has extended without hindrance to territories unoccupied by any capitalist power, to a colonial policy of monopolistic possession of the territory of the world which has been completely divided up. But very brief definitions, although convenient, for they sum up the main points, are nevertheless inadequate, because very important features of the phenomenon that has to be defined have to be especially deduced. And so, without forgetting the conditional and relative value of all definitions, which can never include all the concatenations of a phenomenon in its complete development, we must give a definition of imperialism that will embrace the following 5 essential features. 206. 1. The concentration of production and capital developed to such a high stage that it created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital, and the creation, on the basis of this finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. 3. The export of capital, which has become extremely important, as distinguished from the export of commodities. 4. The formation of international capitalist monopolies which share the world among themselves. 5. The territorial division of the whole world among the greatest capitalist powers is completed. Imperialism is capitalism in that stage of development in which the dominance of monopolies and finance capital has established itself, in which the export of capital has acquired pronounced importance, in which the division of the world among the international trusts has begun, in which the division of all territories of the globe among the great capitalist powers has been completed. We shall see later that imperialism can and must be defined differently if consideration is to be given, not only to the basic, purely economic factors to which the above definition is limited but also to the historical place of this stage of capitalism in relation to capitalism in general, or in the relations between imperialism and the 2 main trends in the working class movement. The point to be noted just now is that imperialism, as interpreted above, undoubtedly represents a special stage in the development of capitalism. In order to enable the reader to obtain as well-grounded an idea of imperialism as possible, we deliberately quoted largely from bourgeois economists who are obliged to admit the particularly incontrovertible facts regarding modern capitalist economy. With the same object in view, we have produced detailed statistics which reveal the extent to which bank capital, etc., has developed, showing how the transformation of quantity into quality, of developed capitalism into imperialism, has expressed itself. Needless to say, all boundaries in nature and in society are conditional and changeable, and, consequently, it would be absurd to discuss the exact year or the decade in which imperialism definitely became established. In this matter of defining imperialism, however, we have to enter into controversy, primarily, with K. Kosky, the Bolshevik pivot 207 principal Marxian theoretician of the epoch of the so-called Second International, that is, of the 25 years between 1889 and 1914. Kosky, in 1915 and even in November 1914, very emphatically attacked the fundamental ideas expressed in our definition of imperialism. Kosky said that imperialism must not be regarded as a phase or stage of economy, but as a policy, a definite policy preferred by finance capital, that imperialism cannot be identified with contemporary capitalism, that if imperialism is to be understood to mean all the phenomena of contemporary capitalism, cartels, protection, the domination of the financiers and colonial policy, then the question as to whether imperialism is necessary to capitalism becomes reduced to the flattest tautology, because, in that case, imperialism is naturally a vital necessity for capitalism, and so on. The best way to present Kosky's ideas is to quote his own definition of imperialism, which is diametrically opposed to the substance of the ideas which we have set forth. Kosky's definition is as follows. Imperialism is a product of highly developed industrial capitalism. It consists in the striving of every industrial capitalist nation to bring under its control or to annex increasingly big agrarian regions irrespective of what nations inhabit those regions. This definition is utterly worthless because it one-sidedly, i.e., arbitrarily, brings out the national question alone. It arbitrarily and inaccurately relates this question only to industrial capital in the countries which annex other nations, and in an equally arbitrary and inaccurate manner brings out the annexation of agrarian regions. Imperialism is a striving for annexations. This is what the political part of Kosky's definition amounts to. It is correct, but very incomplete, for politically, imperialism is, in general, a striving toward violence and reaction. For the moment, however, we are interested in the economic as 208. Pect of the question, which Koski himself introduced into his definition. The inaccuracy of Koski's definition is strikingly obvious. The characteristic feature of imperialism is not industrial capital, but finance capital. It is not an accident that in France it was precisely the extraordinarily rapid development of finance capital, and the weakening of industrial capital, that, from 1830 onward, gave rise to the extreme extension of annexationist policy. The characteristic feature of imperialism is precisely that it strives to annex not only agricultural regions, but even highly industrialized regions, because 1. The fact that the world is already divided up obliges those contemplating a new division to reach out for any kind of territory, and 2. Because an essential feature of imperialism is the rivalry between a number of great powers in the striving for hegemony, i.e., for the conquest of territory, not so much directly for themselves as to weaken the adversary and undermine his hegemony. Koski refers especially and repeatedly to English writers who, he alleges, have given a purely political meaning to the word imperialism in the sense that Koski understands it. We take up the work by the Englishman Hobson, Imperialism, which appeared in 1902, and therein we read: "The new imperialism differs from the older, first, in substituting for the ambition of a single growing empire the theory and the practice of competing empires, each motivated by similar lusts of political aggrandizement and commercial gain, secondly, in the dominance of financial or investing over mercantile interests." We see, therefore, that Koski is absolutely wrong in referring to English writers generally. We see that Koski, while claiming that he continues to defend Marxism, as a matter of fact takes a step backward compared with the social liberal Hobson, who more correctly takes into account two historically the Bolshevik pivot 209 concrete features of modern imperialism, 1. The competition between several imperialisms, and 2. The predominance of the financier over the merchant. If it were chiefly a question of the annexation of agrarian countries by industrial countries, the role of the merchant would be predominant. Koski's definition is not only wrong and un-Marxian. It serves as a basis for a whole system of views which run counter to Marxian theory and Marxian practice all along the line. We shall refer to this again later. The argument about words which Koski raises as to whether the modern stage of capitalism should be called imperialism or the stage of finance capital is of no importance. Call it what you will, it matters little. The fact of the matter is that Koski detaches the politics of imperialism from its economics, speaks of annexations as being a policy preferred by finance capital, and opposes to it another bourgeois policy which, he alleges, is possible on this very basis of finance capital. According to his argument, monopolies in economics are compatible with non-monopolistic, non-violent, non-annexationist methods in politics. According to his argument, the territorial division of the world, which was completed precisely during the period of finance capital, and which constitutes the basis of the present peculiar forms of rivalry between the biggest capitalist states, is compatible with a non-imperialist policy. The result is a slurring over and a blunting of the most profound contradictions of the latest stage of capitalism, instead of an exposure of their depth. The result is bourgeois reformism instead of Marxism. Koski enters into controversy with the German apologist of imperialism and annexations, Kuhnau, who clumsily and cynically argues that imperialism is modern capitalism. The development of capitalism is inevitable and progressive, therefore imperialism is progressive, therefore, we should cringe before and eulogize it. This is something like the caricature of Russian Marxism which the Narodniks drew in 1894-95. They used to argue as follows: if the Marxists believe that capitalism is inevitable in Russia, that it is progressive, then they ought to open a public house and begin to implant capitalism. Koski's reply to Kuhnau is as follows: imperialism is not modern capi. 210. Taylism. It is only one of the forms of the policy of modern capitalism. This policy we can and should fight against imperialism, annexations, etc. The reply seems quite plausible, but in effect it is a more subtle and more disguised propaganda of conciliation with imperialism, for unless it strikes at the economic basis of the trusts and banks, the struggle against the policy of the trusts and banks reduces itself to bourgeois reformism and pacifism, to an innocent and benevolent expression of pious hopes. Koskai's theory means refraining from mentioning existing contradictions, forgetting the most important of them, instead of revealing them in their full depth. It is a theory that has nothing in common with Marxism. Naturally, such a theory can only serve the purpose of advocating unity with the Kunaus. Koskai writes, from the purely economic point of view, it is not impossible that capitalism will yet go through a new phase, that of the extension of the policy of the cartels to foreign policy, the phase of ultra-imperialism, i.e., of a super-imperialism, a union of world imperialism and not struggles among imperialisms, a phase when wars shall cease under capitalism, a phase of the joint exploitation of the world by internationally combined finance capital. We shall have to deal with this theory of ultra-imperialism later on in order to show in detail how definitely and utterly it departs from Marxism. In keeping with the plan of the present work, we shall examine the exact economic data on this question. Is ultra-imperialism possible from the purely economic point of view, or is it ultra-nonsense? If, by purely economic point of view, a pure abstraction is meant, then all that can be said reduces itself to the following proposition: evolution is proceeding toward monopoly, therefore the trend is toward a single world monopoly, to a universal trust. This is indisputable, but it is also as completely meaningless as is the statement that evolution is proceeding toward the manufacture of foodstuffs in laboratories. In this sense, the theory of the Bolshevik pivot 211 ultra-imperialism is no less absurd than a theory of ultra-agriculture would be. If, on the other hand, we are discussing the purely economic conditions of the epoch of finance capital as a historically concrete epoch, which opened at the beginning of the 20th century, then the best reply that one can make to the lifeless abstractions of ultra-imperialism is to contrast them with the concrete economic realities of present-day world economy. Koskai's utterly meaningless talk about ultra-imperialism encourages, among other things, that profoundly mistaken idea which only brings grist to the mill of the apologists of imperialism, viz., that the rule of finance capital lessens the unevenness and contradictions inherent in world economy, whereas in reality it increases them. We notice three areas of highly developed capitalism with a high development of means of transport, of trade, and of industry: the Central European, the British and the American areas. Among these are three states which dominate the world: Germany, Great Britain, the United States. Imperialist rivalry and the struggle between these countries have become very keen because Germany has only a restricted area and few colonies. For the moment, the distinctive feature of Europe is political disintegration. In the British and American areas, on the other hand, political concentration is very highly developed, but there is a tremendous disparity between the immense colonies of the one and the insignificant colonies of the other. In the colonies, capitalism is only beginning to develop. The struggle for South America is becoming more and more acute. There are two areas where capitalism is not strongly developed: Russia and Eastern Asia. In the former, the density of population is very low; in the latter it is very high. In the former, political concentration is very high; in the latter it does not exist. The partition of China is only beginning, and the struggle between Japan, USA, etc., in connection therewith is continually gaining in intensity. Compare this reality, the vast diversity of economic and 212 political conditions, the extreme disparity in the rate of development of the various countries, etc., and the violent struggles of the imperialist states, with Koskai's silly little fable about peaceful ultra-imperialism. Is this not the reactionary attempt of a frightened Philistine to hide from stern reality? Are not the international cartels which Koski imagines are the embryos of ultra-imperialism an example of the division and the redivision of the world, the transition from peaceful division to non-peaceful division and vice versa? Is not American and other finance capital, which divided the whole world peacefully, with Germany's participation, for example, in the International Rail Syndicate, or in the International Mercantile Shipping Trust, now engaged in redividing the world on the basis of a new relation of forces, which is being changed by methods by no means peaceful? Finance capital and the trusts are increasing instead of diminishing the differences in the rate of development of the various parts of the world economy. When the relation of forces is changed, how else, under capitalism, can the solution of contradictions be found, except by resorting to violence? N. Lenin, Main Trends of Monopoly Capitalism 8. We have seen that the economic quintessence of imperialism is monopoly capitalism. This very fact determines its place in history, for monopoly that grew up on the basis of free competition, and precisely out of free competition, is the transition from the capitalist system to a higher social economic order. We must take special note of the four principal forms of monopoly, or the four principal manifestations of monopoly capitalism, which are characteristic of the epoch under review. Firstly, monopoly arose out of the concentration of production at a very advanced stage of development. This refers to the monopolist capitalist combines, cartels, syndicates and trusts. We have seen the important part that these play in modern economic life. At the beginning of the 20th century, monopolies acquired complete supremacy in the advanced countries. And although the first steps toward the formation of the cartels were first taken by countries enjoying the protection of high tariffs, Great Britain, with her system of free trade, was not far behind in revealing the same basic phenomenon, namely, the birth of monopoly out of the concentration of production. Secondly, monopolies have accelerated the capture of the most important sources of raw materials, especially for the coal and iron industries, which are the basic and most highly cartelized industries in capitalist society. The monopoly of the most important sources of raw materials has enormously increased the power of big capital, and has sharpened the antagonism between cartelized and non-cartelized industry. Thirdly, monopoly has sprung from the banks. The banks have developed from modest intermediary enterprises into the monopolists of finance capital. Some 3 or 5 of the biggest banks in each of the foremost capitalist countries have achieved the personal union of industrial and bank capital, and have concentrated in their hands the disposal of thousands upon thousands of millions which form the greater part of the capital and income of entire countries. A financial oligarchy, which throws a close net of relations of dependence over all the economic and political institutions of contemporary bourgeois society without exception, such is the most striking manifestation of this monopoly. Fourthly, monopoly has grown out of colonial policy. To the numerous old motives of colonial policy, finance capital has added the struggle for the sources of raw materials, for the export of capital, for spheres of influence, i.e., for spheres for profitable deals, concessions, monopolist profits, and so on, in fine, for economic territory in general. When the colonies of the European powers in Africa, for instance, comprised only 1/10 of that territory, colonial policy was able to develop by methods other than those of monopoly by the free grabbing of territories, so to speak. But when 9/10 of Africa had been seized, when the whole world had been divided up, there was inevitably ushered in a period of colonial monopoly and, cons. 214. Quently, a period of particularly intense struggle for the division and the redivision of the world. The extent to which monopolist capital has intensified all the contradictions of capitalism is generally known. It is sufficient to mention the high cost of living and the oppression of the cartels. This intensification of contradictions constitutes the most powerful driving force of the transitional period of history, which began from the time of the definite victory of world finance capital. Monopolies, oligarchy, the striving for domination instead of striving for liberty, The exploitation of an increasing number of small or weak nations by an extremely small group of the richest or most powerful nations, all these have given birth to those distinctive characteristics of imperialism which compel us to define it as parasitic or decaying capitalism. More and more prominently there emerges, as one of the tendencies of imperialism, the creation of the bond-holding state, the usurer state, in which the bourgeoisie lives on the proceeds of capital exports and by clipping coupons. It would be a mistake to believe that this tendency to decay precludes the possibility of the rapid growth of capitalism. It does not. In the epoch of imperialism, certain branches of industry, certain strata of the bourgeoisie and certain countries betray, to a more or less degree, one or other of these tendencies. On the whole, capitalism is growing far more rapidly than before. But this growth is not only becoming more and more uneven in general, its unevenness also manifests itself, in particular, in the decay of the countries which are richest in capital. In regard to the rapidity of Germany's economic development, Reser, the author of the book on the big German banks, states, "The progress of the preceding period, which had not been exactly slow, stood in about the same ratio to the rapidity with which the whole of Germany's national economy, and with it German banking, progressed during this period as the mail coach of the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation stood to the speed of the present-day automobile, which in whizzing past, it must be said, often endangers not only innocent pedestrians in its path, but also the occupants of the car." The Bolshevik Pivot 215. In its turn, this finance capital which has grown so rapidly is not unwilling to pass on to a more tranquil possession of colonies which have to be seized, and not only by peaceful methods from richer nations. In the United States, economic development in the last decades has been even more rapid than in Germany, and for this very reason, the parasitic character of modern American capitalism has stood out with particular prominence. On the other hand, a comparison of, say, the Republican American bourgeoisie with the monarchist Japanese or German bourgeoisie shows that the most pronounced political distinctions diminish to an extreme degree in the epoch of imperialism, not because they are unimportant in general, but because in all these cases we are discussing a bourgeoisie which has definite features of parasitism. The receipt of high monopoly profits by the capitalists in one of the numerous branches of industry, in one of numerous countries, etc., makes it economically possible for them to corrupt certain sections of the working class, and for a time a fairly considerable minority, and win them to the side of the bourgeoisie of a given industry or nation against all the others. The intensification of antagonisms between imperialist nations for the division of the world increases this striving. And so there is created that bond between imperialism and opportunism, which revealed itself first and most clearly in England, owing to the fact that certain features of imperialist development were observable there much earlier than in other countries. Some writers, L. Martov, for example, try to evade the fact that there is a connection between imperialism and opportunism in the labor movement, which is particularly striking at the present time, by resorting to official optimistic arguments like the following: the cause of the opponents of capitalism would be hopeless if it were precisely progressive capitalism that led to the increase of opportunism, or, if it were precisely the best paid workers who were inclined toward opportunism, etc. We must have no illusion regarding optimism of this kind. It is optimism in regard to opportunism, it is optimism which serves to conceal opportunism. As a matter of fact, the extraordinary rapidity and the particularly revolting character of the development of opportunism is by no means a 216 guarantee that its victory will be durable. The rapid growth of a malignant abscess on a healthy body only causes it to burst more quickly and thus to relieve the body of it. The most dangerous people of all in this respect are those who do not wish to understand that the fight against imperialism is a sham and humbug unless it is inseparably bound up with the fight against opportunism. From all that has been said in this book on the economic nature of imperialism, it follows that we must define it as capitalism in transition, or, more precisely, as moribund capitalism. It is very instructive in this respect to note that the bourgeois economists, in describing modern capitalism, frequently employ terms like interlocking, absence of isolation, etc., in conformity with their functions and course of development, banks are not purely private business enterprises, they are more and more outgrowing the sphere of purely private business regulations. And this very Researcher, who uttered the words just quoted, declares with all seriousness that the prophecy of the Marxists concerning socialization has not come true. What then does this word interlocking express? It merely expresses the most striking feature of the process going on before our eyes. It shows that the observer counts the separate trees, but cannot see the wood. It slavishly copies the superficial, the fortuitous, the chaotic. It reveals the observer as one who is overwhelmed by the mass of raw material and is utterly incapable of appreciating its meaning and importance. Ownership of shares and relations between owners of private property interlock in a haphazard way. But the underlying factor of this interlocking, its very base, is the changing social relations of production. When a big enterprise assumes gigantic proportions, and, on the basis of exact computation of mass data, organizes according to plan the supply of primary raw materials to the extent of 2/3, or 3/4 of all that is necessary for tens of millions of people, when the raw materials are transported to the most suitable place of production, sometimes hundreds or thousands of miles away, in a systematic and organized manner, when a single center directs all the successive stages of work right up to the manufacture of numerous varieties of finished articles, when these products are distributed according to a single plan among tens and hundreds of millions of consumers, then it becomes evident that we have socialization of production, and not mere interlocking, that private economic relations and private property relations constitute a shell which is no longer suitable for its contents, a shell which must inevitably begin to decay if its destruction be delayed by artificial means. A shell which may continue in a state of decay for a fairly long period, but which will inevitably be removed. The enthusiastic admirer of German imperialism, Schulz Gavernitz, exclaims, "Once the supreme management of the German banks has been entrusted to the hands of a dozen persons, their activity is even today more significant for the public good than that of the majority of the ministers of state. If we conceive of the tendencies of development which we have noted as realized to the utmost, the money capital of the nation united in the banks themselves combined into cartels, the investment capital of the nation cast in the shape of securities, then the brilliant forecast of Saint Simon will be fulfilled. The present anarchy of production caused by the fact that economic relations are developing without uniform regulation must make way for organization in production. Production will no longer be shaped by isolated manufacturers, independent of each other and ignorant of man's economic needs, but by a social institution. A central body of management, being able to survey the large fields of social economy from a more elevated point of view, will regulate it for the benefit of the whole of society, will be able to put the means of production into suitable hands, and above all will take care that there be constant harmony between production and consumption. Institutions already exist which have assumed as part of their task a certain organization of economic labor, the banks. The fulfillment of the forecasts of Saint Simon still lies in the future, but we are on the way to its fulfillment. Marxism, different from what Marx imagined, but different only in form. 218. A crushing refutation of Marx, indeed. It is a retreat from Marx's precise, scientific analysis to Saint Simon's guesswork, the guesswork of a genius, but guesswork all the same. N. Lenin, The State and its Evolution ***. What is the state, how did it arise, and what fundamentally should be the attitude to the state of the party of the working class, which is fighting for the complete overthrow of capitalism, the Communist Party? To approach this question as scientifically as possible, we must cast at least a fleeting glance back on the history of the rise and development of the state. The most reliable thing in a question of social science, and one that is most necessary in order really to acquire the habit of approaching this question correctly and not allowing oneself to get lost in the mass of detail or in the immense variety of conflicting opinions, the most important thing in order to approach this question scientifically is not to forget the underlying historical connection, to examine every question from the standpoint of how the given phenomenon arose in history and what principal stages this phenomenon passed through in its development, and, from the standpoint of its development, to examine what the given thing has become today. In connection with this question, it should first of all be noted that the state has not always existed. There was a time when there was no state. It appears wherever and whenever a division of society into classes appears, whenever exploiters and exploited appear. Before the first form of exploitation of man by man arose, the first form of division into classes, slave owners and slaves, there existed the patriarchal family, or, as it is sometimes called, the clan family. Fairly definite traces of these primitive times have survived in the life of many primitive peoples, and if you take any work whatsoever on primitive culture, you will always come across more or less definite descriptions, indications, and recollections of the fact that there was a time, more or less similar to primitive communism, when the division of society into slave owners and slaves did not exist. And in those times there was no state, no special apparatus for the systematic application of force and the subjugation of people by force. Such an apparatus is called the state. In primitive society, when people still lived in small tribes and were still at the lowest stages of their development, in a condition approximating to savagery, an epoch from which modern, civilized human society is separated by several thousands of years, there were yet no signs of the existence of a state. We find the predominance of custom, authority, respect, the power enjoyed by the elders of the tribe. We find this power sometimes accorded to women. The position of women then was not like the unfranchised and oppressed condition of women today, but nowhere do we find a special category of people who are set apart to rule others and who, in the interests and with the purpose of rule, systematically and permanently command a certain apparatus of coercion, an apparatus of violence, such as is represented at the present time, as you all realize, by the armed detachments of troops, the prisons, and the other means of subjugating the will of others by force, all that which constitutes the essence of the state. If we abstract ourselves from the so-called religious teachings, subtleties, philosophical arguments, and the various opinions advanced by bourgeois scholars, and try to get at the real essence of the matter, we shall find that the state really does amount to such an apparatus of rule separated out from human society. When there appears such a special group of men who are occupied with ruling and nothing else, and who in order to rule need a special apparatus of coercion and of subjugating the will of others by force, prisons, special detachments of men, armies, etc., there appears the state. But there was a time when there was no state, when general ties, society itself, discipline and the ordering of work were maintained by force of custom and tradition, or by the authority or the respect enjoyed by the elders of the tribe, or by women who in those times not only frequently enjoyed equal status with men, but not infrequently enjoyed even a higher status, and when there was no special category of persons, specialists in ruling. History shows that the state as a special apparatus for coercing people arose only wherever and whenever there appeared a division of society into classes, that is, a division into groups of people, some of whom are permanently in a 220. Scission, to appropriate the labor of others, when some people exploit others. And this division of society into classes must always be clearly borne in mind as a fundamental fact of history. The development of all human societies for thousands of years, in all countries without exception, reveals a general conformity to law, regularity, and consistency in this development, so that at first we had a society without classes, the first patriarchal, primitive society, in which there were no aristocrats. Then we had a society based on slavery, a slave-owning society. The whole of modern civilized Europe has passed through the stage slavery ruled supreme 2,000 years ago. The vast majority of the peoples of other parts of the world also passed through this stage. Among the less developed peoples, traces of slavery survive to this day. You will find the institution of slavery in Africa, for example, at the present time. Slave owners and slaves were the first important class divisions. The former group not only owned all the means of production, the land and tools, however primitive they may have been in those times, but also owned people. This group was known as slave owners, while those who labored and supplied labor for others were known as slaves. This form was followed in history by another, feudalism. In the great majority of countries, slavery evolved into feudalism. The fundamental divisions of society were now the feudal landlords and the peasant serfs. The form of relations between people changed. The slave owners had regarded the slaves as their property, the law had confirmed this view and regarded the slave as a chattel completely owned by the slave owner. As far as the peasant serf was concerned, class oppression and dependence remained, but it was not considered that the feudal landlord owned the peasants as chattels, but that he was only entitled to their labor and to compel them to perform certain services. In P. Actus, as you know, feudalism, especially in Russia, where it survived longest of all and assumed the grossest forms, in no way differed from slavery. Further, with the development of trade, the appearance of the world market and the development of money circulation, a new class arose within feudal society, the capitalist class. From the commodity, the exchange of commodities and the rise of the power of money, there arose the power of capital. During the 18th century or the Bolshevik pivot 221 rather, from the end of the 18th century and during the 19th century revolutions took place all over the world. Feudalism was eliminated in all the countries of Western Europe. This took place latest of all in Russia. In 1861 a radical change took place in Russia as well, as a consequence of which one form of society was replaced by another. Feudalism was replaced by capitalism, under which division into classes remained as well as various traces and relics of feudalism, but in which the division into classes fundamentally assumed a new form. The owners of capital, the owners of the land, the owners of the mills and factories in all capitalist countries constituted and still constitute an insignificant minority of the population who have complete command of the labor of the whole people, and who therefore command, oppress, and exploit the whole mass of laborers, the majority of whom are proletarians, wage workers, that procure their livelihood in the process of production only by the sale of their labor power. With the transition to capitalism, the peasants, who were already impoverished and downtrodden in feudal times, were converted partly into proletarians, and partly into wealthy peasants who themselves hired workers and who constituted a rural bourgeoisie. This fundamental fact, the transition of society from primitive forms of slavery to feudalism and finally to capitalism, you must always bear in mind, for only by remembering this fundamental fact, only by inserting all political doctrines into this fundamental framework will you be able properly to appraise these doctrines and to understand what they refer to, for each of these great periods in the history of mankind, slave owning, feudal and capitalist, embraces scores and hundreds of centuries, and presents such a mass of political forms, such a variety of political doctrines, opinions, and revolutions, that we can understand this extreme diversity and immense variety especially in connection with the political, philosophical, and other doctrines of bourgeois scholars and politicians only if we firmly hold to the guiding thread, this division of society into classes and this change in the forms of class rule, and from this standpoint examine all social questions, economic, political, spiritual, religious, etc. If you examine the state from the standpoint of this fundamental division, you will find that before the division 222 of society into classes, as I have already said, no state existed. But as the social division into classes arose and took firm root, as class society arose, the state also arose and took firm root. The history of mankind knows scores and hundreds of countries that have passed through and are still passing through slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. In each of these countries, despite the immense historical changes that have taken place, despite all the political vicissitudes and all the revolutions associated with this development of mankind, in the transition from slavery through feudalism to capitalism and to the present worldwide struggle against capitalism, you will always discern the rise of the state. It has always been a certain apparatus which separated out from society and consisted of a group of people engaged solely, or almost solely, or mainly, in ruling. People are divided into ruled and into specialists in ruling, those who rise above society and are called rulers, representatives of the state. This apparatus, this group of people who rule others, always takes command of a certain apparatus of coercion, of physical force, irrespective of whether this coercion of people is expressed in the primitive club, or in the epoch of slavery in more perfected types of weapons, or in the firearms which appeared in the Middle Ages, or, finally, in modern weapons, which in the 20th century are marvels of technique and are entirely based on the latest achievements of modern technology. The methods of coercion changed, but whenever there was a state there existed in every society a group of persons who ruled, who commanded, who dominated, and who in order to maintain their power possessed an apparatus of physical coercion, an apparatus of violence, with those weapons which corresponded to the technical level of the given epoch. And by examining these general phenomena, by asking ourselves why no state existed when there were no classes, when there were no exploiters and exploited, and why it arose when classes arose only in this way shall we find a definite answer to the question of the essence of the state and its significance. The state is a machine for maintaining the rule of one class over another. When there were no classes in society, when, before the epoch of slavery, people labored in primitive conditions of greater equality, in conditions when productivity of labor was still at its lowest, and when the Bolshevik pivot 223 man could barely procure the wherewithal for the crudest and most primitive existence, a special group of people especially separated off to rule and dominate over the rest of society had not yet arisen, and could not have arisen. Only when the first form of the division of society into classes appeared, only when slavery appeared, when a certain class of people, by concentrating on the crudest forms of agricultural labor, could produce a certain surplus, when this surplus was not absolutely essential for the most wretched existence of the slave and passed into the hands of the slave owner, when in this way the existence of this class of slave owners took firm root, then in order that it might take firm root it was essential a state should appear. And this state did appear, the slave-owning state, an apparatus which gave the slave owners power and enabled them to rule over the slaves. Both society and the state were then much smaller than they are now, they possessed an incomparably weaker apparatus of communication. The modern means of communication did not then exist. Mountains, rivers, and seas were immeasurably greater obstacles than they are now, and the formation of the state was confined within far narrower geographical boundaries. A technically weak state apparatus served a state confined within relatively narrow boundaries and a narrow circle of action. Nevertheless, there did exist an apparatus which compelled the slaves to remain in slavery, which kept one part of society subjugated to and oppressed by another. It is impossible to compel the greater part of society to work systematically for the other part of society without a permanent apparatus of coercion. So long as there were no classes, there was no apparatus like this. When classes appeared, everywhere and always as this division grew and took firmer hold, there also appeared a special institution, the state. The forms of state were extremely varied. During the period of slavery we already find diverse forms of the state in the most advanced, cultured and most civilized countries according to the standards of the time, for example, in ancient Greece and Rome, which rested entirely on slavery. At that time the difference was already arising between the monarchy and the republic, between the aristocracy and the democracy. A monarchy is the power of a single person, a republic is the absence of any non-elected power, an aristocracy is the 224 power of a relatively small minority, a democracy is the power of the people. All these differences arose in the epoch of slavery. Despite these differences, the state in slave times was a slave state, irrespective of whether it was a monarchy or a republic, aristocratic or democratic. In every course on the history of ancient times, when hearing a lecture on the subject you will hear about the struggle which was waged between the monarchical and republican states. But the fundamental fact is that the slaves were not regarded as human beings. They were not only not regarded as citizens, but not even as human beings. Roman law regarded them as chattels. The law on murder, not to mention the other laws for the protection of the person, did not extend to slaves. It defended only the slave owners, who were alone recognized as citizens with full rights. But whether a monarchy was instituted or a republic, it was a monarchy of the slave owners or a republic of the slave owners. All rights under them were enjoyed by the slave owners, while the slave was a chattel in the eyes of the law, and not only could any sort of violence be perpetrated against a slave, but even the murder of a slave was not considered a crime. Slave-owning republics differed in their internal organization. There were aristocratic republics and democratic republics. In an aristocratic republic a small number of privileged persons took part in the elections. In a democratic republic everybody took part in the elections, but again only the slave owners, everybody except the slaves. This fundamental fact must be borne in mind, because it throws more light than any other on the question of the state and clearly demonstrates the nature of the state. The state is a machine for the oppression of one class by another, a machine for keeping in subjugation to one class other, subordinated classes. There are various forms of this machine. In the slave-owning state we had a monarchy, an aristocratic republic, or even a democratic republic. In fact, the forms of government varied extremely, but their essence was always the same. The slaves enjoyed no rights and constituted an oppressed class. They were not regarded as human beings. We find the same state of affairs in the feudal state. The change in the form of exploitation transformed the slave state into the feudal state. This was of immense import. The Bolshevik pivot 225 portents. In slave society the slave enjoys no rights whatever and is not regarded as a human being. In feudal society the peasant is tied to the soil. The chief feature of feudalism was that the peasants were considered attached, or in fee, to the land, hence the term feudalism. The peasant might work a definite number of days for himself on the plot assigned to him by the landlord. On the other days the peasant serf worked for this lord. The essence of class society remained. Society was based on class exploitation. Only the landlords could enjoy full rights, the peasants had no rights at all. In practice their condition differed very little from the condition of slaves in the slave state. Nevertheless a wider road was opened for their emancipation, for the emancipation of the peasants, since the peasant serf was not regarded as the direct property of the landlord. He could work part of his time on his own plot, could, so to speak, belong to himself to a certain extent, and with the wider opportunities for the development of exchange and trade relations the feudal system steadily disintegrated and the scope of emancipation of the peasantry steadily widened. Feudal society was always more complex than slave society. There was a greater element of the development of trade and industry, which even in those days led to capitalism. In the Middle Ages feudalism predominated. And here too the forms of state differed. Here too we find both monarchies and republics, although much more weakly expressed. But always the feudal landlord was regarded as the only ruler. The peasant serfs were absolutely excluded from all political rights. Both under slavery and under the feudal system the small minority of people could not dominate over the vast majority without coercion. History is full of the constant attempts of the oppressed classes to rid themselves of oppression. The history of slavery contains records of wars of emancipation from slavery which lasted for decades. Incidentally, the name Spartacist now adopted by the German communists, the only German party which is really fighting the yoke of capitalism, was adopted by them because Spartacus was one of the most prominent heroes of one of the greatest revolts of slaves which took place about 2,000 years ago. For many years the apparently omnipotent Roman Empire, which rested in 226 entirely on slavery, experienced the shocks and blows of a vast uprising of slaves who armed and united to form a vast army under the leadership of Spartacus. In the end they were defeated, captured, and tortured by the slave owners. Such civil wars marked the whole history of the existence of class society. I have just mentioned an example of the greatest of these civil wars in the epoch of slavery. The whole epoch of feudalism is likewise marked by constant uprisings of the peasants. For example, in Germany in the Middle Ages the struggle between the two classes, the landlords and the serfs, assumed wide dimensions and was transformed into a civil war of the peasants against the landlords. You are all familiar with similar examples of repeated uprisings of the peasants against the feudal landlords in Russia. In order to maintain their rule and to preserve their power, the landlords had to have an apparatus by which they could subjugate a vast number of people and subordinate them to certain laws and regulations, and all these laws fundamentally amounted to one thing: the maintenance of the power of the landlords over the peasant serfs. And this was the feudal state, which in Russia, for example, or in extremely backward Asiatic countries, where feudalism prevails to this day, it differed in form, was either republican or monarchical. When the state was a monarchy, the rule of one person was recognized; when it was a republic, the participation in one degree or another of the elected representatives of landlord society was recognized. This was in feudal society. Feudal society represented a division of classes under which the vast majority, the peasant serfs, were completely subjected to an insignificant minority, the landlords, who owned the land. The development of trade, the development of commodity exchange, led to the crystallization of a new class, the capitalists. Capital arose at the close of the Middle Ages, when, after the discovery of America, world trade developed enormously, when the quantity of precious metals increased, when silver and gold became the means of exchange, when money circulation made it possible for individuals to hold tremendous wealth. Silver and gold were recognized as wealth all over the world. The economic power of the landlord class declined, and the power of the new class, the representatives of capital, developed. The reconstruction in society was such that all citizens sup. The Bolshevik pivot 227 supposedly became equal, the old division into slave owners and slaves disappeared, all were regarded as equal before the law, irrespective of what capital they owned, whether they owned land as private property, or were starvelings who owned nothing but their labor power. They were all equal before the law. The law protects everybody equally. It protects the property of those who have it from attack by the masses who, possessing no property, possessing nothing but their labor power, grow steadily impoverished and ruined and become converted into proletarians. Such is capitalist society. This society advanced against serfdom, against the old feudal system, under the slogan of liberty. But it was liberty for those who owned property. And when feudalism was shattered, which occurred at the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century, it occurred in Russia later than in other countries. In 1861 the feudal state was superseded by the capitalist state, which proclaims liberty for the whole people as its slogan, which declares that it expresses the will of the whole people and denies that it is a class state. And here there developed a struggle between the socialists, who are fighting for the liberty of the whole people, and the capitalist state, a struggle which has now led to the creation of the Soviet Socialist Republic and which embraces the whole world. To understand the struggle that has been started against world capital, to understand the essence of the capitalist state, we must remember that when the capitalist state advanced against the feudal state, it entered the fight under the slogan of liberty. The abolition of feudalism meant liberty for the representatives of the capitalist state and served their purpose, inasmuch as feudalism was breaking down and the peasants had acquired the opportunity of owning as their full property the land which they had purchased for compensation or in part by quit rent. This did not concern the state; it protected property no matter how it arose, since it rested on private property. The peasants became private owners in all the modern civilized states. Even when the landlord surrendered part of his land to the peasant, the state protected private property, rewarding the landlord by compensation, sale for money. The state as it were declared that it would fully preserve private property, and it accorded it every support and 228. Protection. The state recognized the property rights of every merchant, industrialist, and manufacturer. And this society, based on private property, on the power of capital, on the complete subjection of the propertyless workers and laboring masses of the peasantry, proclaimed that its rule was based on liberty. Combating feudalism, it proclaimed freedom of property and was particularly proud of the fact that the state had supposedly ceased to be a class state. Yet the state continued to be a machine which helped the capitalists to hold the poor peasants and the working class in subjection. But externally it was free. It proclaimed universal suffrage, and declared through its champions, preachers, scholars, and philosophers that it was not a class state. Even now, when the Soviet Socialist republics have begun to fight it, they accuse us of violating liberty, of building a state based on coercion, on the suppression of certain people by others, whereas they represent a popular, democratic state. And now, when the world socialist revolution has begun, and just when the revolution has succeeded in certain countries, when the fight against world capital has grown particularly acute, this question of the state has acquired the greatest importance and has become, one might say, the most burning one, the focus of all political questions and of all political disputes of the present day. Whatever party we take in Russia or in any of the more civilized countries, we find that nearly all political disputes, disagreements and opinions now center around the conception of the state. Is the state in a capitalist country, in a democratic republic, especially one like Switzerland or America, in the freest democratic republics, an expression of the popular will, the sum total of the general decision of the people, the expression of the national will, and so forth, or is the state a machine that enables the capitalists of the given country to maintain their power over the working class and the peasantry? That is the fundamental question around which all political disputes all over the world now center. I have already advised you to turn for help to Engels' book, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. This book says that every state in which private property in land and in the means of production exists, in which capital prevails, however democratic it may. The Bolshevik Pivot 229b, is a capitalist state, a machine used by the capitalists to keep the working class and the poor peasants in subjection, while universal suffrage, a constituent assembly, parliament are merely a form, a sort of promissory note, which does not alter matters in any essential way. The forms of domination of the state may vary. Capital manifests its power in one way where one form exists, and in another way where another form exists, but essentially the power is in the hands of capital, whether there are voting qualifications or not, or whether the republic is a democratic one or not. In fact, the more democratic it is, the cruder and more cynical is the rule of capitalism. One of the most democratic republics in the world is the United States of America, yet nowhere is the power of capital, the power of a handful of billionaires over the whole of society, so crude and so openly corrupt as in America. Once capital exists, it dominates the whole of society, and no democratic republic, no form of franchise can alter the essence of the matter. The democratic republic and universal suffrage were a great progressive advance on feudalism. They have enabled the proletariat to achieve its present unity and solidarity, to form those firm and disciplined ranks which are waging a systematic struggle against capital. There was nothing even approximately resembling this among the peasant serfs, not to speak of the slaves. The slaves, as we know, revolted, rioted, started civil wars, but they could never create a class-conscious majority and parties to lead the struggle. They could not clearly realize what they were aiming for, and even in the most revolutionary moments of history they were always pawns in the hands of the ruling classes. The bourgeois republic, parliament, universal suffrage all represent great progress from the standpoint of the world development of society. Mankind moved toward capitalism, and it was capitalism alone which, thanks to urban culture, enabled the oppressed class of proletarians to learn to know itself and to create the world working class movement, the millions of workers who are organized all over the world in parties, the socialist parties, which are consciously leading the struggle of the masses. Without parliamentarianism, without elections, this development of the working class would have been impossible. That is why all these things have acquired such 230 great importance in the eyes of the broad masses of people. That is why radical change seems to be so difficult. It is not only the conscious hypocrites, scientists, and priests that uphold and defend the bourgeois lie that the state is free and that it is its duty to defend the interests of all, but also a large number of people who sincerely adhere to the old prejudices and who cannot understand the transition from the old capitalist society to socialism. It is not only people who are directly dependent on the bourgeoisie, not only those who are oppressed by the yoke of capital or who have been bribed by capital, but even people who are simply under the sway of the prejudice of bourgeois liberty that have taken up arms against Bolshevism all over the world, because of the fact that when it was founded the Soviet Republic rejected these bourgeois lies and openly declared, "You say that your state is free, whereas in reality, as long as there is private property, your state, even if it is a democratic republic, is nothing but a machine used by the capitalists to suppress the workers, and the freer the state, the more clearly is this expressed. Examples of this are Switzerland in Europe and the United States in the Americas. Nowhere does capital rule so cynically and ruthlessly, and nowhere is this so apparent, as in these countries, although they are democratic republics, no matter how finely they are painted and notwithstanding all the talk about labor democracy and the equality of all citizens. The fact is that in Switzerland and America capital dominates, and every attempt of the workers to achieve the slightest real improvement in their condition is immediately met by civil war. There are fewer soldiers, a smaller standing army in these countries. Switzerland has a militia and every Swiss has a gun at home, while in America there was no standing army until quite recently, and so when there is a strike the bourgeoisie arms, hires soldiery and suppresses the strike, and nowhere is the suppression of the working class movement accompanied by such ruthless severity as in Switzerland and in America, and nowhere does the influence of capital in Parliament manifest itself as powerfully as in these countries. The power of capital is everything, the stock exchange is everything, while Parliament and elections are marionettes, puppets. But the eyes of the workers are being opened more and more, and the idea of the Bolshevik pivot 231. Soviet government is spreading wider and wider, especially after the bloody carnage through which we have just passed. The necessity for a merciless war on the capitalists is becoming clearer and clearer to the working class. Whatever forms a republic may assume, even the most democratic republic, if it is a bourgeois republic, if it retains private property in land, mills, and factories, and if private capital keeps the whole of society in wage slavery, that is, if it does not carry out what is proclaimed in the program of our party and in the Soviet Constitution, then this state is a machine for the suppression of certain people by others. And we shall place this machine in the hands of the class that is to overthrow the power of capital. We shall reject all the old prejudices about the state, meaning universal equality. That is a fraud. As long as there is exploitation there cannot be equality. The landlord cannot be the equal of the worker, the hungry man the equal of the full man. The proletariat casts aside the machine which was called the state and before which people bowed in superstitious awe, believing the old tales that it means popular rule. The proletariat casts aside the machine and declares that it is a bourgeois lie. We have deprived the capitalists of this machine and have taken it over. With this machine, or bludgeon, we shall destroy all exploitation. And when the possibility of exploitation no longer exists anywhere in the world, when there are no longer owners of land and owners of factories, and when there is no longer a situation in which some gorge while others starve, only when the possibility of this no longer exists shall we consign this machine to the scrap heap. Then there will be no state and no exploitation. Such is the view of our Communist Party. N. Lenin, Workers' Control of the State and the Economy 5. Democracy is of great importance to the working class in its struggle for emancipation from the capitalists. But democracy is by no means a boundary that must not be overstepped, it is only one of the stages on the road from feudalism to capitalism, and from capitalism to communism. Democracy means equality. The great significance of the proletariat's struggle for equality and the significance of equality as a slogan will be clear if we correctly interpret it as meaning the abolition of classes. But democracy means only formal equality. And as soon as equality is obtained for all members of society in relation to the ownership of the means of production, that is, equality of labor and equality of wages, humanity will inevitably be confronted with the question of going beyond formal equality to real equality, i.e., to applying the rule, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. By what stages, by what practical measures humanity will proceed to this higher aim we do not and cannot know. But it is important to realize how infinitely mendacious is the ordinary bourgeois conception of socialism as something lifeless, petrified, fixed once for all, whereas in reality only under socialism will a rapid, genuine, really mass-forward movement, embracing first the majority and then the whole of the population, commence in all spheres of social and personal life. Democracy is a form of state, one of its varieties. Consequently, it, like every state, on the one hand represents the organized, systematic application of force against persons, but on the other hand it signifies the formal recognition of the equality of all citizens, the equal right of all to determine the structure and administration of the state. This, in turn, is connected with the fact that, at a certain stage in the development of democracy, it first rallies the proletariat as the revolutionary class against capitalism, and enables it to crush, smash to atoms, wipe off the face of the earth the bourgeois, even the republican bourgeois, state machine, the standing army, the police and bureaucracy, and to substitute for them a more democratic state machine, but a state machine nevertheless, in the shape of the armed masses of workers, who are being transformed into a universal people's militia. Here quantity is transformed into quality. Such a degree of democracy implies overstepping the boundaries of bourgeois society, the beginning of its socialist reconstruction. If, indeed, all take part in the administration of the state, capitalism cannot retain its hold. And the development of capitalism, in turn, itself creates the premises that the Bolshevik Pivot 233 really enable all to take part in the administration of the state. Some of the premises are, universal literacy, which is already achieved in a number of the most advanced capitalist countries, then the training and disciplining of millions of workers by the huge, complex, socialized apparatus of the post office, railways, big factories, large-scale commerce, banking, etc., etc. Given these economic premises, it is quite possible, after the overthrow of the capitalists and bureaucrats, to proceed immediately, overnight, to supersede them in the control of production and distribution, in the work of keeping account of labor and products by the armed workers, by the whole of the armed population. Accounting and control, that is the main thing required for the setting up and correct functioning of the first phase of communist society. All citizens are transformed into the salaried employees of the state, which consists of the armed workers. All citizens become employees and workers of a single national state syndicate. All that is required is that they should work equally, do their proper share of work and get paid equally. The accounting and control necessary for this have been simplified by capitalism to an extreme and reduced to the extraordinarily simple operations which any literate person can perform of checking and recording, knowledge of the 4 rules of arithmetic, and issuing receipts. When the majority of the people begin independently and everywhere to keep such accounts and maintain such control over the capitalists and over the intellectual gentry who preserve their capitalist habits, this control will really become universal, general, national, and there will be no way of getting away from it, there will be nowhere to go. The whole of society will have become a single office and a single factory, with equality of labor and equality of pay. But this factory discipline, which the proletariat will extend to the whole of society after the defeat of the capitalists and the overthrow of the exploiters, is by no means our ideal, or our ultimate goal. It is but a necessary step for the purpose of thoroughly purging society of all the hideousness and foulness of capitalist exploitation, and for further progress. From the moment all members of society, or even only 234, the vast majority, have learned to administer the state themselves, have taken this business into their own hands, have set up control over the insignificant minority of capitalists, over the gentry who wish to preserve their capitalist habits, and over the workers who have been profoundly corrupted by capitalism. From this moment the need for government begins to disappear altogether. The more complete democracy, the nearer the moment approaches when it becomes unnecessary. The more democratic the state which consists of the armed workers, and which is no longer a state in the proper sense of the word, the more rapidly does every form of the state begin to wither away. For when all have learned to administer and actually do administer social production independently to keep accounts and exercise control over the idlers, the gentlefolk, the swindlers, and similar guardians of capitalist traditions, the escape from this national accounting and control will inevitably become so incredibly difficult, such a rare exception, and will probably be accompanied by such swift and severe punishment, that very soon the necessity of observing the simple Fundamental rules of human intercourse will become a habit. And then the door will be wide open for the transition from the first phase of communist society to its higher phase, and with it to the complete withering away of the state. N. Lenin, on Tactics in the 1917 Revolution 8. Marxism demands an extremely precise and objectively verifiable analysis of the interrelation of classes and of the concrete peculiarities of each historical moment. We Bolsheviks have always tried faithfully to fulfill this demand, since it is absolutely imperative for a scientific foundation of politics. Our teaching is not a dogma, but a guide to action, Marx and Engels used to say, and they ridiculed, and rightly ridiculed, the learning and repetition by rote of formulas which at best are capable of giving only an outline of general tasks that are necessarily liable to be modified by the concrete economic and political condition of each particular phase of the historical process. What, then, are the clearly established objective facts that must guide the party of the revolutionary proletariat at present in defining the tasks and forms of its activity? I define as the specific feature of the present situation in Russia the fact that it is a period of transition from the first stage of the revolution to the second. And I therefore considered the basic slogan, the task of the day, at that moment to be, workers, you have displayed marvels of proletarian heroism, the heroism of the people, in the civil war against Tsarism, you must display marvels of organization, organization of the proletariat and the people, in order to prepare for victory in the second stage of the revolution. In what does the first stage consist? In the transfer of the power of state to the bourgeoisie. Before the February-March Revolution of 1917, the state power in Russia was in the hands of one old class, namely, the feudal landed nobility, headed by Nicholas Romanov. Now, after that revolution, the state power is in the hands of another class, a new class, namely, the bourgeoisie. The transfer of state power from one class to another class is the first, the principal, the basic sign of a revolution, both in the strictly scientific and in the practical political meaning of the term. To this extent, the bourgeois, or the bourgeois democratic, revolution in Russia has been completed. At this point we hear the clamor of the objectors, of those who so readily call themselves old Bolsheviks. Did we not always maintain, they say, that the bourgeois democratic revolution is completed only by the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry? Has the agrarian revolution, which is also a bourgeois democratic revolution, ended? On the contrary, is it not a fact that it has not even begun? My answer is, the Bolshevik slogans and ideas in general have been fully corroborated by history, but concretely, things have turned out differently than could have. 236. Been anticipated, they are more original, more specific, more variegated. Had we ignored or forgotten this fact, we should have resembled those old Bolsheviks who have more than once played so sorry a part in the history of our party by repeating a formula meaninglessly learned by rote, instead of studying the specific and new features of actual reality. The revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry has already become a reality in the Russian Revolution, for this formula envisages only the interrelation of classes, but does not envisage the concrete political institution which gives effect to this interrelation, to this cooperation. The Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. Here we have the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry already accomplished in reality. This formula is already antiquated. Events have removed it from the realm of formulas into the realm of reality, clothed it in flesh and blood, lent it concrete form, and by this very act modified it. A new and different task now faces us, to effect a split within this dictatorship between the proletarian elements and the petit proprietor or petty bourgeois elements. Whoever speaks now of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry only is behind the times, has consequently in effect gone over to the side of the petty bourgeoisie and is against the proletarian class struggle. He deserves to be consigned to the archive of Bolshevik pre-revolutionary antiques. The revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry has already been realized, but in an extremely original form, and with a number of highly important modifications. I will deal with them in one of my subsequent letters. For the present it is essential to realize the incontestable truth that a Marxist must take cognizance of actual events, of the precise facts of reality, and must not cling to a past theory, which, like all theories, the Bolshevik Pivot 237 at best only outlines the main and the general, and only approximates to an inclusive grasp of the complexities of living reality. Theory, my friend, is gray, but green is the eternal tree of life. He who continues to regard the completion of the bourgeois revolution in the old way sacrifices living Marxism to the dead letter. According to the old conception, the rule of the proletariat and peasantry, their dictatorship, can and must come after the rule of the bourgeoisie. But in actual fact, it has already turned out differently. An extremely original, novel, and unprecedented interlacing of the one with the other has taken place. Side by side, existing together and simultaneously, we have both the rule of the bourgeoisie and a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, the latter voluntarily ceding power to the bourgeoisie and voluntarily transforming itself into an appendage of the bourgeoisie. For it must not be forgotten that in Petrograd the power is actually in the hands of the workers and soldiers. The new government does not and cannot use violence against them, for there is no police, no army separate from the people, no officialdom standing omnipotently above the people. This is a fact, and it is the kind of fact that is characteristic of a state of the type of the Paris Commune. This fact does not fit into the old schemes. One must know how to adapt schemes to facts, rather than repeat words regarding a dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry in general, words which have become meaningless. In order the better to illuminate the question, let us approach it from another angle. A Marxist must not abandon the solid ground of analysis of class relations. The bourgeoisie is in power. But is not the mass of peasants also a bourgeoisie, only of a different stratum, a different kind, a different character? Whence does it follow that this stratum cannot come into power and thus consummate the bourgeois democratic revolution? Why should this be impossible? That is how the old Bolsheviks often argue. My reply is that it is quite possible. But, when analyzing any given situation, a Marxist must proceed not from the possible, but from the actual. And actuality reveals the fact that the freely elected 238 soldiers and peasants deputies freely enter the second, the parallel government and freely supplement, develop and complete it. And, just as freely, they surrender their power to the bourgeoisie, which phenomenon does not in the least undermine the theory of Marxism, for, as we have always known and have repeatedly pointed out, the bourgeoisie maintains itself not only by virtue of force but also by virtue of the lack of class consciousness, the clinging to old habits, the timidity and lack of organization of the masses. In view of this present-day actuality, it is simply ridiculous to turn one's back on this fact and speak of possibilities. It is possible that the peasantry may seize all the land and the entire power. Far from forgetting this possibility, far from confining myself to the present moment only, I definitely and clearly formulate the agrarian program in accordance with the new phenomenon, viz., the profounder cleavage between the agricultural laborers and the poor peasants, on the one hand, and the peasant owners, on the other. But there is another possibility. It is possible that the peasants will hearken to the advice of the petty bourgeois party of socialist revolutionaries, which has succumbed to the influence of the bourgeoisie, has gone over to defensism, and which advises waiting until the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, even though the date of its convocation has not yet been fixed. It is possible that the peasants will preserve and prolong their pact with the bourgeoisie, a pact which they have now concluded through the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers deputies in both form and deed. Many things are possible. It would be a profound mistake to forget the agrarian movement and the agrarian program. But it would be equally mistaken to forget reality, and reality reveals the fact that an agreement, or to use a more exact, less legal, but more class economic expression, that class collaboration exists between the bourgeoisie and the peasantry. When this fact ceases to be a fact, when the peasantry severs itself from the bourgeoisie, when it seizes the land and power in spite of the bourgeoisie, that will be a new stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution, and of that I will speak separately. The Bolshevik Pivot 239. A Marxist who, in view of the possibility of such a stage in the future, were to forget his duties at the present moment, when the peasantry is compromising with the bourgeoisie, would become a petty bourgeois. For he would in practice be preaching to the proletariat confidence in the petty bourgeoisie. This hypothetical person would be a sugary Louis Blanc, a sugary Koskian, but not a revolutionary Marxist. In the theses I definitely reduced the question to one of a struggle for influence within the Soviets of workers, agricultural laborers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. In order to leave no trace of doubt in this respect, I twice emphasized in the theses the necessity for patient and persistent explanatory work adapted to the practical needs of the masses. Ignorant persons or renegades from Marxism, such as Mr. Plekhanov, may cry anarchism, Blanquism, and so forth. But those who really want to think and learn cannot fail to understand that Blanquism means the seizure of power by a minority, whereas the Soviets of workers, agricultural laborers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies are admittedly the direct and immediate organization of the majority of the people. Work confined to a struggle for influence within these Soviets cannot, absolutely cannot, blunder into the swamp of Blanquism. Nor can it blunder into the swamp of anarchism, for anarchism denies the necessity for a state and for state power in the period of transition from the rule of the bourgeoisie to the rule of the proletariat, whereas I, with a precision that excludes all possibility of misunderstanding, insist on the necessity for a state in this period, although, in accordance with Marx and the experience of the Paris Commune, not the usual parliamentary bourgeois state, but a state without a standing army. Without a police opposed to the people, without an officialdom placed above the people. Let us now see how Comrade Kamina in his article in number 27 of Pravda formulates his differences with my theses and the views expressed above. It will help us to understand them more clearly. As regards Comrade Lenin's general scheme, writes 240. Comrade Kamina, it appears to us unacceptable, inasmuch as it proceeds from the assumption that the bourgeois democratic revolution has been completed, and is calculated on the immediate transformation of that revolution into a socialist revolution. Here we have two major errors. The first is that the question of the completeness of the bourgeois democratic revolution is wrongly formulated. It is formulated in an abstract, simplified, monochromatic way, if we may so express it, which does not correspond to objective reality. Those who formulate the question thus, those who now ask, is the bourgeois democratic revolution completed, and nothing more, deprive themselves of the possibility of understanding the real situation, which is extraordinarily complicated and, at least, bichromatic. This as regards theory. In practice, they impotently capitulate to petty bourgeois revolutionism. And, indeed, in reality we find both the transfer of power to the bourgeoisie and the existence, side by side with the actual government, of a parallel government, which represents a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. This also government has voluntarily ceded power to the bourgeoisie and has voluntarily chained itself to the bourgeois government. Is this reality covered by the old Bolshevik formula of Comrade Kamina, which declares that the bourgeois democratic revolution is not completed? No, that formula is antiquated. It is worthless. It is dead. And all attempts to revive it will be vain. Secondly, a practical question. Who can say whether a special revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, detached from the bourgeois government, is now still possible in Russia? Marxist tactics must not be based on unknown factors. But if it is still possible, then there is one, and only one way to obtain it, namely, the immediate, decisive and irrevocable severance of the proletarian communist elements from the petty bourgeois elements. Why? Because it is not by chance but by necessity that the whole petty bourgeoisie has turned toward chauvinism, toward supporting the bourgeoisie, that it The Bolshevik Pivot 241 has accepted dependence on the bourgeoisie and fears to do without the bourgeoisie. How can the petty bourgeoisie be pushed into power, when the petty bourgeoisie could assume power now, but does not wish to? Only the severance of the proletarian, communist party, and only a proletarian class struggle exempt from the timidity of the petty bourgeois, only the consolidation of proletarians exempt from the influence of the petty bourgeoisie both in deed and in word, can make things so hot for the petty bourgeoisie that, under certain circumstances, it will be obliged to assume power. Those who at once, immediately, and irrevocably, separate the proletarian elements of the Soviets from the petty bourgeois elements, will correctly express the interests of the movement in both eventualities, both in the eventuality that Russia will still pass through a special dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, not subordinated to the bourgeoisie, and in the eventuality that the petty bourgeoisie will not be able to sever itself from the bourgeoisie and will forever waver between us and it. Those who in their activities are guided by the simple formula, the bourgeois democratic revolution is not completed, give, as it were, a certain guarantee that the petty bourgeoisie is capable of becoming independent of the bourgeoisie, and by that very fact they hopelessly surrender themselves to the tender mercies of the petty bourgeoisie. Incidentally, on the subject of the formula, the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, it would not be amiss to recall that in my Article 2 Tactics I particularly pointed out that, like everything else in the world, the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry has a past and a future. Its past is autocracy, serfdom, monarchy and privileges. Its future is the struggle against private property, the struggle of the wage worker against his master, the struggle for socialism. The mistake made by Comrade Kamina is that even now, in 1917, he sees only the past of the revolutionary. 242. Democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, when, as a matter of fact, its future has already begun, for the interests and policies of the wage earner and the master have already become sundered in fact, and, moreover, on such an important question as defensism, the attitude toward the imperialist war. And this brings me to the second mistake in the remarks of Comrade Kamina quoted above. He reproaches me with the fact that my scheme is calculated on the immediate transformation of that revolution into a socialist revolution. That is not true. Far from calculating on the immediate transformation of our revolution into a socialist revolution, I actually caution against it, and in thesis number 8 plainly state, our immediate task is not the introduction of socialism. Is it not obvious that if one calculates on the immediate transformation of our revolution into a socialist revolution, one cannot be opposed to the introduction of socialism as an immediate task? Moreover, it is not possible to establish even a commune state in Russia immediately, since that would require that the majority of the deputies in all the Soviets should clearly recognize the utter erroneousness and perniciousness of the tactics and policy of the socialist revolutionaries, Chkij, Tsereteli, Steklov, etc. And I explicitly declared that in this respect I calculate only on patient explanation. Comrade Kamina rather impatiently let himself go and repeated the bourgeois prejudice regarding the Paris Commune, namely, that it wanted to introduce socialism immediately. That is not so. The Commune, unfortunately, was far too slow in introducing socialism. The real essence of the Commune lies not where the bourgeois usually looks for it, but in the creation of a particular type of state. A state of this type has already been born in Russia, it is the Soviets of workers and soldiers deputies. Comrade Kamina has not pondered over the fact and the significance of the existing Soviets, their identity as to type and social and political character with the state of the Commune, and instead of studying a fact, he talks of the Bolshevik Pivot 243, what I allegedly calculated on as a thing of the immediate future. The result is, unfortunately, a repetition of the trick practiced by many bourgeois. Attention is diverted from the question of the nature of the Soviets of workers and soldiers deputies, of whether they are a type superior to the parliamentary republic, whether they are more beneficial to the people, more democratic and more adapted, for instance, to the struggle for bread attention is diverted from this essential, immediate question, rendered urgent by the force of events, to the frivolous, pseudo-scientific, but in reality hollow and professorially lifeless question of calculations on an immediate transformation. A frivolous question falsely stated. I calculate solely and exclusively on the workers, soldiers, and peasants being able to tackle better than the officials, better than the police, the practical and difficult problems of increasing the production of foodstuffs and their better distribution, the better provisioning of the soldiers, etc., etc. I am profoundly convinced that the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies will develop the independent activity of the masses of the people far more quickly and far more effectively than a parliamentary republic. They will decide more effectively, more practically, and more correctly what steps can be taken towards socialism, and how. Control over a bank, amalgamation of all banks into one, is not yet socialism, but it is a step towards socialism. Today such steps are being taken in Germany by the Junkers and the bourgeoisie against the interests of the people. Tomorrow, if the entire power of the state is in its hands, the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies will more effectively take these steps to the advantage of the people. And what renders these steps essential? Famine. Economic disorganization. Impending collapse. The horrors of war. The horror of the wounds being inflicted on mankind by the war. Comrade Kamenak concludes his article with the statement that in a broad discussion he hopes to carry his point of view, the only possible point of view from the Revolutionary Social Democratic Party, if it wishes, as it must, to remain to the end the party of the revolutionary masses of the proletariat, and not to become transformed into a group of communist propagandists. It seems to me that these words betray a completely 244. Erroneous estimate of the situation. Comrade Kamenak contrasts a party of the masses and a group of propagandists. But just now the masses have yielded to the intoxication of revolutionary defensism. Is it not more worthy of internationalists at this moment to be able to resist mass intoxication than to wish to remain with the masses, i.e., to succumb to the general epidemic? Have we not seen how the chauvinists in all the belligerent countries of Europe justified themselves by the wish to remain with the masses? Is it not essential to be able for a while to remain in a minority as against the mass intoxication? Is it not the work of the propagandists which at the present moment is the main factor in clearing the proletarian line of defensist and petty bourgeois mass intoxication? It was just this fusion of the masses, proletarian and non-proletarian, without distinction of class differences among those masses, that formed one of the conditions for the defensist epidemic. To speak with contempt of a group of propagandists advocating a proletarian line is, we think, not altogether becoming. N. Lenin, Prospects of Revolution in Russia and in Europe 7. We must say a few words regarding our understanding of the tasks of the Russian Revolution. We deem this all the more necessary since, through the medium of the Swiss workers, we can and should address the German, French, and Italian workers, who speak the same languages as the population of Switzerland, which still enjoys the advantages of peace and of the greatest relative amount of political freedom. To the Russian proletariat has fallen the great honor of initiating the series of revolutions which are arising from the imperialist war with objective inevitability. But the idea that the Russian proletariat is a chosen revolutionary proletariat among the workers of the world is absolutely alien to us. We know full well that the proletariat of Russia is less organized, less prepared, and less class-conscious than the proletariat of other countries. It is not any predic. 7 From Farewell Letter to the Swiss Workers, Ibid, pages 14, 17 to 20. The Bolshevik pivot 245 Euler virtues it possessed, but rather the specific historical circumstances, that have made the proletariat of Russia for a certain, perhaps very brief, period the skirmishers of the world revolutionary proletariat. Russia is a peasant country, one of the most backward of European countries. Socialism cannot triumph there directly at once. But the peasant character of the country, coupled with the vast land possessions of the noble landlords, may, to judge by the experience of 1905, give tremendous scope to the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia, and make our revolution a prelude to and a step toward the world's socialist revolution. It is in the struggle for these ideas, which have been fully confirmed by the experience of 1905 and the spring of 1917, that our party was formed and waged an implacable fight against all other parties. For these ideas we shall continue to fight. Socialism cannot triumph directly and immediately in Russia. But the peasant masses may carry the inevitable and already mature agrarian revolution to the point of confiscating the immense estates of the landlords. This has always been our slogan, and it is now being advocated in Petrograd by the Central Committee of our party, as well as by our party newspaper, Pravda. The proletariat will fight for this slogan, while not closing its eyes to the inevitability of obdurate class conflicts between the agricultural wage workers and the impoverished peasants closely associated with them, on the one hand, and the prosperous peasants, whose position was strengthened by the Stolypin agrarian reform, on the other. One must not forget that 104 peasant deputies in the First and Second Dumas proposed a revolutionary agrarian bill demanding the nationalism of all lands and their disposal through local committees elected on a completely democratic basis. Such a revolution would not in itself be a socialist revolution. But it would give a great impetus to the world labor movement. It would greatly strengthen the position of the socialist proletariat in Russia and its influence on the agricultural workers and the poor peasants. It would, on the strength of this influence, enable the urban proletariat to develop such revolutionary organizations as the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, to substitute them for the old instruments of oppression of the bourgeois states, the army, the